Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembe TV tonight as we dive deep into the latest development on our political front. And things are falling apart, others are falling in place. We invite your thoughts and your perspective on the same. Well, back at the beginning again. Back to basics. Kalonzo returns to AZIMIO. What does this mean? And what makes it very significant? Would want to hear what you think and feel about the same. DP Ruto chickens out of the presidential debate. He says he will not debate nobody. What is cooking with Kenya Kwanza Alliance and DP Ruto? And of course, today he meets the what are they called? The European Union, and continues with the outcry of the capacity of IEBC. Say IEBC has a capacity to deliver free and fair elections, but he is crying that there may be interference from God knows where. We will get into the same as we debate tonight. We would love to hear what you think and feel about the same. IEBC assures of all Kenyans that their data is safe and everything about elections will go well. Chebukati speaks today. Do you believe him? Is he able to deliver a free, fair, credible, verifiable elections? Or he's playing our minds again? Of course, HNIB assures Kenya Kwanza of 8% lead in the coming elections. Is that true? Is that reliable? What do you think? Let us all get down to talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you very much, all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Let's get busy tonight as we tackle the politics as they develop, and what your perspective, which we value most at Mtembe TV, and we want you to air it out clearly, credibly, fairly, and based on fact, not propaganda. Thank you very much, Alum. We salute you. Karibu katika show. Asante sana Nora si Sonia, asante sana Tatu Juma, inawezekana. Karibu sana Cecilia Winyanga, Mamake Lynn, thank you so much. Kuna Fabiano Adriano, karibu kwa show. Belinda Gweno, you're welcome. Nyayo Fankorama, I tell you the truth. You're welcome. That's a powerful name, huh? Esther Anindo, you're welcome. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, you are most welcome. Peter Kilu, karibu kwa show. Fred Mobeki, we salute you. We say Ruto is behaving like a person drowning and is holding anything in the waters, including crocodiles. Akwambia Wakenya mtatumaliza. Jackton Ogutu, karibu kwa show. Eva Wangila, we salute you. Karibu kwa show. Fatma Nasimiyu, thank you so much for your faithful following. Mato Mark Ndets, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Dyron Roni, we salute you. Yegon Hasla, we celebrate you. Thank you so much. Obiero Asena, we thank God for you. Karibu sana. Douglas Onzinyo, anasema baba na mama Kenya. Haya basi, nani mwingine? Kuna David Musembi, kuna Robert Mumanya, alafu tusonge mbele. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Karibu katika Mtembe TV, na ukitupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu. Share that link with everybody in your life, in WhatsApp group, Facebook groups. Invite your community here, both locally and diaspora, both home and abroad. Let them all tune to Mtembe TV. Anywhere on earth where you are able to access the internet, you will be able to get Mtembe TV broadcast. So let's get in and make a difference today, even as we dive deep into the discussion on what is happening on our political front and what will be the Kenyans' point or standpoint based on what is happening and how the vote will go on the 9th of August 2022. Everybody is welcome, and let us be able to dissect the truth and make sure that every Kenyan understands it accurately. Thank you so much, Vincent Lene. Thank you, Abubakar Said Dawesh. Thank you so much. Kuna Lindy Williams, kuna Richard Orengo, kuna Frederick Otieno, kuna Mse Smalt. Haya. Thank you, Judith Berry. Asante. Kuna Masil Kausa Bro. Thank you so much. Alafu kuna Oito Jeff Stone. Sawa, wacha niachie hapo. Kwa wale wote ambao mnajiunga nasi, karibu sana. Asante kwa wale mnafika studio. Hakikisha ukifika studio kamera yako iko on na audio yako inakuwa mute ili tukawasiliane. Mr. Wangira, ushavunja sheria, hauwezi kuongeza kwa screen wakati uko behind the curtain. We banned that, and so everybody must comply for us to sustain and retain quality videos for the people who come to watch later after the show has closed. So let's all be mindful of our brothers. Well, thank you so much. Nani huyu? Kuna Hasla Yegon. Hasla Yegon, vipi leo?
Habari ya masiku Bernard.
Salama, namna gani?
Nashukuru, naendelea kuangalia vile maneno inaendelea.
Yes, endelea, karibu.
Asante sana. Nimekuwa wewe kidogo, ni vile nimekuwa busy hapa na pale. So hii maneno ya Kalonzo naona debate inaendelea kwa line kabisa. Yaani maneno inaendelea safari ya kwenda Ikulu imeanza. Naona Azimio bado wanajipanga, Kenya Kwanza tunajipanga. Ni ukweli tutakuwa na the next government in next 90 days. So just ni salamu na tunaendelea tu kungangana. Asante.
Okay. Sawa, asante sana. Bantu Warrior, vipi? Tupatie utangulizi wako.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, natoa mapema, unajua niko kazini. Asante, naona unafurahi na tunafurahi sote. Ni kama vile nilikuwa nikisema kulingamana na tsunami, na ndio sasa tunaona tsunami. Wacha ile earthquake, hii ndio tsunami yenyewe, na bado kuna mambo mengi mazuri yanakuja, na tutaunda serikali within those 2 months, and we are going to have our new president, and he is going to be Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga, and Mother Karua as the vice president, and Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka chief cabinet minister as usual. And we are hoping everything is going to be fine, and let's hope everything is going to be the way we have been talking for many weeks and months. Kwa hivyo sina mengi sana bwana Bernard, kwa sasa ni bado mapema. Tunakaribisha watu wa UDA waje hapa waongee hapa, maana kuna mazungumzo mengi kulingamana na upande wa UDA. Kwa hivyo tunakaribisha, ni ndugu zetu. Asante sana Bernard.
Asante sana Bantu Warrior, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale watu mko kwa comment section. Hakikisha tunalinda nidhamu, heshima idumu, tuheshimiane kila mmoja. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu umekutana naye kwa online. Kama mna differ politically, that is all political difference, and you either switch camp or push for your agenda without insulting anybody. Kuna huyu anaitwa Matthew Kipropa. Kuna shida na configuration yako. Kama unatumia simu, if you are able to get me, kama unatumia simu, tafadhali anzisha simu yako upya, na wakati una click link ya Mtembei TV, hakikisha kwamba unaruhusu StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure for you the camera and the audio. Don't lead it, don't select things and deny control. The moment you do that, you will not be able to be added no matter what you do. So allow StreamYard to lead the way, even as you try to get into the studio. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in. And if you're able to get us from wherever you are, don't watch alone. Invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people today to join into the conversation. Don't let anyone miss out on the conversation that is taking place, because we believe these particular elections are historical and very important for this country. So let every Kenyan make their decision based on required information, not hearsay, not propaganda. So kwa hivyo kila mmoja makinika, hakikisha unakaribisha anti yako, unakaribisha cousin yako, unakaribisha ndugu yako, ili kila mmoja amakinike katika kufahamu siasa zetu na kufanya uamuzi ambao unafaa. Asante sana. Bwana Steven, namna gani?
Leo
niko salama. Wewe ndio Mswahili halisi.
Yes, jambo.
Nifundisha Kiswahili. Kiswahili kinanitesa kweli.
Wacha leo niongee Kiswahili. Wacha niongee Kiswahili leo. Okay, nataka nianze na hapa kwa Kalonzo. Tumekuwa tukisema siku zote huyu hakuna mahali ataenda. Unajua hakuwa na options zozote after all. Alikuwa alikuwa cornered. He was cornered between a rock and a hard place.
Wewe karibisha mwana mpotevu polepole. Karibisha bwana mpotevu polepole, sio hivyo.
Wacha tuachane na yeye. Unajua hata tuko na jina moja, wacha niachane na yeye. Okay, I'm taking note and issues with Kenya Kwanza. I saw them today meeting the ambassadors. I'm so happy, Bernard. I'm a very happy person today because finally the DP and his team are coming to realization that they are not going to win this election. They are very humble. The DP was looking so timid. Ni kama amenyeshewa na mvua kubwa sana leo. He was so humble. It's like not the person who you see him making noise on top of cars. I'm so happy that reality is now dawning on him that this election, come what may, he will not win this election. Sababu ameanza kutoa sasa hizi si sababu, ni excuses ati I will not participate in the presidential. Hapo ndo Raila amekuwa. Raila amekuwa amepitishwa hiyo njia. So wacha yeye akaribie, tunamkaribisha huko. Kitu tu naomba serikali ya Jubilee, ile tear gas walitupiga nayo 2013 na 2017, ile yenye imeoza kabisa, waekee hiyo tangi hiyo, Ruto aekewe hiyo, yekwe tu kwa ajili yake hiyo. Yeye naye kule matunda ya ile kazi alifanya wakati huo. Hiyo ni kitu naomba sana serikali ya Jubilee. Hiyo tanki yenye expire waiweke, waandike UDA, waiweke kabisa kando. Wamwekee hiyo because that's the way they are going. Huko ndo wanaelekea. Hakuna njia nyingine wanafuata. Hiyo ndo njia wanafuata sasa. Coming to these voters, saying that there are million voters missing in the register and most of them in their strongholds. When did they access the voter register? How did they access this voter register? I think it's the duty of KMPMG to tell us that. How wamepata hiyo information wapi? So these are signs of people who are losing. Huko tumekuwa, Bernard. I've been following Raila for many years. Huko ndo tumekuwa. You have been giving these excuses, these cat and mouse games. It's their turn now to play that. Sahi wacha wacheze hiyo mchezo, but it's clear on them that come August, 60% is achievable. I'm very sure about that. 60% is achievable. With Kalonzo fully on board now, I don't see anything that will avoid AZIMIO from getting 60%. Tukirudi kwa hii HNIB yake ya Itumbi, if Itumbi cannot even notice people who are going to kidnap him, atatuambia nini kuhusu Kenya? You cannot see people who are behind you coming to kidnap you, taking you to a forest. You want to tell us about the Kenya? What is he saying? This is hogwash. This is hogwash. But what I know from the signs, from the words, and from their body languages, these people are beaten, they are shaken, they know the reality. Now it's their turn to go to the opposition. It's their time now to eat tear gas. It's their time now to shout It's the time now to oppose everything, but it will happen as it has no, hakuna kitu itazuia Azimio kushinda huu uchaguzi. Kama mimi na wewe Bernard na wengine tutajitokeza wenye tunajitokeza kila usiku hapa tukielimishana, na ikifika siku ya kura tujitokeze kwa wingi tena tupige kura. Numbers tuko nazo, hao hawana namba, mikelele wamebakishwa nayo sasa, na tear gas wajitayarishe. Asante kwa sasa.
Sasa bwana Stephen, tear gas hakuna mtu atakula, hakuna mtu ataenda street. Kuna wale watu wa kwenda street na sio hiyo group. unless Mudavadi awaongoze alafu Wetangula afuate, alafu
Yes, nimemaliza Ben,
kwa sababu hiyo ni msafara ambao huwezi kuanza wakati Mudavadi ndiye anaongoza. Kwa hivyo tear gas muhifadhi kwa siku nyingine. Lakini nashukuru, asante kwa maoni yako. Asante kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha mmoja, wawili, watatu kujiunga na kipindi cha leo. Naomba mkajitahidi, usibaki nyuma. Hakikisha kwamba hii habari inafikia kila mmoja na ukweli wa mambo unajulikana. Usifuate uongo. Thank you so much. Steve, unasemaje? You're still mute. Unmute kwanza, uko mute. Okay. Ni kama Steve hatuwasiliani. Sawa, twende kwa mkoa.
Yes, Bernard. Looks like my Yes, Bernard. Mr. Wangira, Bernard,
you contribute. I don't know where it has disappeared to. You continue contributing.
Okay. So I wanted to start by saying, yesterday I said in this panel that if there is still somebody who is still imagining of a Ruto presidents, that person needs counseling, that person needs a psychiatry test, that person needs prayers, because all the signs are showing that the man is losing, and that is why he's behaving the way he's behaving. And when the gods want to destroy you, they first of all make you crazy. They confuse you and they take you in circles. And at the end of the day, when they release you, you headed for a big bang. Now, this reminds me of for the football fans, there's a time Manchester United was playing a Champions League match, a very crucial one against Bayern Munich. And I remember that game when Rooney was injured, and he was not supposed to even play. But surprisingly, Sir Alex Ferguson included him in the substitutes. And at a point, he was substituted, and the game ended in Manchester United winning, although they were thrown out on the away goals in favor of Bayern Munich. Now, Kalonzo Musyoka, though people have been saying he's a wounded soldier, is in the train, and I know the win has come home fair and clean. The train has left the station. There's no stopping. We can only stop on the 9th of August, when all votes could have been counted and the results could have been announced that Raila Amolo Odinga is the president for the next 5 or so years. Now, I want to address one man, William Samoei Ruto. I know I'm not in the right position to address him, but you cannot, in the boardrooms, you cannot be pretending to be telling the Europeans on how the elections are being stolen, But when you go to public podiums, you are just thumping and saying that you receive reports. The president receives NIS reports, then you are the second one who receives the reports. Then it means the reports you are receiving are not correct reports, because there is no way you will be able to receive a report showing that Kenya Kwanza is ahead of AZIMIO by 8%, but you can't receive a report that is saying the IEBC is not doing its work well. The same IEBC is what you are crying to the European Union to help you to address, that there are people who are shifting voters from your strongholds. How comes that you did not receive that NIS report that voters are being moved, but you received a report that you are ahead? And if you are ahead, then why are you worried that voters are being moved? Then you are crying of the public servants being active in politics, while in 2017, in the run up to the general election, when we questioned the influence and the active role of Dr. Matiang'i and CS Joe Musheru and other CSs in the public campaigns, you are the first person who said those are your employees and they should not be touched, that we should face you, and that Raila should face you and not the Matiang'is and not the Musherus. Now you are saying those people are against, and you are daring them to either resign or do the work that they were hired for. In fact, if there is a person who should be the first one to resign, is you, Excellency Deputy President yourself, because you've absconded your duty. You can't call yourself a Deputy President in the day, and in the night you are in opposition, opposing the same government. And then you are coming here and telling us, just stamping, that you receive NIS reports. What NIS reports are you receiving when you didn't even know that your name has not been included in the list, in the protocol list of the people that were to speak in the Madaraka Day celebration? So what reports are you receiving? That is just like I can give an analogy of a husband and a wife. Mwizi wa ng'ombe amekuja, umeona amevunja gate, ameingia, but you as the husband unaambia bibi yako, naona ameingia, ebu anza kuomba, lakini mi naona hawezi hata chukua ile ng'ombe. You see, now what kind of reasoning is that? You are telling people, see, this thing is going, but they cannot even defeat us. So that kind of double speak is what is going to drive these people crazy. And once they realize that the game is done, the game is short, they could have been drained. And I hear that finances are bringing problems in the KKA camp, and there are some people who have not been paid their dues for like 4 or 5 months now, and they have been advised to go slow on on how they engage and on the promises they make on the public podiums on matters promising 50 billion, 100 billion, giving 2 million to youth, giving 1 million to the women, and such like things. And they have been also been told to prepare for any eventuality, because this thing may be going south while they are heading north. So siku ya nyani kufa, miti yote uteleza. Na vile nilisema jana, kwa ile lugha ya mtaani, kimenyuria. Yani kaende. It's tough. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, asante Brother Douglas, thank you so much, and I appreciate those of you that held on. My internet misbehaved. I'm happy I'm back. Wangira vipi?
Niko salama, habari yako?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
How is everybody? Mzee Jakindu Bey idhinade?
Salama kabisa.
Asante.
Teni nimefurahi kukuona siku nyingi sana.
Asante. So Bernard, let me just make my contribution, Bernard. You know,
go ahead.
To me, these are good times. You know why I'm saying they are good times? You know, in 2017, when I was a strong member of what was then NASA, the defunct NASA, you know, we were in the same shoes that William Ruto is in today, Bernard. And we know how it always pinches. And we will encourage that shoe to continue pinching William Ruto until he feels the pain, Bernard. Bernard, you know, guys in Kenya Kwanza are in what I call a panic mood, Bernard. Yani wameingiwa baridi mapema sana, Bernard. Today, I want to start by looking at this gentleman called William Ruto, then I'll summarize by just briefly talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. So, you know, today, the first thing he does, he says that he will not be attending the presidential debate, which is supposed to be held next month. And you know the reasons that he gives on why he will not be attending? He purports that it's because of the equal allocation of coverage by our local TV, and it's because of the biased framing and negative profiling of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Bernard. We all live in this country, Bernard. Have you seen any unequal allocation of coverage? Have you seen any biased framing and negative profiling of Kenya Kwanza Alliance by any of our media houses, Bernard? You know, to me, that just tells me one thing, Bernard. There are two reasons why William Ruto does not want to appear in that presidential debate. We know that he's an eloquent speaker, he's a good debater, Bernard. Perhaps on debating, you know, he'll hit Raila 10-0, Bernard. But there are reasons why this guy does not want to appear on that live presidential debate. Because the reason why he does not want to appear on that live presidential debate is because it will expose him. You know, he will be asked the hard questions, Bernard. For example, we'll want to know how he got the Muteshi land, Bernard. We will want to know how he got the Western Hotel, Bernard. Those are the hard questions. We'll want to know his connection with the Uhuru Gardens, Bernard. Those are the hard questions, Bernard. So for him to avoid answering those hard questions, Bernard, the only thing that he'll say is that I'm not attending the presidential debate. The second reason why William Ruto is not attending this particular debate is to save face for this guy we now call Aibu ya Rais. You know that guy we call Aibu ya Rais? The Aibu ya Rais, the guy called Rigathi Gachagua. You know, because he knows that if we put Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua in the same ring today, Bernard, this guy knows that Martha Karua will humiliate Rigathi Gachagua. So to save face and protect his deputy president, that's the other reason why he's saying that we are not appearing for this debate, so that, you know, the face can be saved. Because he knows that if they appear, Rigathi and Martha Karua, you know, it will be bad news, Bernard. Then the same William Ruto now, this gentleman called William Ruto, proposed that 1 million registered voters, largely from his strongholds, have been removed from the voter register, Bernard. As we speak today, you know, the auditors who are contracted by the IEBC are now constructing what will become the voter register for the 9th of August 2022 elections out of the information that is held by the IEBC. As we stand today, we don't have the real register. The real register is being worked on because they have to clean those who died, make corrections where there need to be, there's need for corrections. So for him to even talk about a voter register now, you know, is a guy that is just confused. I've just listened to the IEBC chairman, and he has promised Kenyans that by the 9th of this month, we are going to have that register. So as we speak, we don't have the real register. So where does he get this information that 1 million people have been removed from the register? Which register is he talking about? Because the only register that we had was the register for 2017. It's now that we are. It's now that IBC is constructing the register for 2022. For 2022, we don't have a register. It's when they're now constructing it out of the information they are holding as IBC. So where did he get this information of the 1 million people, largely from his stronghold, being removed from the voter register? Then he goes ahead to report that this is part of the larger scheme to rig the elections, Bernard. I thought William Ruto told us that his elections can never be stolen, Bernard. He told us that his elections cannot never be stolen. And we as Kenyans know that his elections can never be stolen. And finally, on that part, gentleman called William Ruto, here he now comes and proposed that the figures that were given by engineer for internal affairs are fake, and his are the genuine ones, because he proposed that he normally receives the intelligence report. In fact, he purported that after the president is the next guy who receives the intelligence report. Then I also asked the same question that my brother Douglas has asked. If this is a gentleman who really receives, if he's sure that he really receives intelligence information, how come that he never knew that in the program for yesterday he was not going to be a speaker? How come he didn't know? If truly he is a guy who receives uh, intelligence report, Bernard, you just ask those simple questions. How come that he didn't know that President Uhuru Kenyatta was holding a small meeting with his cabinet at the State House before coming to Uhuru Gardens, if he really received the intelligence reports that he purports to be receiving? Bernard. And you know what makes me laugh is this thing. Then he says that, Kibichu's information is fake. Mine is genuine, and we are ahead by 8%. Then, me as a guy who deals in numbers, I ask 8% of what? What is this 8% you are talking about? You could have told us that, we are either at 58% and AZIMIO is 42. Those are numbers that you can work with. But if you tell us that you are ahead by 8%, 8% of what? And again, he challenges Kibichu to publish if it's genuine that he's holding intelligence information that purports Raila Odinga to be ahead, to publish the same information for Kenyans to see. Me as Wagira, I now throw back the ball to him, and I am asking him through this particular platform, Bernard, that if he truly also holds intelligence report that shows him as leading in this particular general election, Bernard, let him also publish his information so that the people of Kenya can also read what he has in form of the intelligence report. Bernard, the guy purports that he has confidence in the IEBC. If he has confidence in IEBC, then who is he blaming for the removal of the 1 million voters from the voter register? Because the only people who handle the voter register are the IEBC. So if you have confidence in IEBC, then there should be nothing wrong with the voter register. Bernard, nadhani maneno ya huyo jamaa anaitwa Ruto nimemalizana nayo. Let me just leave it at that, because I see him as a very confused guy, a guy who knows that he's going to lose this election. Aanze kukata miti, Bernard. I told you jamaa, wale wafanyakazi wake wa Sugoi waambie waanze kukata miti. Things are going to be very bad, Bernard, as we move closer to the 9th of August. Then to my brother Kalonzo Musyoka, I just want to be brief on Kalonzo Musyoka. As the members of AZIMIO family here, we have discussed many times about Kalonzo Musyoka, and what we can say, because we don't want to vilify him, we don't want to blame him, we just want to thank him for having joined us today, and that now we are sure that he'll give us the 1.5 million votes here in Ukambani. And I just listened to him, Bernard, and perhaps it could have been a point of reflection, a point of reflection in his life, because he said for the last 1 week, he has been in company of 300 pastors, Bernard. He was in company of 300 pastors in the last 1 week, among other political leaders, and they were brainstorming about this issue, and he came to a conclusion that the future of our nation was on our shoulders. The future of our nation was on our shoulders as Kenyans. And whenever he thought of that other alternative, he found it to be unthinkable and unimaginable. And that is the reason why he has chosen to defer his candidacy for the presidency in 2022. Then he said something that this just finally, that with humility, he has accepted to take that position of chief minister, and he is now congratulating Martha Karua for being chosen as Raila Odinga's running mate. Bernard, just as Team AZIMIO, just as I've said, all that I have to say is just to thank Kalonzo Musyoka. You know, he has made us now to become even much stronger. And as we move closer to 9th of August 2022, in the next 67 days, we are now certain that we are going to win this election and that William Ruto will now become resident instead of president. Asante sana, Bernard. Asante
Okay,
Bernard,
asante sana Bwana
nimemaliza.
Wangira, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako, asante sana. Thank you so much for giving us that analysis. We will know who is the intelligence you receive can be given in economic manner, whereby I choose what to tell you and what not to tell you.
Bernard,
he's the one collecting the intelligence.
Bernard, there's one thing I have just forgotten. Let me just finalize on one thing.
It's not over.
One thing in a half a second that I've just forgotten. You know, William Ruto purported that he was receiving intelligence from what he called NSIS. In Kenya, NSIS no longer exists. We did away with NSIS after we promulgated the 2010 Constitution. So what we have today is what we call NIS, National Intelligence Service. And William Ruto still works with National Security Intelligence Service. So you see, he's talking about two different bodies. As much as Uhuru Kenyatta is receiving intelligence from National Intelligence Service, where William Ruto receives intelligence is the National Security Intelligence Service, and that's where the problem is.
God will help us. Now, I was saying, Deputy President angesema yeye ndio ana collect your intelligence. Angekuwa yeye ndio ana collect, yeye ndio anatafuta hiyo habari, basi angekuwa na habari yote. Lakini kama nangoja habari ya kuletewa, wale wanaomletea habari wanaweza chagua habari gani wanampa na habari gani wanamnyima. Kwa hivyo haiwezi kusema kwamba ile habari amepewa ndio yote iliyoko. Hata kama mwanahabari hauko na access to all the news. Even if you work in the news house, you don't have access to every news that comes in that news house. It is a way of thinking that in my opinion is very limited and one-sided, that it may never be able to work for him no matter how much he tries. So it's important that we remain balanced and be able to open that window to be told that although we are seeing this and that, we are not seeing everything. I have used an example here always that God did not make a mistake of creating you with two eyes and putting both of them in front of you and none behind you. That simply means that no matter how much you're looking, you will always need somebody to watch your back. And if the deputy president sees everything from where he is and he needs nobody to check his back, that is why he's making these terrible mistakes, and he needs to appreciate the people around him and be told when he's naked so that he dresses up, or else endeleeni kukata miti. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Penny kwanza ndio turudi kwa mkururu wetu. Penny, vipi?
Mzuri. Good evening, everyone.
Good to see you again.
You are. Yeah, just like my other colleagues have said about the deputy president not attending the presidential debate, I think that's an act of cowardice, because normally when you have nothing to hide, you'd not be rejecting such an offer to go and face the press, you know. So I think there are so many things that are amiss in Kenya Kwanza, and just like my colleagues have said, that he'll be asked a lot of hard questions. Like there has been a lot of unfolding information about some people that are vying for very high offices. It was so shocking to even notice that, to know that their academic documents are not, they are fake. And there is also the integrity issue of the mostly the Kenya Kwanza people. So, and even allegations of grabbing of Uru Gardens and many other properties. So I think this, together with the bottom-up ideology, I think the deputy president does not have the confidence to face Kenyans and answer a few questions, or a few hard questions that he'll be asked about the bottoms up, because he's been flip-flopping between bottom up. Now he's been talking about land, one moment he's talking about one or the other thing. And he has always blamed the Jamaa wa Kitendawili for not having a manifesto, for not having Sarah. So it is so shocking for us to learn that he'll not be willing to go for the presidential debate because of some allegations like inadequate media coverage and stuff like that. So the DP is someone who likes he likes excuses. There's always a reason why he has not done anything, and that is why he comes up, keeps giving promises upon promises, and up to now he has never explained to us what happened to the laptops. He has never explained to us what happened to their million jobs. So if you see someone who keeps giving promises upon promises, then I think it's a wake-up call for all Kenyans to know the kind of a person that you're dealing with. So I think the DP is still recovering from the yesterday's shock. Yeah, despite the fact that he's claiming that he has been receiving the intelligence briefings. He was so much in deep shock when the protocol was broken and he was not included in the people that were supposed to be speaking. He's used to taking advantage whenever there's a public holiday or whenever there's an event, even as serious as a national prayer day. He was there apologizing sarcastically, and apologizing for not having performed. So I think these are some of the things that he has sat down and seen, that he'll be asked that if you're the same person who apologized for not having met part of your bargain, not having given Kenyans what you promised them, then what makes you think that you are fit to lead? So I think he does not have a face to present for the lies, You cannot, there comes a time of reckoning. So I think he cannot handle the pressure together with the tsunami now that Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, I know they were always hoping that Musyoka would flip-flop and end up joining the other side. But as fate would have it, Kalonzo has come out so strongly and is now even in support of Martha Karua's running mate position. He has no problem and is willing to take up whatever position that he has been given. So I think we are really grateful for the fact that Kalonzo has joined. We are really grateful for the fact that Honorable Kalonzo has joined the AZIMIO team. He has joined the winning team, and now we can actually realize the 60% that was being spoken about by Musheru and Kibicho. So all these things that the DP is bringing about, that there's an attempt to rig the elections and the registers are still being worked on. These are just laying down foundation for him to reject the presidential the results. So we will I'm just requesting him to compose himself and go back to the drawing board. But the actual fact is that the tsunami is too much for him to handle, The AZIMIO team are moving and shaking this city. They are shaking the entire Kenya. And the win is almost obvious, So thank you so much, Honorable Kalonzo. And I think I'll leave it at that for my colleagues to also make their contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Penny. We appreciate it. Let's keep talking and let's ensure that Kenyans get what is required of them. So naomba tucheze video moja ndio turejee kwa Jakindu Bey aendelee na kutoa maoni yake. Cha muhimu ni kwamba kila mmoja ajitahidi, kuanzia kwa deputy president na wengineo wote. Ukweli ni kwamba ukienda kwenye competition lazima ukubali kushindwa, na huwezi kufanya kazi ndani ya IEBC, ufanye kazi ndani ya intelligence, ufanye kazi kila mahali. It's disturbing to have somebody who claims to have everything and nobody else has anything but what that person has, hata kama wewe ni Mungu.
Chebukati amesema kuwa tume hiyo itafuata mwongozo wa sheria katika shughuli ya kuwaidhinisha wanaowania nyadhifa mbalimbali. Aidha, Chebukati anasema kuwa tume hiyo ndio iliyotafuta ripoti kuwahusu wagombea 241 kutoka kwa tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi EACC. Na kama anavyotuarifu Chemutai Goin, Chebukati anasema atatoa mwelekeo kuhusu waliotajwa hapo kesho.
Mbivu na mbichi kuhusu hatma ya wawaniaji wawili wa urais, mwaniaji mwenza mmoja, 61 wa ugavana na naibu ugavana, 6 wa kiti cha seneta, 19 wa uwakilishi wa kike, 58 wa ubunge na 94 wa uwakilishi wodi itabainika Ijumaa tume ya IEBC itakapotoa taarifa yake. Hii ni baada ya IEBC kupokea barua kutoka tume ya maadili EACC iliyomulika wanasiasa hao 241 kwa tuhuma za ufisadi na kukosa maadili.
We shall look at that report in detail of the EACC and yes, we shall pick out some areas which then cause disqualification in the law, but where it doesn't affect candidates' qualification or disqualifications, then we shall treat it as such.
Katika kikao na wanahabari hii leo, mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati amesema tume itafuata mwongozo wa sheria katika kuwaidhinisha wanaowania nyadhifa tofauti.
Under Article 75 of the Constitution, those who have been impeached stay impeached and we shall treat them as such. Those who have other matters like the ones you have mentioned, convicted but having an appeal, the Commission follows the direction of Article 99(3) that as long as you have an appeal, of course, we cannot stop you from running, and I think that's why the returning officer in Sirisia cleared the gentleman you have talked about.
Ripoti hiyo ya EACC ilikuwa imemulika Justus Juma, mwaniaji wa urais wa chama cha Justice and Freedom Party, kwa kuwasilisha kitambulisho kisichokuwa chake, naye gavana wa Murang'a Mwangi wa Iria anayekabiliwa na tuhuma za ufisadi kwa madai kuwa mali aliyotoa ilitokana na ufisadi. Wengine katika nyadhifa mbalimbali pia wakiwa na kesi ya kujibu kuhusu masuala yanayogusia maadili yao na ufisadi.
There is a court case. The Honorable Chief Justice has constituted a 3-judge bench to hear a case relating to integrity, and I would appeal that that case then be heard as soon as possible within this framework of 2 weeks before the Commission starts preparing the ballot papers, so that if there is any directions from the court on the issue of integrity and the clearance, then we shall incorporate the decision of the High Court.
Wakati huo huo, mahakama imewazuia gavana wa zamani wa Kiambu Ferdinand Waititu, mkewe Susan Wangare Ndung'u, mwanawe na wakurugenzi wa kampuni zake kutumia fedha kutoka kwa akaunti zao za benki. Akaunti hizo zinahusishwa na kima cha shilingi bilioni 1.9 zinazokumbwa na tuhuma za ufisadi. Kati yazo ni mashamba, majengo na magari ya kifahari. Kesi hii itasikizwa tarehe 16 mwezi huu. Chemutai Goin, runinga ya Citizen.
wengine ambao ni wafanyikazi wetu. Mimi na Uhuru Kenyatta ndio tulienda tukatafuta serikali na tukakuja tukawaajiri watu hapo, wafanyikazi wa serikali. Sasa hawa wafanyikazi wetu wa serikali wameshikwa na kiburi na madharau mingi, mpaka hata wanasema mambo ya uongo. Ati mtu anaenda kwa TV anasema ati kuna intelligence report inayosema ati Azimio sijui iko na kiwango gani. Mimi ndio naibu wa rais wa Kenya. Intelligence report baada ya rais kupatiwa, mimi ndio napatiwa, kabla ya hawa watu wengine wanafanya kazi hapo chini. I want to tell the people of Kenya to treat with contempt the propaganda being propagated by some of our staff, that there is any intelligence report that says our competitors are ahead of us. In fact, the intelligence report that our NSIS have released is that Kenya Kwanza is ahead by 8 percentage points against our competitors. And I want to challenge the public officials. If they are serious about what they are saying, let them publish the report they are talking about that is coming from NSIS. Wawache upuzi. Sijui kama tunaelewana? Tunaelewana, my friends? So tafuteni mbinu ya kusupport watu yenu. Kama muna support mtu ya kitendawili, tafuteni mpango, tafuteni mbinu. Wacheni propaganda at intelligence report. Hakuna intelligence report. I can comfortably tell the people of Kenya there is no such intelligence report. The intelligence report I have, the intelligence report the president has, is different from what we are being told by these characters who pretend to be in possession of intelligence report.
Karibu Jakindube, mambo ni kama hayo. Huyo ni Deputy President wa Republic of Kenya.
Asanteni sana. Waje niwasalimie tena. Peni, siku nyingi. Nimefurahi sana kukuona. Baada ya muda mrefu sana. Na wasalimia wote kabisa. Hamjambo. Nasikitishwa sana na sisi wa Kenya. Mimi najisikitikia sana wa Kenya, kwa sababu mtu anatuambia uongo mbele yetu, mbele ya uso wetu, na wa Kenya wanapiga makofi. Na anasema uongo. Huyu mtu mmoja anasema yeye amefukuzwa kwa ofisi, amefukuzwa. Sasa kama umefukuzwa kwa ofisi, utapata hizo intelligence report namna gani na wewe hauko? Hauko kwa ofisi, utapataje hii intelligence report? Mimi saa nyingine ninasema kuna kitu mbaya na sisi wa Kenya kusikiliza maneno ya uongo kama hiyo, eti yeye ni makamu wa rais, na yeye huyu anasema kwamba apewi kazi. Sasa intelligence anapewa ya nini basi kama hana kazi? Unampatia ya nini? Jamani, hiyo kitu hata ukimwambia mtoto mdogo amezaliwa leo, atasema tu hii ni upuzi. Lakini jambo la ajabu ni kwamba Wakenya wanapiga makofi. Wanapigia hiyo makofi. Kama tu vile alivyokuwa kule Mombasa. Anakuja anawaambia hiyo poti tunatoa. Alafu kesho yake anarudi anawaambia pana hiyo tutairudisha. Wale walitoa ndio wenye makosa. Na yeye ndiye alikuwa mmoja alitoa hiyo poti. Sasa ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kwamba vile sisi wa Kenya vile tulivyo. Mimi nasikitika sana kuona Wakenya wanapigia mtu kama huyu makofi. Alafu huyu ni mshukiwa. Kama mtu yoyote iko na tuhuma, unaona hii vitu ndivyo tunasema. Wakenya tunasema kwa mdomo moja, hatutaki wafisadi, hatutaki watu ambao, lakini kwa mdomo nyingine tunasema hapana, mpaka uonekane uende kwa koti uonekane huna makosa. Kama wewe ni mtuhumiwa, hatungojei mambo ya koti. Wewe ni mtuhumiwa, wewe ni mtu ambaye ana mwenendo, tabia mbaya. Tabia mbaya hatupeleki kotini. Tabia mbaya tukishajua una tabia mbaya hatukutaki kwa sababu mtu mwenye tabia ya wizi ni tabia, kwa sababu naweza kusema waliposema yule governor wa anaitwa nani, anaitwa Waiguru, alisemekana ana tabia mbaya ya kupora pesa za serikali. Watu wa kwao wakasema pana, tutamchagua. Baada ya kumchagua wanataka wanataka kumtoa tena, wanataka kumtoa kwa sababu walikuta bado ana ile tabia ya kuiba, kwa sababu ilipatikana na kwamba ana makosa ya hiyo ubadhirifu. Sasa Wakenya wanataka mtu tabia mfano gani bora kuliko hiyo? Hii mambo ya sisi Wakenya tukisha gundua kwamba mtu ana tabia mbaya, hiyo tabia hatuwezi kumchagua na tustick kwa hiyo kwamba hatumchagui. Sio kwamba ati mpaka ashtakiwe, hapana. Mkisiwa, kama mtu anakisiwa kwamba labda ana jambo fulani, hatungoji eti akashtakiwe. Huyo tunamwambia ngoja kwanza bwana, ukilie jina lako, hatukuchagui, hatukutaki kwa ofisi. Kwa sababu unaona haya mambo ya kusema ati mtu ashtakiwe kwanza ndio. Kwa mfano mimi nawauliza Wakenya, wakati tuliopigia Ruto na President Uhuru kura kwamba wao ndio president na makamu wa rais, je, kama wangepatikana na makosa wafungwe, tungerudia kwa uchaguzi? Kama wangepatikana na makosa wafungwe, tungefanya nini? Ndio maana inatakikana mtu akiwa mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa akae kando kwanza mpaka amalize hiyo kesi, apatikane hana makosa, sio mshtakiwa. Lakini sisi tunataka kuchagua mshtakiwa ambaye kuna makesi wengine ambao kama sasa naona mtu anasemekana kwamba amepewa kesi iko postponed mpaka afanye uchaguzi, afanye campaign, achaguliwe, ndio hiyo kesi ifanywe nini. Sasa kwa mfano kule Mombasa, anaitwa sijui Abusa Jumwa, hiyo kesi yake imekuwa postponed mpaka afanye uchaguzi. Sasa akichaguliwa alafu apatikana makosa, afungwe, tunarudi tena kufanya uchaguzi. Hiyo ni kuharibu pesa. Ni kama sisi wazimu, ni kama sisi hatuna akili. Mtu kama wewe ni mshtakiwa, kaa nje kwanza, kwa nje, au hiyo kesi ifanywe, apatikane hana makosa, ndio mtu huyo asimame. Hiyo kusema kweli, mimi nasema Wakenya sisi, watu kama kina Chebukati, watu kama watu kama tuseme court zetu zinatu let down. Hizo ndizo weakest link, kwa sababu zinakimbia kufanya kesi ya BBI, kitu ambayo inataka kustabilize Kenya, wanaitupia mbali. Lakini kesi ambayo inahusika na mtu ameiba, wanaipostpone. Sasa hiyo ni kusema hatupatiwi haki zetu. Hiyo moja. Jambo lingine naweza kusema kwamba mambo ya debate, kwamba Bwana Ruto amesema hawezi kuja kwa debate. Hiyo mimi namuunga mkono kwamba hiyo ni haki yake, kwamba hawezi kuja, na ni kweli hawezi kuja kwa debate. Kweli Ruto anaweza kuja kwa debate? Na hiyo uongo atapatikana. hawezi kubali kuja kwa debate kwa sababu hana facts yoyote ambayo anaweza kusema kwa nini hata anasimama. Hana hata kidogo, kwa sababu ukimuuliza Mombasa ulisema nini, siku ile ulisema nini, na leo umesema nini, atashindwa kujibu. Kwa hiyo Ruto hawezi kuja kwa debate. Nimesikia mtu mwingine amesema kwamba Raila ukiwa wewe mtu unajua kudebate utamshinda. Mimi nataka kuhakikishia kitu kwamba huwezi kumshinda Raila kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja tu. Raila hana porojo, hasemagi maneno ya uongo. Kwa hiyo huwezi kumpata popote, hata kama hajui kusema, lakini utakuta kwamba kitu alichosema ni ukweli, na hawezi utatafuta uongo ukose pale. Kwa hiyo ndio maana watu wengine wanaogopa kumdebate, hata kama hajui kuzungumza vile watu wengine wangelipenda kuzungumza kwa haraka. Lakini katika hiyo mazungumzo, anapozungumza polepole, huwezi kupata uongo. Na mimi nimewambia uongo ni kitu kibaya, hauwezi kusema uongo. Nataka kuambia hapa sasa kwamba Prime Minister wa Uingereza ako karibu kufukuzwa kwa sababu tu ya kutosema kwamba kulikuwa na party kwa resident yake. Kutosema tu, alipatikana alisema uongo. Hiyo peke yake inataka kumfukuza kazi, na itamfukuza kazi hiyo kitu tu. Na sisi tunakubali mtu anasema uongo mbele yetu, na nimewaambia nchi huwezi kuongoza na uongo. Uongo ni kitu kibaya, uongo inaleta vita, uongo huwa ubomoa. So mtu kama Ruto hawezi kuja kwa debate hata kidogo, hata kuja. Na hata Igade mwenyewe unaweza kusema debate na Martha Karua, jamani, hata sisi saa zingine hawezi. Hata akijaribu hiyo siku hiyo akifanya debate, sijui kama atapata kura ngapi baada ya hiyo debate. Jambo la mwisho la bwana Kalonzo, mimi kwa maoni yangu, amerudi asiporudi mimi sijali. Kwanza mimi sifurahi kwamba amerudi, kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye mtu sio mwaminifu. Si mwaminifu hata kidogo. Unawezaje kusema mbele ya umati kwamba mimi namsupport Raila bila matatizo, namsupport? Unasema mbele ya watu, alafu saa hiyo unasema hapana, mimi naenda kusimama. Sasa hiyo maana yake nini? Maana yake nini? Unasema unamsupport, alafu saa hiyo unasema unaenda kusimama. Unasema mimi siendi kwa interview, alafu mwisho unaenda kwa interview. Sasa ukienda kwa interview, ukikubali kwenda kwa interview, lazima ukubali matokeo ya interview. Unakubali kwenda matokeo interview, unakubali kwenda interview, unasema mimi siendi interview, alafu unaenda interview, alafu baada ya matokeo unasema sasa mimi ninasimama. Kwa sababu wewe unakuwa ni kama mtoto mtundu ambaye akiambiwa kitu anajitupa na kugaragara. Hiyo ni kukosa nidhamu, hiyo ni kukosa tija yoyote. Hana tija yoyote. Watu wanamkubali, mimi sikatai, lakini kama maoni yangu, ni mtu sina naye uhakika, kwa sababu ni tabia hiyo ni kwamba anaweza kuleta fujo serikalini vile Ruto anafanya, kwa sababu huyu ni mkigeugeu tu kama Ruto. Kwa sababu huwezi kusema hivi, unawezi kusema mimi na muunga bwana Raila mkono na msupport bila tatizo lolote, alafu the same breath unasema hapana, mimi tayari umepeleka hata majina zako, na sio kusema unawahadaa watu. Ulikuwa unatudanganya, alafu huku nyuma. Mtu kama huyo mimi sikubali na yeye hata kidogo. Watu penda kumkaribisha ni sawa, ameshaingia ni sawa, lakini mimi binafsi ni mtu simwamini hata kidogo. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindu Bey, we appreciate it. Lazima tuhifadhi ukweli ndio inji songe mbele. Ongo wakataliwe. Mzee amesema. Thank you those of you who are following on the comment section. Please, let's keep it civil. Respect one another. It's good to honor everybody. I appreciate those of you that are inviting guys to join from wherever you are. Please keep inviting and sharing that link with everybody in your life. Let's see that number rising and crossing over to 1,000 plus, even as Kenyans tune in to get what is right in order for them to make informed decision come August 9th, 2022. Naomba tusikilize hii tape alafu Charo, huyu ni Chaga. Niliona mtu kama Charo. Okay, let's hear this before Chaga comes in. Right.
Our true measure lies in our ability to discern when the nation is bigger than an individual. Therefore, after deep introspection, I've today deferred my dream to run for the President of the Republic of Kenya in the forthcoming general election. As probably the world's most famous head of state and American President Abraham Lincoln once told his nation, "We are friends, not enemies. The passion may have strained, but it must never break our bonds of affection." In fact, Abraham Lincoln went on to write a big book, and the title of that book is The Fight Among Equals. An amazing reading. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen and fellow Kenyans, after wide consultation with the party leadership, the clergy, and the professionals, I've decided to accept with humility and appreciation my nomination as the Chief Minister in the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition. Of course, when, and not, the question is not if we form the government, it is when we form the next government. I'd also wish to congratulate my learned sister, the Honorable Mother Wangari Karua, Senior Counsel, on her nomination as the Deputy President nominee of AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. And I want to assure Mother, although initially she started with us in One Kenya Alliance, and on a light note, Gideon, you remember the happenings at the Kempinski, at the Kempinski Hotel. We are back together again. And I want to assure Mother of my full and unequivocal support and that ticket of Raila Odinga, Mother Karua. Beginning today, I commit myself to the AZIMIO Oka campaign activities, because we're in this race to win. We have no option, absolutely no option.
Kumeendaje? Bwana Chaga amepotea. Yateko, karibu.
Yes, Bernard, thank you. Let me jump in as Chaga maybe tries to come back. Now, today I'm a very, very, very happy man. Happy because William Ruto has been running around the country telling people that Kenya iko na upungufu ya wajinga. And that has come to hit him right on top of his head. The ninja has been running around the country, lying to us. He's been lying to people. I mean, is one guy who today says this, the next day is saying the other thing. He is the master of double speak. I wonder how Kenyans have taken so long that it is just 2 months to the general elections that they are coming to realize that the guy is a liar. In fact, a good term would be a pathological liar, someone who is inherently lying. He goes to the coast, he says Joe is a fool, he bought his certificate, that's why he's opposed to, the port being taken to Naivasha. Then the next time he runs there and tries to tell people that it is Joe who has actually moved the port. And Kenyans have for some time have been buying this, but it has come out clearly that he's a liar, and people have known that indeed this guy is the master of doublespeak. Look at this guy, he stands on the top of the pot. In fact, within just this week, I think I saw him somewhere saying, if you look at me as William Ruto, ukiniangalia vizuri, naweza ibiwa kura kweli. He says that the next 2 days, he's seated with EU and he's complaining that elections are being stolen from him. He's not crying that elections are being stolen from him. He knows he's losing the elections. In fact, they were asked today by EU whether they will accept the results. He could not answer that question. He sends that to Alice Wahome, who does also not admit that they are going to say we have lost the elections. But clearly, how is he going to win the elections? So he's a guy who says this with one mouth. The next time he says he's sacked from government, the next time is the second who receives NSIS reports. Sometimes he says he's being copied by AZIMIO in their manifestos and things like that. Yet what he's currently doing, I saw they are running around the country or trying to do charters with counties and all that. Raila himself moved around the country long time ago. And now Ruto is doing exactly that, copying them. So honestly, I don't understand, but I appreciate Kenyans that it has now become very clear that the lies that he has been peddling have reached a point that they cannot be taken anymore. He has been campaigning all the way from 2017 to date. He's been campaigning, saying bottom up, bottom up. Right now, 30% of the government is going to be given to Musalia. Musalia, Mudavadi, and his cronies. That is the Mamamboga that is going to sit on the table. That's the Mamamboga that we are being told is going. That is the Boda Boda. That is the Mtu wa Mkokoteni. Kinagashagwa. People who have tainted images. And in fact, that brings me now to this issue of Gachagua. I saw them seated, Gachagua and the Deputy Ruto, Deputy President. They were seated next to each other. And when a question was posed about international relations and things like that, Gachagua was there with his both eyes and mouth open. He could not say anything. It is Wetangula who was instead responding. And this is someone that is being elevated to the deputy. In fact, I don't even remember if there is any contribution that Gachagua made in that debate. People like Waiguru can articulate issues, even with tainted images they have. But Gachagua there, seated with his eyes open, he could not say a single thing. So these things at Ulabaluz, we are being told about Ruto cannot attend the debate because the media is biased, because of what. That is absolute nonsense. There is no agenda. Right now, I can't tell. Anyway, honestly, I can't tell what Ruto stands for. He talks of bottom up, which I can't see what's happening. I can clearly state what AZIMIO. I mean, Baba has been on the campaign trail. He talks about the 6,000, whether he implemented the Baba care. These are things that you can clearly state. But Ruto, it's been about kitendawili, nimefukuzwa serikali, siwezi ibiwa kura, kuna nini, and they're just looking for sympathy votes. I saw another one yapping from Nakuru the other day called Kimanu Mujeri, saying that, Uhuru has done what, is campaigning for Ruto because they'll get sympathy votes. It is awkward. Ruto is now relying on sympathy votes. That is why he's peddling lies all over, left, right, and center, pushing lies, and he'll not get away with it. Kenyans have their eyes open and clearly on the target. So he'd rather find another way, another strategy to campaign. His elections, he has lost them. AZIMIO has been here before. This is where they are now. And these are clear indications that there is no way. At least the difference is, AZIMIO were, previously like Kalonzo went with Raila and Mudavadi, they had this complaint, but they have the numbers. Ruto has no numbers, honestly, tell me. Because Mount Kenya is going to be locked completely for Ruto. He's been campaigning there the previous week. He is going to go there next week. He cannot campaign in any other place because the only thing he has at heart is trying to do is to campaign in Mount Kenya. And his deputy, we has elected Gachagua, was in Rift Valley yapping, saying they are tired with pushing this guy. If those guys are going to sleep that night, they just know they'll change their mind. And they are saying Ruto has managed to bring the mountain down. He has climbed the mountain because of the money that's brought about. So honestly, because the Mount Kenya is going to be locked, I don't know where Ruto is going to get his votes. The best thing to do is just to pack. Musalia is already shivering. He does not even have a means to accumulate his issues, including Wetangula. So I mean, let me not get into those guys. Let me leave it at that point. Let me leave it there and just ask my brother Kalonzo to, just stay put. You are in the right place. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Naomba tuokoe muda na ili tumalizane na opening remarks in this. We are already in the second hour. Ili tusonge mbele. We'll listen to this before the next person comes in.
Obvious and clear to us that there are functionaries in government who want to undermine the capacity of the IEBC to deliver a credible, transparent, democratic election. That is unacceptable to the people of Kenya. When you when public officials take positions that are contrary to their oath of office, to the dictates of the Constitution, they are not only sabotaging the Constitution, but they are active agents of undermining a credible, transparent election. Public officials in charge of ICT, when they make statements that they are in charge of data that will make whichever side win, that undermines the credibility of the election. And we expect friends of Kenya, like the EU, to speak to those issues, because the issue of a credible election is good for everybody, including our partners. We will take a position as a party. We are writing to the IEBC. You have seen in the media that there was an attempt to obliterate names from the IEBC register, and so far, almost 800,000 names. 800? Yeah. About a million names
Yes. Mbona tuachane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake? Boniface Were, karibu tafadhali. No lifting hands at this point in time, please. Let's make sure first we finish the crew of first submission, then we'll do interrogation. But thank you. Boniface, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard, and the entire panelists. has been a long time kidogo. Jakindube inakuona. Chaka kiongozi nawaona. Much respect to the entire team. Mr. Bernard, I've been away a bit. Ningeomba nafasi kubwa kidogo, lakini sio kubwa sana, kidogo. Nitaanza kwa point ya kwanza, Kalonzo joining back AZIMIO. Kalonzo amefanya jambo muhimu sana, nzuri sana. Na Kalonzo joining back AZIMIO sio kwa kupenda kwake. Ni kwa ile force ako nayo kutoka nyuma. It is not Kalonzo's decision. Amekutana na watu wa kanisa, ukipatana na wahubiri 300, hapo inakubidi ufuate vile wahubiri watasema, ama ukose kuona bingu. So Kalonzo, msukumo ambaye amepata kutoka kwa maeneo yake imemfanya arejee, na pia yenye imemsukuma zaidi ni speech za Gachagua. Gachagua anasema what is 1.5 million votes in Ukambani can do. So Kalonzo akaona kama hawa Kenya Kwanza wanaona hii 1.5 million can't do anything, let me go bali watu wajiongea mbaya, and he decided to come back to AZIMIO. For me, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka for coming back to AZIMIO. My point number 1, the reason why Ruto is missing the debate. Ruto is very smart. Last time I said, Ruto, His Excellency Deputy President, is very smart. And he's not doing this because he's fearing Raila Amolo Odinga. Anafunika deputy wake. Because after debate yake na His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the next debate will be between Martha Karua and Gachagua. So the only thing kufunika aibu ndogo ndogo, unasema mimi baba siendi, ndio hata watoto wangu hapa nyuma wasiulizwe. So yeye amemfunika Gachagua. He is very smart. It's not that he is fearing Raila, no. Yeye atajibu, and is good in kujibu hata kudanga ile uongo amekuwa akitumia. Number 2, now there's a problem on the ground, which if anybody from UDA is here, I would like to tell him or her the truth. Unaona hawa kina mama mboga Mr. Bernard na bodaboda, they've came to realize that kumbe hii serikali si ya mama mboga na bodaboda yenye wanaambiwa. Because when the nomination were happening, there's no a single mama mboga and bodaboda. And I can tell you, Bernard and the entire panelists, there's a lot of bodaboda riders wako na ma certificate, they have these degrees. Mama mboga hao wanaita mama mboga. These are people who are learned. Why didn't His Excellency Deputy President angesema, because this government inatengeneza ya mama mboga na bodaboda. Ukiwa na certificate in ward, for example, in one county, iko na ward labda 8, let us give 2 mama mboga wenye wako na certificate, even a form 4 or any other certificate, akwe MCA. Let us give 1 bodaboda rider who has a certificate to become an MCA, a direct nomination. But now bodaboda rider, they are asking themselves, and mama mboga, we were told this is our government. When the nomination came, walisema watu wanalipa pesa so that they can get the nomination. To go for that mchujo ni pesa. So ukweli yenye iko saizi, nilisema watu wako biashara last time. I told you Mr. Bernard, watu wako biashara. Ili bado zitabebwa juu, zitapakwa rangi, mbuzi zitapakwa rangi, ni biashara tuko, watu wako. But the truth of the matter is, ground imeanza kuteleza. Because mama mboga and bodaboda wamerealize hakuna ya chao hapo kwa Kenya Kwanza. If I go back to another thing, Mheshimiwa Mudavadi, if kama nitakubaliwa kuongelea, ana lose ground na ali lose ground zamani. My colleague there ameongelea about him. I don't want to mention a lot, but kuna kitu nime point out. If you look at the rallies za Kenya Kwanza, hata Western region, and Mudavadi is sitting there, you know, huyo ni mtu wetu. Mtoto wenyu akiwa hata mbaya ni mtoto wenyu. So Mudavadi is doing wrong thing, and because ni kama ajui ama atuelewi. If you even go to Western, any rally is being held by His Excellency Deputy President, unakuta Mr. Bernard yellow imeng'ara hapo yote, hakuna green ya ya Ford Kenya, hakuna green ya ANC, na tuko Western where they were today. You saw color ilikuwa yellow and Mudavadi is still there. So it will come a time after this election, Mudavadi will be asked a very simple question. Tumeenda mawindoni. Kawaida ukienda mawindoni, Mr. Bernard, ile tulikuwa tunawinda zamani tukiwa vijana. Bernard natoka kwenye na umbo zako 3 na silaha, mimi natoka na 2, mwingine hapo atatoka na zingine, tunaenda kuwinda. Tutakaposhika hii swara, umbwa zako zilishatoroka zote. Wakati tulienda kuwinda, umbwa zilitoroka, ziliona swara imekimbia ama mnyama ule tunawinda, zikatoroka. Mimi umbwa zangu zote ziko, ya mwenzangu Bernard iko. Je, wewe Mr. Wycliffe zako ziko wapi? Tumeshika mnyama kweli. Sasa mnyama ni wabunge. Hizo umbwa ambazo zilikuwa zinasaidia kuwinda ni wabunge. Wabunge wako Mudavadi wako wapi? Bugawie serikali ama tukupatie kitu. Sasa hapo ndio mtoto wetu mwana wa Ana anaenda kuungulia. So mimi nikiendelea kueleza, in 2013 election people voted for sympathy vote. The issues of AICC was there. In 2017 His Excellency Deputy President alitumia propaganda kuwin the election of 2017 ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Raila hapendi maendeleo, hataki tujenge reli, hataki tujenge madamu, hataki tujenge mastadium. So watu wamekuja kuangalia ile ya 2013 to sympathy, let's say with the issue of ICC, Mungu alisaidia ikaisha. 2017 it was about propaganda. Sasa unajua the problem yenye His Excellency Deputy President amefanya, use the same propaganda ya 2017 which is not buying for now. Siasa inabadilika baada ya miaka 5. Saizi hakuna mtu anabai hiyo idea, na ndio inaenda imemrudisha chini. Nafikiria nikimalizia Mr. Bernard, nikipewa nafasi wakati mwingine nitazungumzia zaidi, lakini His Excellency Deputy President yeye ana mobilize kina Mudavadi akijua kwamba hao wana kura ambayo wanamletea. Anajua, anajaribu kuonekana kwamba Kenya Kwanza iko na face of Kenya. Kenya Kwanza inaonekana kuna Mkamba, Mtua kwa pale, kuna Mluya anaitwa Mudavadi, mwingine anaitwa Wetangula. Kuna hizo kabila ambazo zimewekwa, yani ionekane kwa the way you can package your product. Vile unatengeneza nje, mtu akiona nyanya kama ni muuzaji nyanya pale ameweka karatasi ambayo ina metameta, anaona imefungwa vizuri. That's what His Excellency Deputy President is doing. But the problem with people who are following Deputy, they don't understand this man they are following. Hata wakaranga tuna mafuta yao, na after 2027 hapa tunaenda hapa mbele, hawatakuwa pale popote wanaonekana. So for me, we are in a good track. The only thing we need to do as followers of AZIMIO, let us mobilize as much as we can. An extra number, tutakuwa tuko mbele. Thank you, and nikipata nafasi pia nitachangia.
Okay, asante Boniface, we appreciate that. Let's keep going. Thank you, those of you that are still inviting, guys. Let's keep the invitations. Don't watch alone. And if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do. If you are not following us on Facebook, the page and the profile, please do. That is the only way you will be notified when we come on live. We do more programs than this, so if you are a subscriber, you will be notified every time we go live on different avenues and different channels. So make sure that you are a subscriber. Usikue tu ile unakuja kudoea alafu unatoroka. Hakikisha umesubscribe, then hit that notification bell so that especially those of you on YouTube, you will be notified every time we put up a new video, or we link you up to either Kenya Kwanza rally or AZIMIO rally. That is part and parcel of what we do, and we want every Kenyan to be informed. So usibaki nyuma, ukitupata tafadhali subscribe, follow us, and you will be well informed. You are also free to support the channel by using the numbers that are on the profile of both the Facebook page and the YouTube channel. You can financially support the channel at liberty. You are free to do so as you will and you want to. No compulsion, but it's good to support good things. Thank you very much. Chaka, karibu.
Okay, asante sana Bernard kwa hii nafasi na ndugu zangu ambao mko hapo nyote. Mimi kwa kweli Boniface ameniteka mawazo yangu, maana mahali alipozungumzia ndo mahali nilipokuwa nimesimama kabisa, kwamba DP ni kura tu ya sympathy ndio ilimsaidia, ikaja propaganda na mfumo huo huo tena ndio ambao ameutumia muda huu, na ni kitu ambacho kimemuumiza. Nizungumzie tu kwamba siku zote huku tunasema ngoma ya watoto huaga haikeshi, lakini huanza kwa mbwembwe sana. Sasa hii ni ngoma ya watoto. Nadhani sasa hivi ni mida 7:06 wameshaanza kulala, ndo ngoma ya watu wazima ishamka. Kwa ndugu zangu, msishangae. Ukweli siku zote ukidhihiri, uongo hujitenga kando. Na ukitaka kumtongoza msichana Bernard, usizungumze kumhusu competitor wako kwamba wewe nipende mimi maana unaona fulani. Zungumza yako. Ndivyo msichana akupende. Usizungumzie yani unazungumza Bernard, mimi unanifananisha na Bernard. Hapana. Zungumza na kupenda, nitakufanyia hiki, nitakufanyia hivi. Mwenyewe ataangalia mazungumzo ya Bernard akombana na yako. Sasa huyu mwenzetu, mheshimiwa wetu, mzungumzaji mzuri, lakini mwenye utofauti wa kindani wa kimoyo, kinachomsumbua ni kwamba hana msimamo. Akizungumza hili kesho na lingine. Kwa hiyo nashukuru mengi ameyazungumza tu. Boniface ameweka vizuri, na swala la Kalonzo ni watu kidogo walikuwa wanamsukuma. Watu waliojidhania wana akili lakini bado ni wachanga. Ni wachanga kisiasa, pia naweza nikasema ni wachanga kiumri. Wapo walikuwa nyuma yake tu kama advisors wake. Si kwamba Kalonzo kutoka mwanzo alikuwa hataki Azimio. Kalonzo alikuwa ndani ya Azimio, lakini tu wachache ambao wamejitia tu kwa usomi kachache na kwamba tusimame kwa hili kwa sababu wao pia walikuwa na malengo yao, ndio waliweza kupoteza mheshimiwa Kalonzo. Kwa kurudi kwake, mimi naweza sema Azimio tumepewa msukumo mkubwa. Tuna imani na kwamba sasa hivi kura za Ukambani zitasimama, hatuta lose, na pani tuko ngangari, mtu asikudanganye. Despite kwamba amekuwa huko na uongo na nini, tunamshangilia. Maana tunajua hapo kuna pesa ya kula. Lakini mimi mwenyewe hasavia nimezunguka mashinani, hakika watu wako Azimio. Huku ni pesa tunakula tu. Maana hakuna lolote jipi ambalo anatueleza. Kwa hiyo mimi tu nisema kwamba ujio wa Kalonzo umetusaidia pakubwa. Na umeharibu mipango mizima walioipamia kwamba labda pengine Kalonzo huenda akarudi upande wao. Kitu ambacho yeye hakuwa tayari katika msumuko, hakuwa Kenya Kwanza, maana kama ni wa Kenya Kwanza angetoka tutangia mwanzo. So tumshukuru na kumkaribisha kiongozi wetu, kwa sababu ndo tunazidi kuwa strong Azimio, na tuna imani kwamba serikali ipo mikononi mwetu tarehe 9. Ni kueleza tunakueleza hawa wenzetu mashinani na kuhakikisha kwamba tumesimama kidedea kueneza injili ya Azimio, tukijua na matumaini kwamba hii serikali ni yetu. Lakini huwezi Bernard ukavuka mto kabla hujavuka. Huwezi kuwa umefika katikati ya mto hujajua unavuka salama, unakotoka ni mbali, unakokwenda ni mbali, uanze kutukana mamba. Heshima siku zote si utumwa. Mimi kama ningekuwa DP ningemheshimu kiongozi wangu, ningekaa chini kabisa ili ufike ule muda mwafaka ambao atakuwa ameniandaa nikafunga, yani nafunga kwa kucha yangu siachomoi. Lakini sasa umetukana mamba na bado kwa katikati ya mto. Sasa ndo haya yanayomkuta. Kwa hayo machache tu, anisiwe mrefu, niseme asanteni sana panelists wenzangu.
Okay, asante bwana Chaka. Tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Deputy President mwenyewe kachukua microphone akasema walishindwa kunitoa kama Deputy President. Ni kura zangu watachukua. Sasa jana mambo ikakuja kangaja. akanyimwa microphone, hakuchukua. Sasa nashindwa msitukane wakunga ili hali uzazi ungalipo. Thank you. Nini Pato wewe? Weka mkono yako chini. Pato, uliza ni nini, una swali?
Kuna swali. Habari lakini.
Iko salama, karibu. Uliza swali.
Uko salama eh?
Nashukuru, niko mzima.
Unajua umenigonga pale kwa mic ya jana. Pale bwana DP
Yes.
William Ruto hakupewa nafasi.
Yes.
Pia Raila Odinga hakupewa nafasi. Lakini nataka kukuambia on Tuesday evening,
yes,
ile show ya jana ilikuwa between the Raila Odinga na William Ruto. So jana rais alifanya kitu mzuri, akupea the two, Raila Odinga na William Ruto, sababu pale kungekuwa chaos. Jeshi ya papa ilikuwa imetembea na mguu. Unajua Urukade si mbali na
tafadhali. Ulikuwa unauliza swali. Sasa hivi umeanza
swali ni kuwa,
hebu tulia hapo, zamu yako inakuja, utatoa maoni yako.
Okay, umejua nimekugonga. Sawa.
Hapana, hakuna kunigonga, unanigonga wewe.
Nakuchapa tenil my friend.
Duke ajibu. Inaonekana wewe unataka kufanya siasa. Wewe rais wako alisema yeye hawezi kutishwa. Yeye anafanya kile anataka. Apangwingwi. Hata wameshindwa kutoa yeye kama deputy president. Wamejaribu, wameshindwa, kura yake hakuna mtu anachukua. Sasa jana microphone ikanyimwa. Nilikuwa natarajia asimame hapo mwenyewe kama deputy president, aseme hata kama sijaalikwa, niko na maoni mawili matatu ningependa kusema kwa hii siku ya sherehe. Lakini tuendelee. Tafadhali bwana Duke. Karibu tafadhali, toa maoni yako dakika 2-3 tukisonga mbele.
Starting from the Kalonzos rejoining AZIMIO, what I can say is this. Kalonzos Musyoka has reduced his support base. When you move out and then you move in, even your supporters don't take you for serious. You know, some people like me, I stopped supporting Raila Odinga because of the handshake. So I am the kind of person who does not like an individual who does not have a firm stand on ideas or on specific principles. First of all, he said that after consultation with party members and Christian groups, and he put the nation ahead of him and returned to AZIMIO. What does that mean? Does it mean that during the first time when he entered into AZIMIO, he did not consult party members? Or when he announced that he's going to run as a president, he did not still consult them? So we cannot take him serious. But the fact that he moved out and came back, some members may not support him still. Moving to the second topic about the deputy president deciding not to attend the debate, I support him. He should. Sometimes, you know, most of the Kenyan debate, most of them do not focus on issues. Sometimes debates get personalized. People start to discuss individuals. They start to discuss about the history or previous events within the national, within the individuals. So to a large extent in Kenya, just a debate cannot change individuals to change their voting patterns. Even in 2017, I think Uhuru did not attend the second debate, but he still won maybe. Then about the IPC data, I see Ruto trying to say that the data is not safe as some individuals have been removed from the register. I don't have the facts about that, but what I like about him, he was not attacking the IPC. He was attacking some individuals who are trying to obstruct or to make difficulty for IPC to do a fair and free exercise. So he is more concerned about the process, but not the IPC or the individuals within the IPC. So he is trying to protect the IPC and to ensure that there is no interference so that you can have a fair and democratic outcome. About the Kenya concert 8% ahead, so I don't know about that, so I can come in later. So lastly, I can comment about the deputy president not being given permission to speak. What I can say is this: it was okay, because you see what Raila Odinga and Ruto are now focused on politics. So if the president decided does not want the politics on the event, it was okay, because the guys are on their campaign swing. So most probably they were to speak more of politics, and we were having a major event, which was a huge investment for this nation. So that's what I can comment.
Okay, asante bwana Duke. Abuya, mkono wa ni swali ama unataka mchango? Abuya, endelea.
I have a question for Duke.
Please keep it brief. I have reservations about question at this point in time when I have a lineup of people who have not submitted. So please keep it brief. Thank you.
Yeah, Duke, the deputy president has been in government for the last 9 years. Not so. He had the opportunity to initiate the reforms that are much needed in the IEBC to ensure that we have a free, fair, credible, and verifiable election. Why didn't he do so?
The question is not about reforms. It's about the infiltration of the IPC database, most probably supported by the government. If you have individuals within the government, within the IPC who are committed to doing the correct actions for the outcome to be fair, and there we have maybe the government or individuals who are trying to mess with the database. So he's actually pointing about that.
Okay, fine. That is true. Now, how did he discover that there was there was anyone infiltrating the IEBC? And yet, as far as the information we have from Chebukati is that on or before the 9th is when we shall have a complete, verified and cleaned up register. So how did he find out this information? Because if he did have, if indeed the information he's giving us is correct, then it means he is actually interfering with the electoral process. Because you and I don't have that information apart from the platform for the SMSs, and I want to believe that he has not done 800,000 or 1 million SMSs to verify the 1 million voters he's talking about. So this information that he has, he must have obtained it through the back door. Therefore, that is reverse psychology, and does not have any good intention with the operations of the IEBC, because guilty conscience needs no accuser, and he's already accusing. He must be guilty of something. What do you think?
What I can say is this: for instance, there is a way individuals check whether they are registered voters or not. And if you are a registered voter, maybe in 2017, you should not be a registered voter now. You should not be removed out of the register. So if maybe some individuals, several of them checked and found that they have been removed, then he can say so. Second, that's what we call whistleblowing, whereby an individual can give information, and that individual must be protected. Maybe somebody gave him that information, and the whistleblowing is covered and protected in the Constitution. So you have to talk about whether the information is true or not. But who gave the information, that's none of your business. So it is the responsibility of the IEBC to take those claims seriously, to do thorough investigation, and maybe to see whether the allegations are true or false, and not that. That's what I can respond to that.
Thank you very much. Whistleblowing, yes, I know they are protected by law. Therefore, the Deputy President is not being a patriotic Kenyan. Having received this information, if it were me, I would go straight to the DCI and disclose this information, because this is an exercise that is involving the country's leadership, future leadership. Therefore, our withholding information is an equivalent of committing a crime. Is an act of omission.
No, I
this
disagree with that.
This information for me is just a distraction, and it has no basis. And it was something that he had formulated as a way of sympathy seeking and holding on to the support base that he has, because probably the support base that he has is already losing confidence in him due to the flip-flopping and the information that is giving that is not credible. I'll rest my case for that at that, and I'll hand over back to Ben.
Thank you very much. Apologies, my camera has issues. I'm still working on it. But if you can get me, I would want us to move forward. Duke's response.
We shall throw you out. Huh? Bernard, we shall throw you out because
you don't have the key, so just relax. I'm the only one that can threaten the crocodiles and still remain safe. It is well. Can we now have Samuel Kariuki make his submission quickly, please?
Habari zenyu. Na Bernard, lazima urudi tukuone.
Tuko poa, endelea.
Sawa, kuhusu Kalonzo returning, to me is a plus to AZIMIO, because a while back tulisikia Rigathi Gachagua akisema 1.5 million haiwezi kupeleka mahali. So I don't know vile imekuwa Kalonzo sahi ana significance na yuko na 1.5 million. Now kuhusu hiyo mambo ya DP kuchicken out, I don't know, but ningependa akue kwa hiyo interview or debate, ndio pia tutake kujua. Sasa ile inasemekana ya kwamba ati ametengeneza barabara ameweka stima. Ningetaka tujue aliweka stima akiwa UDA ama aliweka stima akiwa Jubilee, because there's no way you can say saa zile Jubilee ifanye kazi ni Uhuru Kenyatta na saa zile Jubilee inafanya kazi ni William Ruto. It does not make sense, and sometimes it's good to be true to ourselves. Haya, hiyo mambo mengine ya Azimio realigning Nairobi, no, the IEBC data. The IEBC data for me, kama kuna ukweli atupatie, but one time nilisikia Ruto akisema yeye hizibiwa kura na kuna kitu inaweza fanyika akiwa, so ningetaka atuporovie. I think for now that's what I can say, but as I can repeat what I said some a while back ago, it is important to look things as they are, not as you are. Right now tukiangalia vizuri sana, you might talk about Kalonzo, no, asikue sijui asifanye nini, but at the end of the day enyewe Azimio wako mbele. Ni hayo tu.
Bernard, tuendelee.
Yes, carry on. Twende kwa Pato, endelea.
Pato, endelea. Pato, keep. Endelea.
Pinya hiyo nini unmute bwana Pato, unmute
Anahang.
Hapo chini kuna mahali iko microphone imewekwa.
No, his screen is hanging. Anakaa na shida.
Hapo ya.
Good evening. Good evening.
Continue ya.
Okay. On the issue ya Kalonzo, back to Azimio. Kalonzo has been in Azimio. It is just like alikuwa na play card ya when and how atakuja Azimio, because the first place alikuwa amesema hawezi akaamini Raila Odinga kumuhitimisha yani hakuwa na amini Raila Odinga kwa deal ya Azimio. That's why alipitia backdoor, akasema mwenye ataamini kwa hii deal ya Azimio ni Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why all this time alikuwa anafanya drama. Hata story ya nini ya IEBC hajatimiza the requirement, ilikuwa tu drama. Alikuwa tu anajua at the end of the day I will be in Azimio, but the kitu yenye alikuwa anang'ang'ania ni alikuwa anajua Raila Odinga is somebody who is mwenye alikuwa ameanza kukuwa na beef na yeye. Otherwise all this what is have been happening, supporters wake Kitui na Wakaba wote walikuwa nyuma ya Azimio. Hata wakombeaji wenye alikuwa amesimama, alikuwa ameweka posters, alikuwa ameweka Raila frontliner mwenye anasimama Azimio. So mimi kulingana na mimi, Kalonzo Musyoka ni pressure imemforce arudi Azimio, but alikuwa na play card na Uhuru na Raila. Tukikuja pale kwa Uhuru William Ruto azikue kwa press ya debate, hapo iko sawa, wangu iko sawa, sababu platform ya especially Royal Media has been a bias. We have been seeing even the Macharia mwenyewe is among people wenye ana sponsors Azimio collusion. hata kwa advertisement space ya Kenya Kwanza haiko hapo, so hapo iko sawa tu. Ruto asikuwe hapo iko sawa, sababu me I know even Uhuru Kenyatta could participate in the second presidential debate na ilimpatia marks, sababu we know watu wenye wako Royal Media ama wenye watakuwa wakiinterview that debate already amekuwa instructed, wataenda too personal, watauliza maswali yenye iko too personal. Na what is happening in the Kenya politics, by the way, Ruto yako na enemies wengi, especially wenye wako kwa serikali, because he has been fighting the government. In fact, Ruto ametake position ya Raila Odinga, who is officially alikuwa fight government, keep government on check. Ruto has been exact, ametake that space. On Azimio, hiyo story ya Nairobi team hapo iko sawa. I cannot go story mingi kuhusu hiyo. Kwa hiyo story ya Chebukati, I can say that naweza kudiva na Abuya. Naweza kuambia the second in command is William Ruto. Is the one receiving all intelligence after Uhuru Kenyatta. Kama Uhuru Kenyatta ana receive saa 11 asubuhi, Ruto ana receive saa 12 asubuhi. It's not Raila Odinga. So William Ruto ana receive that intelligence report after Uhuru Kenyatta. Because those people are the same intelligence. Anajua chenye inafanyika hii Kenya. About incident ya jana, I hear Raila Odinga on Tuesday when he was addressing the Kibera residents. Alikuja kufanya, it's like Raila Odinga is losing the ground. He has to come back at the bedroom. Kuja ambie watu wa bedroom, kesho nitakuwa na event. Wale tutakuwa na Madaraka Day. In fact, aliambia watu, not even more than one time, aliambia jitokeze, come and show this thief.
Pato, your microphone has issues. Inatoa kelele ingine hapo, sijui ni upepo.
Iko sawa?
Rekebisha. Hapo sawa sasa. Unmute uendelee. Pato, ongea. Bwana Pato. You can't hear me? Okay. Pole lakini. Ukirudi utaendelea. Naomba tumsikilize Mike moja kwa moja tafadhali.
Thank you Bernard. Nashukuru kwa wakati huu. Nitaanza kwa kumkosoa ama kwa kuelimisha Pato kuhusu masuala fulani. Katiba ya Kenya sasa haina cheo cha msimamizi wa upinzani. There is no position called leader of opposition. That position was proposed in the BBI, ikakataliwa na Ruto. So there is no position Raila is supposed to perform of checking the government. Parliament has the role of oversight. And by parliament, I mean parliament, not opposition or government. A Jubilee member of parliament has an equal role of oversighting the government like an ODM member of parliament. When you are elected in parliament, you have three roles: legislation, oversight, and representation. Oversight is to oversight the government. So Pato is a bit ignorant on the constitution regarding the role of opposition and who is in charge of opposition. There is no seat called leader of opposition in the current constitution. What Raila has been doing is what you call pro bono. He has been offering free services to the country that is not paid for. Akienda maandamano anatumia pesa yake. There is no budget for position leader in Kenya. There is no office or seat for position in parliament. So hiyo narekebisha, asome hajue katiba, ndio hawa naongea kwa mbele ya watu. Kitu cha pili, NSIS briefing, intelligence briefing come in different levels. And for people to say I get the same briefing as the president is the height of ignorance, if not stupidity. You might not be aware that even chiefs get intelligence briefing. Village chiefs also get intelligence briefing about where Chang'ai is being brewed. So you cannot say we all get the same level of intelligence briefing. For instance, we only have one commander-in-chief, and he doesn't share that role with anybody. So matters relating to the military will not be shared with everybody. It will only be shared with the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the president. He doesn't share that role with anybody. It is also important for people to know that there are different people who share different intelligences. National security intelligence is not about war. It's about even economic. It's about health. Health can be a national security issue. COVID was a national security issue. Hunger is a national security issue. Joblessness is a national security issue. So there are different levels of information that are shared with different parties. Matiang'i, for instance, also gets a national intelligence briefing on security by virtue of his position as Minister of Internal Security. So different people get different levels of intelligence briefing. So to say you get equal level of briefing is a height of ignorance that some of us need to understand how government and protocols work. I will go straight to the issues of the day. I'm one of the people who advocated for Kalonzo to come back, regardless of his behavior, regardless of his flip-flopping. There are no politicians who are perfect. Every politician looks for his interests, and Kalonzo has negotiated for his interests and those of his people using what you are calling flip-flopping. It has earned him a position. It has earned him posts in the cabinet, which he might not have gotten if he didn't have a hard stand. Because Kalonzo is also not stupid. He knew way back before some of us knew that he was not the choice of deputy president this time. He also has intelligence. I think he saw indications that Uhuru and Raila had settled for somebody else other than him. And that's why he became so hardened. And rightfully so. Anybody would do that, especially a seasoned politician like Kalonzo. He cannot take things lying low, knowing very well that if he plays hard, he can raise his stake. So for me, I have no problem with Kalonzo returning. He adds to our numbers, however small they were. If you looked at the data that was shared before by Alex and Kip, we noticed that Kalonzo has very big strongholds in Mombasa County and other areas where he has a fanatical following of Kambas. So 15% Kamba votes in Mombasa is not a small number. So we need him for every small vote he can bring on board to bring the magical 60% that we are now looking for as AZIMIO. This issue of data assurance, IEBC, I've records of Ruto telling Kenyans on national TV that we have never had rigging in Kenya. And the only problem we have are perennial losers looking for excuses whenever they lose. So I don't know whether he's falling in that category, because he said that on national TV, and I would have wished Bernard to play it. Kalonzo Ruto is also on record telling Kenyans that he has God and the people on his side, and even if Dr. Aburu, the brother of Raila, was made chairman of IEBC, he would still win election. So I like Ruto because he believes in IEBC, he believes in the system so much that even if Raila's brother was IEBC chairman, he would still win. I want him to continue having that confidence in IEBC, that regardless of anything, he will still win. He has told his people that you can never steal his election, because he knows how to go around issues. So, and I didn't expect one of the issues to cry before foreigners. You don't go to foreigners who have invited you to share your program to tell them you fear election will be stolen. I think we need to have some little confidence in our institutions, especially those that presided over an election that you won twice. I think the person who should be crying foul should be Raila, but because they're the same people who presided over an election that you won 3 times actually. So you are the wrong person to complain about their inability to preside over a credible election. Lastly, I have a problem with the Kenya Kwanza aspirants. I don't know why. Is it coincidental that each one of them, they come in, they come out, they have issues coming out? If it is not theft, it is not forgery of documents, if it is not cases, is there a requirement that for you to be in AZIMIO, you must have a problem? I don't know why. How can Sakaja of all people also fall under the same category as Sudi? I am finding it a bit awkward that there's an assembly of fellows with really serious issues that we need to find time and interrogate why there is such a coalition of people with the very complicated issues coalescing together. This is also a national security issue, and I don't know what NSIS has done about it also. You can't have everybody with problems running helter and skelter to join a group, the same group from the leader to the MCA. There's a problem there. Nairobi, I think, has now completely been locked by the agreement of people to come together and support one of their own. I think this is a good sign, and I can imagine the other side having people like Margaret Wanjiru and people with fake documents running for office. It's not going to work. I don't think Nairobi would be a place for such fellows with such serious issues. I think for now, Bernard, I would love to leave it there. And on the issue of debate, let me just finish. I think media this time around was going to do what I have been asking. It was going to bring to fore all the lies that I've been telling people to document and bring them forth. For instance, play tapes of Ruto saying SGR is good for Mombasa, and then a few months later saying SGR is not good for Mombasa. And then he's asked, what did you mean by this? Such discussions on national TV, I think, would have embarrassed him. And he has every right to avoid any situation that would embarrass him. So he's a human being. He knows what is not good for him. So let us allow him not to face an embarrassment that he is already foreseeing. For that, I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Bwana Mike. I would let's listen to this and then bring in Mr. Nyumba. One moment.
Dangerous, especially when certain public officials are chest thumping that they have the so-called system and the deep state to manipulate the election. We are ready to work with the IEBC and friends to make sure that we deliver on a credible election. We expect that everybody who is concerned, including the EU, to try and get as much detail as possible, both from the IEBC and from these public officials, on what this all is about and how did close to 1 million names disappear from the register. And many of those names are people from what we consider our stronghold. So there is a clear attempt to try some monkey games. We don't believe they will succeed, but these attempts are a source of concern to Kenyans. So I think that's one issue I didn't raise. Let me allow the rest of my team to speak to. Let's start with Moses.
Hi, love.
Yes, darling.
Let me guess. Coffee?
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's halfway down the line for the year 2022, and here at Optivin, we're giving you an opportunity to stay warm this season. Buy a plot of land at Celebration Gardens, Kitengela. Celebration Gardens comes with Marram roads, trees along the internal roads, and will have water and electricity amongst other features. For every 699k that you place as deposit or installment towards any of Optivin's plot of land, we gift you a brand new coffee maker to make you feel warm. Changamkia ploti na Optivin. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Mondo wa nyumba vipi?
Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine. Good to see you. How are you today?
Me, I'm very fine.
Hey.
And happy. Members of the panel, are you happy also? And I salute you. Mariba. Hi. Asante sana. Leo hata sitaki kuongea mengi, ni jambo moja tu. Hii ya Kalonzo. Sisemi nimekasirika ama nimefurahi. Niko hivi hivi tu. I'm not hot, I'm not cold, I'm lukewarm. Mariba, I think you are right somehow. We share one point. It will be very difficult for people to understand Kalonzo, me being among them. But my small understanding is that the man has lost so much ground. From my end, he didn't gain anything. To long last, he's a loser. Although AZIMIO at large has gained, him as a person for future politics, he is a loser. That indecisiveness has exposed him to so many people who didn't know him. Sometimes it's good for people not to know you. Once you expose yourself so much, they know you, you're in trouble. I don't see him even gaining in 2027. Many people have lost faith in him. He might as well have played the game better. Nevertheless, I reached a stage where I said that we can do without him,
but it's better when he's with us. Although to me it makes very little difference. So Kalonzo, welcome back home. Many people have a very low opinion of you now, Kalonzo. Mezungusha watu round, and as they usually say, however good a joke is, it becomes stale. It is no longer a joke if you push too far. He did that. He went to the extreme. This is my personal view. It may not apply to somebody else. But for once, if you see me sharing something with Omariba, Duke, because Omariba was also almost shared the same view, he really went too far, beyond. Recovering from that is going to be very difficult, even if he's going to aspire for any post in 2027. But we are home now, and that's why you see the Kenya Kwanza people, led by their chief, Honorable Deputy President William Ruto, they must as well declare that they have lost, but they aren't. They are looking for excuses to say stealing, rigging, register, nini. They should also own up now. Things are in order. However late the IBC is trying to clean up its register and do its stuff, we are with them. They are right, but it's my prayer, and every Kenyan who likes peace, let's be sober. Let's agree that IBC still is going to do a good job. Let's not throw aspersions on IBC, predicting that the results, you already know them, but you want to show that they are not right. Let's not plant seeds of warfare. Let's talk a language of peace. We love this country of ours. Being the president or not the president of Kenya doesn't matter. One, as an individual, should know that there are over 40, 50 million Kenyans. They matter more. I repeat, this idea of planting seeds of discord should stop. We want peace. Even after August, Kenya will be there. And let's agree with the results. Let's give IBC the benefit of doubt. And whatever results comes out, if Baba loses, William Ruto, we agree, although that's very highly unlikely. If Ruto loses, let's not take the cover of rigging as a cover-up. Bernard and panelists, I rest my story. I don't want to talk about the other points. The main point for me tonight was Kalonzo. Kalonzo has owned up, but he has really messed even my mind. Kalonzo, if you stand in 2027, yes, I will not vote for you, Kalonzo. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana Nyumba. Nilisema lazima nasema nini? Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. I know you are a Bible subscriber. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Hiyo ndio fimbo ya Mungu, okay? Mungu ako na kiboko na yuko na ile staff. So staff inaokota inaleta karibu, alafu inachapa kidogo, kaa hapa, usitoke uende kwa shimo tena. So wewe kama mzee wetu lazima utembee na fimbo mbili. Kuna ya kugonga na kuna ya kurudisha karibu.
Sawa.
Asante. Bwana Robert, unasemaje? Robert, ulikuwa umeinua mkono?
Mimi sijainua mkono.
Okay, tuende kwa Duke. Duke, sema.
I want to ask a question, Nyumba. I have one question to Nyumba because he's trying to say that Ruto is trying to find grounds to dispute the outcome of the election. Mr. Nyumba, do you feel that it's right for ministers, a cabinet secretary with key positions like the ICT and the Ministry of Interior to give some statement which try to indicate that they have control over the process or the outcome of IPC? In regards, for instance, you have to comment to the interview which Kipicho said that Raila is ahead. What's your comment about that? So if maybe you are an aspirant, can that make you worry or have some concerns?
Thank you, Duke. You didn't even congratulate me for having agreed with you for once. That should have been the very first point, because I have never agreed with you. Let me put it this way. These are people responsible with the particular departments of the ministries of the country. And if one says full charge, he is not being biased. The implication is that matters communication, that man is totally responsible and full in charge. Matters interior, security, Matiang'i is full in charge. So when one says that, he is also taking care of the Dr. Ruto and you, Mariba, and all of us. Let's not look at like he's biased against one. These are people running the country, the welfare of the country at that level. And so, for example, the one who talking Mochero, his department is communication and all that. When he says he's full in charge, why do you and Ruto feel afraid that he's in charge? That is his mandate. He didn't openly say he is biased against. He says the situation is under control, as given to him to take charge. Do you want him not to be in charge? I think I'm through, Omariba.
On the same note, Bwana Duke, right now on this particular channel, we have 689 people viewing. Okay, if somebody says he's watching Mtembei TV and 689 people are viewing, does it mean he's the one manipulating those numbers to be 689?
No, because all of you feel, we have to talk about responsibilities of individuals. If we are just feeling we don't have any control of this platform, and also we have another person who has for instance, like you, maybe if you see an AZIMIO person speaking, you throw him out. You see, they do not have the same power as you have. So you cannot say that the CS for Interior and the CS for ICT are compared to all other Kenyans. No, that cannot work that way.
It can work because they are only reporting, or rather they are being given they are passing the information they are being given about their ministry dockets, and that is what their responsibilities are. Does it mean that they are manipulating the numbers, or they are just reporting what they have been told, that in so-so region, so-and-so is leading, and in so-so region, so-and-so is leading, and they're just sharing with Kenyans the information they have received? And to to ice the whole thing is that we have had the same minister, okay, for ICT 2013, 2017, and they are still here. They worked perfectly 2013, perfectly 2017, and the DP did not complain 2017, 2013. What is unique about 2022, except the fact that Ruto is on the ballot this time round?
We never heard them give such statement during 2013 and 2017. They did not give such statements. Another specific example is when, for instance, when Raila Odinga was giving out his running mate, Msheru and Matiang'i were among individuals who are attending. And if you listen to what Msheru said, he said we are working closely with Raila. A fair statement will say that we are working closely with the aspirants to ensure that everything is fair. But when you specify one aspirant and you are in a political function of that one aspirant, that's wrong. He said we are working closely with Raila Odinga to ensure that AZIMIO team wins. Is that a fair statement?
But DP Ruto has just said he's working closely with the IEBC to see to it that we have credible elections. That is just by the way. So one is close to IEBC, the other one is close to Raila. Between these two, who is capable of manipulating elections? Abuya.
I think I'm now ready. I don't know whether I should make a quick submission or just ask Duke a question.
Just give me a minute. Let me find out where this Mark is. Mark, where are you? Mark Mosioma. Ameleta kiwingu kwa screen na amekaa sana.
Niko.
Upo. Kwani second mile haijafika kwako, stima imeenda wapi?
Bwana, mimi hata sijui kwa nini kitu yangu iniletee kamera. I don't know why. Nimeweka desktop ndio natumia na I'm using my laptop, lakini I don't know why kwa nini ileti picha yangu. Somebody kuna jamaa ako driver yangu hapa ako kando ndiye amefanya hivyo.
Asante, amesaidia.
Amewasalimia sana. Huyo anaitwa Seth, ni Mkikuyu pia.
Okay.
Anasema pia kura anapigia madha.
Mkikuyu wewe sioma.
Apigi kura Raila.
Sasa hapo ndio mnatuletea matatizo. Raila ndio ako kwa ballot. Mama ni msaidizi.
Madha ndiye ako single-handedly is dealing with Ruto. Wacha nifike kwa nyumba kwanza. I'll get back. Wacha kwanza tufike. Endelea tu na
sawa, thank you. I just needed to confirm you're there and ukifika utatoa mchango wako. Asante. Naomba Abuya endelea basi, make your questions and your submission at the same time.
Yeah, mjamboni nyote. Nashukuru kuwa nanyi. Nitakuwa na swali moja ya haraka kwa Bwana Duke ambaye atajibu nikishamaliza. Bwana Duke, do you know something in the constitution that says the right to information? The right to information is enshrined in the constitution. This information that you are being given by Musheru and Kibichu, I will not take offense. In fact, I think I will receive it with both hands, and because they have endeavored to bring us information on what they see and how they have, what they have collected out there. So I don't think that is an issue, and you should not take it very personal. They are simply performing some of the roles that or trying to facilitate what the constitution wants to do for the Kenyans. Finally, next, Kalonzo's return. Kalonzo's return, you know, in politics, it's like business. And sometimes when you have a company and you have a product that is not selling very well, you have to repackage it and then come back to the market. There are those people who think that Kalonzo may, like Duke is one of them, that Kalonzo may have lost some ground in his home base of Ukambani. On the contrary, he has gained, because you see, he has repackaged himself. In fact, as it is right now, if a poll was to be conducted, and you look at the ratings of AZIMIO or the ratings of Kalonzo Musyoka, they will definitely go up, because he has repackaged himself. All the messes that and called the mishaps that have bedeviled him in the last 1 month, 2 months or so, they have been washed out. Not entirely, but today's move and how he made it back to AZIMIO will go a long way in restoring the confidence of the electorate who are behind him and AZIMIO as a whole. Personally, I was one person who was very anti-Kalonzo because of takers here and there. But if I look at the bigger picture, there is every possibility that this was an AZIMIO game that was being played. And if not, Kalonzo has done something beautiful and has come back to the sensible team that can push this country to the right direction. On the DP, what I can say is that the DP's fortunes started dwindling sharply from yesterday's event. And he is a very apprehensive fellow. He is confused. And his foot soldiers are not helping. Like today in Parliament, Kimani Ichung'wah tried to castigate the president on protocol and all that. And in addition to that, you can see that apart from Mudavadi and Weta, who are still trying to comfort him, let me say comfort him, because in that address to the European, the Europeans, let me just say the Europeans, you could see the body language. He's so withdrawn. He has no confidence in himself. He has been very confident on the campaign trail and has assured us that regardless of who is managing the elections, he is going to emerge a victor. Now, to go back and seek the assistance of the European Union is being a hypocrite and bringing in sideshows, because the issues that he is trying to allude to are not true, because the data that he must be having must be very fake data, as we have not had a final register to compare the lists, the names in there. Finally, Chebukati on the IEBC, Chebukati has done the right thing. He has, we have all been urging him to become clear, give a clear direction on what the IEBC is doing and how it is managing itself on the elections. So he had to pronounce himself. That, I think, on my side, I will give him an additional 5% confidence, because we are still at that young stage, and we can't just believe him until he performs what he's supposed to do fully to the end of the electioneering period. Meanwhile, thank you very much, Bernard. Back to you.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Buya. Let's just listen now to this video, and then we are coming to that segment of cracking numbers. And so if you have made your submission, naomba create room ili hawa na hesabu wakuje watupigie hesabu zao alafu waondoke tuendelee na debate. Bwana Kip, how are you today?
I am good. I am very good. Something very quick. Wacha nikwambie something very quick. Unajua tunaimbanga protocol every day. Huyu Ruto anaongea protocol. What sort of protocol did he have in this today's meeting? Whenever a president or a dignitary comes, mnafanyanga speech kwa podium first. Alafu mnaingia mnafanya hiyo private meeting between the people. So you do the speech and then you have the private meeting. Hata huko kwa hiyo meeting ilikuwa so disorganized that we did not know if it was a speech or a meeting. It was so embarrassing. The EU people are like, are we doing this now? Huyu mtu wenu wa Ruto na protocol na hata hajui kufanya protocol.
Ni jogoo wa shamba, usijali. Jogoo wa shamba, awiki mjini.
Very embarrassing.
Let's get these concurrent videos, then we move on.
Wanaweza kutuibia kura kweli mkituona? Nyinyi mkiniona mimi ni mtu yenye sura ya kuibiwa kura mimi? Mimi nakaa mtu ya kunyang'anywa kura kweli? Mkiniona hivi mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura mimi? Nyinyi mkiniona mimi ni mtu ya kunyang'anywa kura kweli?
What people don't understand, because unfortunately for them, I'm a reservoir of history. Chebukati was actually William Ruto's candidate who was defeated in the nomination. He did not come through the so-called Raila faction. He came from the William Ruto faction. So when he was hired at the commission, one would have expected that he came with the blessing of William Ruto.
Mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura mimi? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana bwana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo is not possible.
Sababu hoja yangu ilikuwa waziri ambaye ameteuliwa kwa wakati huu na kuna yule aliyemteua na amempea mamlaka yote ya kutekeleza yale anayowaambia watu kwa mikutano ya kisiasa atatekeleza. Asipotuambia ya kuwa aliyemteua saa hii kuna mambo ambayo amemkataza kufanya kusaidia wakulima, hawezi tuambia kesho akiteuliwa na mwingine ndio ataweza kutekeleza. Kwa naibu wa rais, Bwana Speaker, Mheshimiwa Abdul Swamad anaelewa. Ukiangalia utaratibu uliokuwa jana pale kwa sherehe ya madaraka, utajua naibu wa rais alifutwa kazi kinyume cha sheria pia na rais mwenyewe aliyekuwa na tabia ya madharau mengi sana jana. Kwa hivyo bwana Speaker, nataka nimjulishe na mfahamishe Mheshimiwa Abdul Swamad ajue ya kuwa hata kama naibu wa rais kikatiba hawezi futwa kazi na rais. Rais kwa mtindo na kwa tabia zake ashamfuta naibu wa rais kazi. Ni vile tu katiba inamlinda naibu wa rais. Rais amemkataza naibu wake kufanya kazi ya Wakenya kwa kumhujumu na kumfanya madharau na ofisi yake madharau, akatoa kazi zote zilizokuwa kwa ofisi ya naibu wa rais akapeleka kwa ofisi yake rais mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo kama kuna mtu ambaye amefeili, mwenye ameshindwa kufanya kazi ya utekelezaji wa kusaidia wakulima wa miraa, kama sio Munya basi ni yule aliyemteua. Na ndio nasema Munya kama hawezi tuambia Uhuru hata rais mwenyewe ndiye amemkataza, atuambie ya kuwa mwenye anafanyia kampeni sasa ndiye atamwezesha. Lakini hoja kubwa na Spika ni ya kuwa waziri kikatiba, waziri wa serikali hafai kuwa akiendesha siasa na hiyo ni katiba. Hao mawaziri tumewapitisha kwa hili bunge wakiteuliwa na rais kama waziri, na kuna ule utaratibu wa sheria na kikatiba ambao wanafaa kufuata. Na ndio yangu haikuwa kumjadili Bwana Munya. Bwana Munya ni mtu mdogo sana kujadiliwa na bunge. Tulimjadili wakati tulikuwa nampiga msasa ateuliwe kama waziri. Chairman wa Agriculture Bwana Tirena kwa hapa atakwambia tabu na shida zilizo na wakulima, mambo ya mbolea huko bonde la Ufa kaskazini, ni mambo ambayo huyu waziri pia amefeli kama waziri. Na sina ni venye tu Bwana Spika, hakuna wakati hii wiki mbili imebaki ya kupiga msasa na kufuta. Naomba Wakenya tufute huyo waziri na kufuta hii serikali na wale wanaowafanyia kampeni.
The kitchen is becoming too hot. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are people who have been on the queue for long, huh? Na tunataka kuswitch kwenda kwa hesabu. Sasa sijui itakuwaje. Njiru, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Bado watu wa hesabu watakuwa tutawangojea kwanza. Tungoje watu wa hesabu wakija.
Okay, sawa.
Okay, wacha niongea haraka alafu niwaachie. Thank you.
No, take your time, Jerry. Take your time.
Yeah. So I appreciate jana nilikuja hapa lakini I was not able to do my presentation because of some hitches here and there. But today I'm here. So let me first of all comment about yesterday briefly in a minute. Yesterday I was very happy. Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta was able to explain his scorecard. The third story to me is that they started as Uhuruto, it finished as Uhuru. So, kumaanisha ya kwamba we have been having some breaches here and there. And I will always fault the deputy president, sababu kulikuwa na indication zote ambazo zilikuwa zinaoneshana ya kwamba deputy president wa Kenya hakusikiliza mdosi wake. For example, kama mimi nikiwa na mfanyikazi wa shamba kwangu nyumbani, alafu tukue tumepanda mamboga, sukuma, mahindi, maharagwe, asubuhi huyo mtu ananilimia anarauka kwa ng'ombe, na nimemwambia leo tunaenda kulimia maharagwe. Sasa unajua within no time I will start faulting what he is doing. Ile shida deputy president wa Kenya alileta Kenya, he is not following instructions. We remember, na ni kama vile hata watu wa KKA wanasema ya kwamba president ndiye anakuanga na the script of how the government is supposed to be. And I can tell you, kwa hii nchi kama kuna mtu angekuwa president kwa urahisi sana, alikuwa deputy president wa Kenya. Actually, deputy president wa Kenya, ile kitu ingetendeka ingekuwa kama ile kitu ilitendekea George Bush wa 1988. Kama kuna mtu alifuata uchaguzi ya Marekani ya 1988, it was just handover from Nixon, from Ronald Reagan to Bush. Actually, inasemekana Bush ndiye yule mtu alifanya kampeni ndogo sana. It was just handover, sababu ya kitu inaitwa royalty. So hii kazi yote mnaona Ruto akifanya hapa, amejipea kazi mingi, and actually jana Uhuru tu angefanya handover kwake vizuri sana if he stood by him. So nilikuwa tu nikitaka kusema sasa, deputy president wa Kenya decided to work on himself, and he has to work a lot to achieve what he wants to achieve. I don't know if he will be able to achieve, but sioni. Number 2, tuongee story ya leo. I'm very happy na Kalonzo kurudi Azimio. Nilikuwa tu nikijua ya kwamba kuna pahali Kalonzo hawezi enda. Kulikuwa na sarakasi, kulikuwa na issues ya kwamba hata watu wa KKA wamemlipa. But whichever the issue, one thing which I know is that Kalonzo Musyoka is in Azimio, to the end of this thing. So ile tu kitu tu nitaomba ni atulie na hizo kura zote za Ukambani 2.5 million, hizo kura Rigathi Gachagua alisema haziwezi enda popote. Hizo kura zote za Wakamba, sasa hiyo 2.5 million tunazimwaga kwa Azimio. Sasa Rigathi Gachagua aendee kura za Tanzania ama pahali ingine, sababu ye Rigathi alisema kura ya Wakamba iwezi enda anywhere. Sasa hiyo kura yote sasa tumeisanya kwa kikapu moja. Hapo sasa iko. So kura ya Wakamba KKA hawaitaki sababu haiwezi enda anywhere. So let's be clear on that. Aya, history ingine ya wizi ya kura sasa. There is one thing, let me comment about Donald Trump. Yeah, I'm usually a Republican supporter. But last year but one, kuna level nilifika nikaona hii uchaguzi yetu ni kama inaenda. I was among wale watu walikuwa kwa Republican Party, nilikuwa nikisema hii kitu yetu ni kama inatuponyoka. Kwa nini? This is what happens. Hizi ndizo signs za kujua ya kwamba hii kitu inakuponyoka. Number one, kama mlisikiliza Kibicho alisema juzi, we have somebody who has lost touch with the government. That is a very powerful statement. Sasa huyu mkubwa wangu Donald Trump in 2020 kuna time ilifika akakaa ni kama he has lost the touch with the government. Hata hiyo wakati maneno ya COVID ilikuja, then kukasemekana pia history ingine ya nuclear codes na nini, unasikia ana issue statement, then unasikia kuna watu wako wa high ranking unasikia wakisema mimi hata nikipewa a certain instruction by the president, me I cannot do that. So there were some very top officials in the government who are coming with contrary information. Sasa hapo ndio nilianzia kuona sasa ni kama kimeumana kidogo. Sasa what happens in natural, sio Kenya peke yake, kuna watu wanakuanga wakifanya ndani ya serikali. Ukiwaangalia vizuri unaanzianga kuona tunaitanga photosynthesis ya siasa. Kuangalia ile pande the light is. Si unajua ni kama ile ukiweka mmea karibu na dirisha, kulikuwa na ile experiment tulikuwa tunafanya tukua primary school. Ukiweka mmea kwa dirisha, hiyo mmea inaanzia kubed ile pande mwangaza inatoka. So hata sasa ukiangalia wafanyikazi wa serikali, kuna wafanyikazi wa serikali ukiwaangalia unaanzia kuona ile upande wanaangalia ni kama serikali inaenda huko. Niyo, it is that tendency of a plant kuangalia kule mwangaza inatoka. So kuna wafanyikazi wa serikali kama hao. Ukienda Marekani wako, ukienda in Europe kuna watu kama hao, na pia Kenya saa hii ndio mnaanzia kuona mtindo kama hiyo. Kwa serikali hakunanga kitu kama neutral, na hiyo ndio ile kitu nataka kuambia watu hapa. There is nothing like neutral. Wafanyikazi wa serikali all the time they will always be showing where they are inclined to, sababu hata wao wanataka continuity, hata wao there is a certain agenda they are pushing. So hakuna ile wakati ati utakuja hapa ati utaniambia ati Kibisho akuwe neutral, sijui nani akuwe neutral. They are Kenyans, they have votes. So history ya watu wanasema, hebu nikuulize, kama saa hii Kibicho angekuwa ana support Ruto, mungekuwa mnasema akuwe neutral? Matiang'i angekuwa kwa Ruto saa hii, mungekuwa mnasema akuwe neutral? The only reason why hao watu wa KKA wanasema hao watu wakuwe neutral ni sababu hawako upande yao. 2017 hawa watu hawakuwa neutral. Hawa watu walikuwa mrengo ya Jubilee and they were speaking with them. Lakini sababu hawa watu wamewaponyoka, they are not in their direction, they are not in their thinking, ndio wanasema hivyo. So alafu sasa deputy president tena amekuja akasema kura yake haiwezi ibiwa. Then kama kura yake haiwezi ibiwa, kwa nini anatuambia wako na mpango ya kuiba? Si yeye akae na hiyo stand hawezi ibiwa. So kama huwezi ibiwa, mbona unatuambia wanataka kuiba? I don't know nyinyi watu kama muna evaluate hii statement. Kama wewe unaamini huwezi ibiwa, basi relax and you defend your vote. You cannot be stolen. Sababu yeye amesimama kwa podium akasema mkiangalia watu mnaona wakiwa na uwezo wa kuiba kura yangu. Alafu the same person na timu yake wanasema wanataka kuiba kura yangu. So those two statements are contradict to one another. So it means this guy doesn't trust the system, and I don't know the reason why, and he is inside the system. So one thing which I know is that mimi kwa kuangalia, I don't think Raila Odinga is interested in stealing votes. In any case, sahi Raila Odinga ile kura ako nayo, hata ukitaka kumuibia itabidi uibe sana, of which sioni, itabidi uibe excess which you can't manage to steal. Sababu kura ya baba imeanza kule Mombasa kwa ziwa. Hiyo kura inapanda inaenda kusimamia Mandera. Kura ya baba hiyo inapanda hivyo inaenda kusimamia Mandera. Then ukianza hii pande ingine ya Garissa, inaanzia kufagia kutoka Garissa inaenda mpaka kwa Lake Victoria. Sasa hao watu wa KKA ni madots tu. Ni madots wako nayo. Nairobi ni madots, Central ni dots. So kwa kusema ukweli, hii kura iwezi ibiwa. Hata najua baba mwenyewe hataki kuibiwa kura because he has confidence. So what I'm saying in general is that history tunasema ya wizi wa kura, let's not talk about it. All we are telling huyu Chebukati, give us a credible election. An election we can confirm. Let my vote count. Nikipiga kura yangu pale isihesabiwe kama kura mbili. Mimi nikipiga kura yangu ihesabiwe kama kura moja. And we can confirm it. That is all what we want with Chebukati. Whether Chebukati aliletwa na Ruto ama hakuletwa na Ruto, that one is not our business. All our business we want is kura yetu ihesabiwe. One vote to one tabulation. Lakini historia whereby they want to bring suspicion, that is what we are not comfortable with. Lastly, as I conclude, I want to confirm kuna kitu imenifrustrate sijui kwa nini hao watu wa KKA hawana makaratasi ya kusimama. Hiyo ni kitu hata imenishtua, ama mimi sijui siasa ya Kenya inaenda wapi. I don't know. Mimi kuna kitu imenishtua
Bwana Njiru, chunga muda na wewe unaongelea mada zote.
I'm concluding. Dakika moja tu.
Is you at a time. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute. So, mimi nashangaa mbona Kenya ndio kuna watu wanasimama governor na hawana degree? Mbona Kenya ndio kuna watu wanasimama senator na wana makaratasi? Kwani hii system yetu inakaa aje? Au comes kuna watu wako na PhD hata wawezi kuwa makansela, hawezi kuwa MCA? What is the problem with Kenya? Ladies and gentlemen, we have to end this system. Iwezekani Sakaja ana degree, iwezekani huyu jamaa wa Kakamega ana degree. There is a problem with the Kenyan system. Guys, sasa unaona IEBC imekataa kufungilia watu. Ni sisi Kenya, you cannot become a governor without a degree. Huyo Sakaja mupige karamu. We don't need him. We have Igathe, he has papers, he is a good man. Kule kwingine tuko na Ferdinand Baraza ako na makaratasi. Munangoja nini? Hawa akina Sonko hata hawana makaratasi. What is the problem, guys? Munajua wale watu wako na makaratasi and there is no question, na munajua wako mrengo gani. I'm even sure hata huyu candidate ya KKA president, mukichunguza hiyo makaratasi, kuna uwezekano iko shida. Asante.
Sawa Bwana Njiru, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Umeleta sahani ya kidheri. Imechanganywa kila kitu. Hiyo hata si balanced diet, it is entire diet. But we are glad. Thank you so much for your submission. I want to give to Mama Selina.
But Bernard, I had a question for my brother Njiru, but he had already answered my question, so I rest my case.
Thank you. Relax. You will get an opportunity later on. Watu tumsikilize mama, watu wa hesabu maanza kuingia, so tutegee hapo tusikilize Mama Selina turudi kwa Kamau. Were, naona hapo umeanza kuwa agitated, umeanza kuanza kuwa na wasiwasi. Usijali, hii show inaendanga 8 hours, so we are only on the 3rd hour is take it easy. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Asante sana Bernard. Leo ni furaha.
Naona wamama
Kalonzo amerudi nyumbani. Unajua bwana akikuacha alafu anarudi, hata ile hasira inaisha. Kazi yako ni kupigia chakula, kutokea kesho ni kufalisha suit. Tumesahau, si sasa tuko ready. Ya Kalonzo tunashukuru. Kama hatungepika kelele Bernard, bibi angerudi nyumbani. So hapo atuongei. Unajua saa ile mtu amerudi hakuna haja kunungunika, kwa sababu tulitaka arudi. So what we are saying, welcome home, ansa kasi kesho. Sasa hiyo ya Kalonzo amerudi, tumefurahi. Ingine tena ilinishangaza. Mkutano tena mnasimama mnasema muipiwi. Unajua mwisi ya kuku anajua mwenzake ule anaipa kuku pena. Sasa hapa unajua kama wewe ni mwisi, kwa sababu kama wewe hujui kuipa utaongea mambo ya kuipa aje. Sasa wamepatikana. Tuliipiwa wakati ya Biwot na Uhuru Kasarani. Tulikuwa na kompyuta mara 2, so mwisi anajijua. Lakini this time round imekuwa ngumu. Sasa hata ukisema wasungu kuja ona, wasungu unawaambia, raia unamwambia. Sasa wacha niseme hivi. Mtu anaanza nataka kuongea kuhusu wafanyikazi ya serikali. Hii serikali ya 2017 ile walisema Matiang'i fanya kazi, ile walikuwa nasimama na walikuwa na attend mkutano Bernard. Nauliza swali moja. Hii serikali hii na ile imekuwa tofauti. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria hii serikali ya Uhuru na Ruto na 2017 walikuwa nafanya kazi na walisema wafanyikazi ya serikali waheshimiwe, watu wafanye kazi yao. Of which Uhuru wamefanya hivyo. So mambo ya kulalamika na kusema waacha Matiang'i afanye kazi, ile kitu tunauliza Matiang'i vile walikuwa nauliza kama tia kasiko ya kutosha. Naokopa sana kwa sababu sisi wengine tulikuwa tunasema tuokopi tia gas, lete punduki. Sasa sijui nani ataimba hiyo nyimbo this time round. Sababu naona hiyo ikilala Bernard. Hakuna mtu anakubali kutoka nje. Otherwise sisi kama wa Kenya tumeshukuru na mambo imeisha. Hiyo kura deputy president ya KKA alikuwa nasema si ya kitu. Sasa baba ako na milioni 9 huko. Sisi hatuna maneno. Tunataka Kenya ya umoja. Hii sasa kulia, hiyo wacha walie. Sasa unajua, we saa ile tisema inafika huko Bukusu huko chini, unajuanga vile inafanyika. Saa ile tunaambia vijana kama mnaokopa, si unajua Bernard. So hiyo ni hiyo. Tunajaribu kusukuma wanaume waingie chondoni wanaokopa. Wanasema wataki kwenda hiyo maneno kwa sababu hakuna kitu ya kwenda kusema. Wesi sema ati citizen watakuwa fair. Okay, na kwa sababu hauna chaapu ya kwenda kumwambia wa Kenya na unajua utaulizwa maswali, wacha mama na baba waende watuambie, waochiwe peke yao. Gavana ya Nairobi waochiwe. Sisi tunataka kujua vitu watatufanyia. Hiyo ingine wanadanganyana ati wana lead na 8% Bernard. Hii watu ya kufanya hii watu wako wapi? Si watuuliza hata sisi wala hatujaenda shule. Hasa watu wanaenda si waseme wameanguka. Hiyo ni lakini watusaidie, hii mwezi 2 imepaki. Otherwise Sijui wenye waliambiwa wakate miti shauri yenu. Mimi pangu najua wanaume wengi hawataamuka. Siku hiyo ni wamama watatawala. Otherwise, mimi Penat wacha niwachie watu watuletee hisabu, na ni kwa sababu hiyo pia ni ya muhimu. Otherwise, nimefurahi Penat, nilikuwa nafuata. Viongozi wameongea, panelists wameongea, tunashukuru. Lakini naona Tuka na Kasana tu, ambieni arudi nyumbani. Kwa sababu ama angoje tu, unajua pia tunataka watu wapaki nje. Yeye amekuwa panelist mzuri, tunaweza kumtafutia kazi wakati baba anaunda serikali. Unajua kwa hii mtandao tumejua kina nani ni wasuri. So mtu kama Tu, kama kina Kip na kina Alex ni watu wamesimamia hapa sana. Mwambie asikae mpaka the last minute, aingie tu hivi haraka vile Kalonzo ameingia.
Okay. Thank you Mama Selina. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na asante sana kwa kutuelewesha. Kuna wimbo inaimbwa kwa kwetu wakati vijana wanaenda kuangalia kisu. Kukutana na kisu. Yesemaga kila mara wewe unakuwa njidai, siku ndio imefika. Toka tuende. So siku ya kisu ikifika unazindikishwanga, lakini unaambiwa hii umekuwa ukitusumbua, unataka leo siku imefika, toka twende. So inaonekana watu wameanza kuogopa kisu. Sasa wameanza European Union, mara ICT, mara IEBC. Na there is something being rumored around that Sugoi can withdraw from the election ballots. No problem, he's invited. Hata tutaki kwenda kwa elections, we can go swear in baba early in the morning na serikali iendelee. Si tuko ready. Bwana Kamau vipi?
Poa sana bwana Bernard.
Nipatie dakika moja nicheze video alafu ukuje tu moja kwa moja.
Haina shida.
One in any part of Central Kenya can pick a microphone, speak loudly in any gathering, and say, I, Kabando, I, so electing Raila Odinga because he has a now very progressive dual ticket of him and Mother Karua. So I don't want to talk about Rigathi as a person, not even talk about Ruto as a person, but the reality is majority of the voters in that region before 2 weeks ago.
Somebody's mic is on.
Bernard, but I'm telling
somebody's mic is on.
Ignore the rallies you see around. Ignore these meetings that are arranged. People are given resources to mobilize and bring people out. Just take a vehicle, take a border or walk to any township, to any village dwelling, or even to near the town. Go to any restaurant, go to any workshop, and talk to people impromptu. Ask them, munachagua nani? Utachanga sana. Kwa sasa,
more and more people are saying Raila.
More and more people are saying Raila, and the difference is this: those who are saying Raila now are saying with so much determination, to the extent that anyone who has now taken a position or who is planning to take a position to vote Raila Odinga is doing so with such optimism, a lot of hope, a lot of determination. So those who support Raila, turn out within Mount Kenya. Those who support Raila Mother ticket, turnout will be 100%. Those who support them.
Haya, bwana Kamau, karibu sasa.
Asante sana, nashukuru sana. Nasikia Mama Selina amepigia debe Alex na yule jamaa mwingine apate kiti kwa serikali ya Raila. Hata mimi nataka kuwa director of political affairs, kwa sababu nimeona hii kiti nilikuwa natamani sana ya delivery, safe delivery of political kuna hii kiti ambao Gideon amekuwa ni ya checkmate. Unajua Gideon kazi yake ilikuwa moja tu, Kalonzo akipiga kona unapiga na yeye, akiongea ambayo unamvuruta koti kidogo, unamwambia we, hiyo ni haribu, utachoma. So baadaye ndio amedeliver he has safely delivered the most important person in Azimio, that is Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka.
Mimi nataka ukuwe chairman of disciplinary of all political parties. Ili mtu akimisbehave, tuachana hiki kitu kingine wanasema correction nini. Mtu akimisbehave he appears before you. Whatever ruling you give is permanent.
Haya bosi yangu, mimi nimesikia hiyo maneno kwa sababu sasa ni kugawa serikali. I think serikali imekuja. I think anybody who thinks otherwise, I think he's lying to himself. He's behaving like what we call a proverbial ostrich, hiding your face in the sand and thinking you cannot be seen. Now I think the die is cast. The country is blue and orange, and now it is Azimio time. It is Raila Odinga, the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. People are saying in the internet, now swear in Baba. Swear in Baba, because we know whether we like it or not, numbers don't lie. In fact, before these people bring the numbers in the former 8 provinces don't lie. The Raila is at 70 in the coast, he's at 70 in the eastern, he is at 90 in Nairobi, he is at 70 in Western, he is at 70 in Nyanza, he is at 50-50 in Central and of course the larger Mount Kenya, he is at 50-50 in Rift Valley. I don't think you can beat this man. He is the owner of numbers. Anybody lying to himself that they have a way to make it, it is unfortunate. So I'm telling the Kenya Kwanza people who are listening to me, you just go and vote, so because we want also a formidable opposition. Because without an opposition, then also Kenya cannot be so well balanced. So watu wa Kenya Kwanza, mpige kura mkijua mnaenda opposition. But our guys in Mount Kenya are not trooping opposition with the Sugoi man. I think he's a non-starter. And as they say, when the enemy or the devil wants to destroy you, he makes you mad. And that is why you see that in all the candidates in Kenya, people who have intelligence, doctorate, integral, people who has a vision, people who speak sense, Ruto went for Gachagua. You can imagine. After all this scrutinizing 45 million people in Kenya, yeah, people with pedigree. Yeah, you know, Gachagua even didn't talk to the European Union because he didn't understand what he can say. The only thing he can tell, the rallies he can attend are in Nyeri and those villages to tell them about rice and soda and mkate. So he didn't understand wazungu wanaambiangwa nini, watu wanaambiangwa juu ya mkate. So he could not even attend. I didn't see him talking to these people because even wazungus were worried. Who are these people? They have the intelligence. Si ati hawajuangi hawa watu. They know these people. They are just thugs. And they want to come and devour the country into pieces. Because the leadership of those two, within 1 year, this country will be at amende za state house zitakuwa zinajua kuna shida. Even unajua kuna siku Israel ilikuwa napigana na Palestine. So siku moja Palestine wakaua askari wa Israel. And then I think it's Isaac Rabin. I think he was a prime minister, akawaambia after what you have done today, I'll make sure that in the next 5 days, I'm going to take you to Stone Age. Nitawarudisha siku ile mlikuwa mnaakisha kibiriti na mawe. So those are things that can happen in the leadership of Kenya Kwanza. Tunaweza kosa hata pesa ya kibiriti, tuakishe na mawe. And therefore, I'm telling you, it's a do or die. Any sane Kenyan, mtu ambaye ako na akili timamu, akili ambayo inajua kutofautisha mchana na usiku, kizuri na kibaya, mtu ambaye anaweza kutofautisha black and white, good and bad, integrity and non-integrity, huyo mtu hawezi piga line and apige Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza will not help this country at all. You cannot put us into a problem and then solve the problem. And therefore, Bwana Bernard, I want to say that I'm so happy that Kalonzo has finally decided. And I also think we should not even, if you look at it in the other angle, I think it's a game that was being played so that we keep Kenya Kwanza busy, because they were crying more than they believed. Ukiona Kenya Kwanza nasema Kalonzo anateswa, Kalonzo simama, Kalonzo usikubali, usifanye hivi. So they were so happy because they knew that the votes of Kalonzo Musyoka will go to one direction and nobody will benefit. But now that he is in Azimio, I don't know what context we have. We don't have any context. Now it is Baba all the way. The issue of there was also the issue of DP chickens out of a presidential debate. You know, if you could have listened to the DP talking to the European Union, you could have noticed something, that even the bottom-up issue was not coming out clear, because the Wazungus wanted to know, what is this thing that you're selling to people? He started putting some other words in the bottom-up analogy. But you see, at the end of the day, they could not get it. They still didn't get it, because you are not telling people exactly what you're going to do with the bottom-up. And that's the same thing that is going to be in the debate. Because when you get to the debate and you're asked by Wajakoya, explain to me, how are you going to give Mama Mboga 15 billion shillings? From where and how? Just take me step by step. Sequence of events. Are you going to start banks in every county? What are you going? Are you going to abolish devolution? I want to understand. If you're taken now, wacha na story ya rallies ya kwenda pale, mimi sitawapea hata bilioni, nitawapatia 50 billion. That is a story. We want now reality, step by step. Nitaenda nibadilisha sheria, blah blah blah. So when you know that you have so much luggage and baggage with you, then you cannot stand in a debate, because one person will ask you about bottom up, you won't answer. The other person will ask you about Muteshi, you won't answer. The other person will ask about processional road, you won't answer. The other person will ask you about how you are given land in Taita Taveta, you won't answer. Everything you will never answer. How you acquired the Western, you will not answer. So it is myriads of problems, big problems. And therefore, I understand him when he says he cannot go, because it will be exposing him in the long way. And therefore, for me, I would tell him, let him go to the opposition and practice opposition for 5 years, and then maybe in future 2045 he can maybe try another day. And therefore, mi namalizia hapo na kusema we got it, life is good, we are happy. Nimeona watu wa Kenya Kwanza hapa wanakaa kama wamenyeshewa. Ule jamaa alikuwa, because it is difficult to defend thieves. It is very difficult, because how do you tell them they're going to change lives? How are they going to change lives? Because they will rather steal than change lives. So for me, I think we are doing well as Azimio. I think now we to strategize. It is 67 days, and then we go and make Raila Odinga the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Asante sana.
Okay, asante Bwana Kamau, we appreciate it. Let's keep moving. Tumalize mkururo. Keep, when you are set, you let me know so that we move in mara moja. Hey, Mark, tulikuwa tumekuruka. Are you now in a position to communicate? Mark Mosioma.
Yes.
Okay, make your submission quickly, please.
Do I have submission? Watu wameongea ile ningeongea yote, Bernard.
So wewe sema tu amen, tusonge mbele.
Nilikuwa na jamaa mwingine hapa alikuwa ananiambia atapigia Mata kura. But I wanted to kuongezea kitu kidogo. Personally, I'm very happy with what Musyoka did. Most people say Musyoka does not have a following. Lakini ukweli kila mwenye ngoma ufuta kwake. Everybody has a basis upon which he makes his decision, and I don't think the campus would really not support Musyoka's decision, because every leader has got some bit of background. So those wale wanasema ati Musyoka anaenda AZIMIO peke yake, the question should be, all the Luos will be voting Raila because he's a Luo, all the Kalenjins will be voting Ruto because he's a Kalenjin, but Musyoka will be coming to AZIMIO on it's just hypocrisy. It doesn't make sense at all. Secondly, let us appreciate that perhaps we're going back to what happened in 2002, when almost the entire country was rallying behind one candidate to have a change of regime. I guess very many Kenyans are disappointed with what has happened in the last 10 years. And what we expect and what we are seeing is almost a total shift. I know we've had a number of our young people who still do not realize where this country is coming from. But like in the past, I've indicated here on this very platform, that perhaps it's important for us to have a look of where we have come from. It's important, because those of us who are here in 2013, those of us who are here in 2017, we saw what was happening. When you look at the issue of the 1 million votes, believe you me, those 1 million votes, for me, and I might be wrong, possibly there are those manipulated data votes that were making numbers add up in the 2017 and 2013 regime presidential election. And it might not be surprising for me that somebody is scared that the 1 million vote will not be available at his disposal. Secondly, AZIMIO, I want to ask our ladies and women in general to take advantage of the fact that we have had one woman now. As a father of daughters, I also want to see our ladies doing so well. And I plead that they be able to see beyond the candidate of Mother Karua, that perhaps it's time we have a lady being part of the highest decision-making of our larger government structure. Finally, Bernard, at some point I felt like we were losing it. I'm now more confident than before. This election, it's not about winning, and the question should not even be about 50+1. I see us doing around 67%. I could be wrong, but I'm sure we'll do above 65% of the total votes cast. Those who have doubts, I believe, and I don't want to have anybody going to campaign in Central. That I believe they should let Martha Karua campaign. She's able to do and turn the tides in Central Province, and I believe even our people want to understand that sincerely, with this kind of lies that Ruto keeps on making every other day, the kind of lies that he keeps on preaching all over. If he's in Mombasa, he's saying one thing, he's Nairobi, he's saying another thing. If he's meeting the European Union, he's saying another thing. I mean, we ideally don't expect anything to come from Ruto in terms of, for once, being honest. Finally, if he's chickening out of the presidential debate, it will not be surprising. But I always treat what Ruto says with some kind of caution. It's possible it's some kind of game is playing. And possibly he appears before the presidential debate. And I mean, everything he does it for political mileage, and it's possible that he can decide again at some point to appear with some kind of conditions, possibly to restrain the modulators in terms of what they want to ask him. Because ideally, if there is somebody who has to explain a lot in terms of his background, the motivation he can give to our youth, it's one William Ruto. I want to make that small submission. And I know, Bernard, we are doing well. I have not subscribed of late. I'll do that. Yeah, I wish you well, guys.
Sawa, thank you very much. Please do that. Is important. And,
yeah.
Where? What is it?
Bernard, I would like to submit some information here to Kenya Kwanza team. They should not be happy that Mutua has joined them. It is a game from AZIMIO. We sent Mutua first to go to Kenya Kwanza, afunike mashimo huko. You know very well Mutua and Kalonzo cannot stay in one bus. Hawawezi kaa pamoja. So tulituma Mutua huko aende afunge huko njia kwanza, Kalonzo kwanza ahangi. It was a game. Hii ilikuwa ni mchezo. Ilikuwa ni mchezo wenye ilikuwa imechezwa wenye hawaelewi. Sasa Kalonzo alikuwa atoke AZIMIO, alikuwa tu atoke aoneshane ni kama kihangi hivyo ataweza ingia wapi Kenya Kwanza. But already tulikuwa tushaona hiyo pattern. So tukasili hiyo loophole. Sasa Kalonzo amerudi. So another thing yenye Njiru alikuwa ameshare about education level ya viongozi wetu. You remember there was a time, I think Njiru umaiona hii jambo pahali ama ulisikia pahali. Ati Mheshimiwa Kabogo na Mheshimiwa sorry to say na Mheshimiwa mwenye alikuwa governor wa Kiambu from Waititu walienda campus moja na wako waipatana for the last 4 years same campus in India. So hii ni story yenye ina raise eyebrows. Mnaweza kuaje same campus in India 4 years amjai meet your Kenyans? So inatuchanganya sana sisi kama wapiga kura. So for now I'll rest on that. Thank you very much. And I think Bernard, before I forget, Kalonzo now is more popular in Western than Mudavadi and Wetangula. Thank you.
Sawa, wewe unachoma misumari. Asante, lakini nashukuru. I want us to create room for the people of cracking numbers to come in, please. So kama umaliza submission yako, tunaomba upatiane nafasi. Unafuata on the other receiving channel, alafu tarudi baadaye. That is how it goes. Njiru umeongea, nataka nani Jobe naongee kwanza.
Swali tu moja. I have just one question.
Yeah, make it very brief, please.
Nauliza hizi makabinet position Kalonzo amepewa, I think 4 to 5. Don't you think that Kalonzo was negotiating both for Wiper and KANU? Nikuuliza tu. Sababu naona pia ni vile wange negotiate two parties, but don't you think kuna uwezekano they might share those positions? KANU maybe wapewe moja au mbili na Wiper wachukue hizo zingine tatu. It's just a question.
Let's do that later. Wachana na deal ya Kalonzo. Njiru, I request you to leave the Kalonzo's deal aside.
Okay, thank you. Let's please redeem time. Let's redeem time. Joben, please come in.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you, my brothers on the panel? I hope you are well. But
good.
Bernard, I enjoyed your sermon on Sunday, and may God bless you. I really enjoyed online. In fact, we are blessed. Yeah, we are blessed. We
Alipe
are having
sadaka. Lipa sadaka.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. We are blessed. We are having a pastor within this our panel. So first and foremost, Bernard, let me thank my brothers that are on this panel, plus our second in command. But even if she's not here, I know she's watching us, Selena. And yesterday I was also following the Alex and the other. How do you call that? Is it a professor or a doctor? Kasangai or somebody like that. And there was a question that it was really disturbing our brother Alex. And I think today it was really answered. Okay, let me start with the Jamhuri Day. Okay, when on that Jamhuri Day, it was really cleared. And it was really clear that the head of state, you can't be a friend of mine when we have functions, and when you walk out, you will become my big enemy. And it was a clear indication, even to the wife, the first mama of the state, Mama Margaret Kenyatta. You can't pretend that you smile with me and you hate my husband. That's why she walked in and she recognized our guest for the function. And Bernard, if my brothers and sisters that are here, they really observed whatever was planned on that ceremony, it was something that is what was going to embarrass our head of state. If you can remember, when our head of state was giving his speech, there was a group that was walking out, making a lot of noise, meaning these people, they were transported as they normally do when they have rallies on other places, that you people, you come there, you are being paid, make hooliganism, shout so that I become popular. And I really thank our intelligent members, because the head of state was really informed, even for the first function, before they went to Uhuru Gardens. He was not invited. He was really there very early in the morning, confirming that his goons were around with their representatives, so that our head of state can be embarrassed. And it was the last function that we are having, just to appreciate whatever our head of state has done for us. So this thing, it went negatively, and the table went upside down, and he was the one who was embarrassed. Immediately, they went for a sport, something like a sport, and it was just an intention to counterattack whatever the head of state was trying to, whatever head of state has done. And that was a state function. You know, in a state function, sometimes we have seen most of the presidents of the other countries, they even use bicycles going to the office. Some of them, they just walk, like Putin. They just walk from their homestead to their offices. From their offices, the security is outside waiting for him. He just walked majestically to his place. You know, it is something that we have to adapt in African countries. So even our president of late, there was a function, he drove himself to that place, and everybody saw, and the security was behind him. So it was not something new. It was only that he didn't want any embarrassment with his guests from other countries, because these are things that he normally faces. And it was planned that our second in command was going to steal the stage, the same way he did it when we had a prayer breakfast. It was the head of state to break the protocol and also invite anybody that he feels can come and address people. But the second in command took that advantage. So he just wanted that these are my guests, and this is the last. address to the Republic of Kenya. I don't want anything that can bring misbehaving, embarrassment, because hooligans were there and they were really paid and they were transported from their unknown areas to Nairobi. You see, so their aim, it was not in order, and we thank God for our intelligence, because it would have been so bad for the last speech of our head of state. And even if we go to the speech of our head of state, there was nothing that he really hid. You know, if you have a poison, if you have a wife that normally gives you poison within the house, and it gets to a time that you are now divorcing, you can't hide. You just be open to your brother, so that if there is one of your family members who might face her, to court her, so that she can also get accommodation to one of your brothers, let that one take her at her own risk, at his own risk. And that's what our president said, that first 5 years, what we did in the first 5 years, you can't compare with what we have done after handshake. So those were the things that you had to, at least to tell Kenyans the truth, so that Kenyans can know this and this has been done during this period. And the first period, we had a lot of resistance in the government and we had a lot of corruption. So with that address of our head of state, it was in order, and we can't complain on that, because we didn't see any misbehaving, any hooliganism, to recognize that so and so is much powerful within Kenya. And also, if I go to the next point, for the AU, why is it that for now we can sense that is being rigged out? This is the same system that was there assuming this office, when he was telling us that we leave these people, they are just civil servant, public servant. Let's leave them. If you have issues, come direct to us. What has changed? There is nobody who has been changed from those offices. They are the same people that were there. How did this person knew that there are some numbers that has been removed from the registry of the IEBC? It means he knew that these were the numbers that were adjusted to his favor. So he just wanted that these people be captured within the IEBC porthole. And we thank God that things have changed and everybody is now open and can see that this person is not good for our country and is an enemy to our country. And there was a lady from the AU. There was a lady there, the European Union, very sharp lady, was really trying to ask him a very important questions. The guy was really dodging those answers, those questions, and he didn't even answer any one of those questions. Instead of it, he diverted that, now waiter, do you have something to say? You see? And it was very clear. These people knew the history of Kenya. They have been here. They know how this person has been an enemy to this government. Most of the times, this thing is not being done correctly. This thing, I'm not part of the government. And he contradicted himself when he came to accept in front of AU. Problem that we are facing is from the war that we are having within Ukraine that has brought these problems that we are facing. He was the same person who was saying that since Kitendawili joined this government, is the one who has messed this government. So where do you stand? Are you the person that can be trusted with this country?
It's a big no. From there, you see what Mutua said about Kalonzo. Meaning, they were really trying to see that they confuse Kalonzo not in AZIMIO, so that we go for the rerun, of which they knew very well that Kalonzo they can confuse with money. And our prayers, because on this our platform, we have really been praying that let Kalonzo come back to our house. And I think, Ndeto, your prayers have been answered today, and your brother is back into our house. And I just wanted this our brother called who? He was here and he left. This guy, I can't remember his name. You normally
Nani Bwana Duke.
is
Ama nani?
yeah, Duke.
Sawa sawa.
I just wanted him
Summarize kwa hesabu tafadhali.
I just
Summarize,
wanted
we are time
him to
back.
consider the defeat. Okay, what is there, Bwana Bernard? I don't see if we have any election for now, and Alex can confirm this. Because now, if we talk about the regions, Central is intact, and the lady is really overworking with the Central. And it was confirmed with our brother Kalonzo Musyoka that let our president rest. We don't want to be called project. I'm here with my brother Raila, with Gideon, and we are going to perform. So the only problem that we are having, it was Eastern. And if Eastern is back to AZIMIO, we don't have any election because this person is not controlling the Rift Valley. We also have Kanu, and the Kanu is in AZIMIO. And today it was confirmed that you can have your great friend that can die with you, and that is Gideon Moi with Kalonzo. You know, on the other side we were seeing Nick Salat, and we said Kanu is with us. And today it was confirmed we were 9, and he said we are 2. So we have number 10 and number 11, and it was confirmed with the Gideon Moi. So it means Central is intact. All the regions is intact. Rift Valley, maybe the North, it's only North Rift that this person can say that he has numbers. And that's why you can see he's now confused, and he can come out and claim that he's being rigged out, the system is working against him. And he's the one who went to Mombasa and said his votes cannot be stolen. What has changed? Let him consider the defeat. We don't even have to waste money for going for election. We just carry the election for member of parliament, governors coming down. I'm still on the panel, and regard my greetings to Alex and Ndeto. Thank you, congratulations. I know you went and you convinced your brother. Na kaona hapa ndio mambo iko tamu. Sasa tumemkaribisha. Asitoroke tena. Asanteni.
Okay, asante. May God hear your prayer and answer quickly. Thank you so much. Now, I want to switch over to the cracking of numbers session. The rest of the people who have not made their submission, you will do that after the cracking of the numbers, so that the people who have been waiting for that segment can now get their portion and be able to concentrate on what they need to concentrate on. I want to appreciate all of you that are doing their very best to see to it that we sustain the show and keep doing what is required to help this country and help every Kenyan make informed decision as we go to the general elections. So I want to appreciate the effort of all the participants, the viewers, and all the people behind the scenes. This show entails a lot to be what it is, and it is not one person that makes it work. It's everybody. And so everybody's input is necessary, and so let us value everybody's input and take serious what is happening here, because in my opinion, it is not a joke, and we are serious about making this country better by ensuring that no Kenyan is taken advantage of by reason of somebody keeping information from them. So Welcome. I think keep you umeenda nyuma ya curtain kwa nini?
Si ndio ni
Who leads
present?
the show?
Ama utaki ni present? Okay, nitarudi out of the curtain.
Hebu wewe njoo endelea, wewe ndio chairman, alafu ukaribishe your partners in crime. Let's commit the crime now.
Sasa anze. Haya, Alex, unaweza anza na introduction tafadhali. Alex. Alex, can you hear me?
Alex,
Give us
Alex
the national table. Then we
Alex
proceed.
seems to be affected by the network. Let me see. Ametupwa nje na kwa nyuma ya curtain. But let me bring
Give us
him
the
up.
national table, then we proceed from there. You remember the national table?
Iko kwa hizi numbers. Okay, so I'll do the national. All right.
Yeah.
So ranking nationally, Rift Valley is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we are doing today Western region, which was Western province per se, and that is how the IEBC has put it. The Western region has 10% of the total voter registration according to IEBC. In 2017, it had 1.927 million votes. 1.927 million votes. And according to the current IEBC, which they are still doing the cleanup, we are seeing its ranking at 2.16 million, which is an increase of 14%. Now, in the Western region, it comprises of 4 counties. We have Kakamega, we have Bungoma, we have Busia, and we have Vihiga. Now, when we demarcate the numbers, we find that Kakamega is the largest county in terms of voter registration in Western. In 2017, it had a whopping 743,929. Bungoma is the second one with 559,866 2017. Busia comes next, 351,087. And lastly, Vihiga is the last born of Western. It's 272,415 according to 2017 voter registration for IEBC. But there is an increase for this year waiting for the cleanup. Kakamega goes for 841,000. Bungoma goes for 844,000. Busia goes for 406,000. And the last born Vihiga goes for 304,000. Now, when you see the tabulation in terms of percentage, Kakamega has 39%, almost 40% of all the registered voters in Western region. And that is why it is very, very critical. So, so you can put that on the table, Mr. Kip. So we are going to Kakamega.
Yes.
We will start with Kakamega. So as we said, Kakamega has 40% of all voter registration in the Western region, which currently sits at 841,000, waiting for the register cleanup. In 2017, we are going to look at the presidential tallying and how they did, using the tally of 743,929. The turnout was 75%, which means the people who voted were 557,529 voters. So in those 557,500, 483,000 voted for NASA, which is Raila Amolo Odinga. And the rest, 63,399 voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. The spoiled votes were a whooping 4,000, almost 4,200. So the total percentage in terms of voting for presidential, Raila got 86%, and which went to NASA, and 11% which went to Jubilee, and that is the presidential. So Uhuru was short of 25% by 14%. Now we want to see how the governor did, and the rest of the people that who contested. The governor who is weakly.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Go on. Sorry, go on. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah, the governor who is Wycliffe Oparanya got 550,000 votes. Now it comes here to be interesting. The senator, Cleopas Malala, did very well as a senator. He got 581,000 out of those who voted that year. And the women rep, who is Busichale, something like that, she got 560,000. And you can remind me, Kip, for the total members of parliament, they got 551.
Yeah, 551, correct.
Yeah, for the so you can see that Malala was really liked. Malala got 581,000 as a senator, 31,000 short of what the governor got, and 20,000 short of what the women rep got. Now, the Kakamega is very crucial and critical. And I think this is where later on, when we finish the tallying, we would like to interrogate Kakamega, because there are, according to us, when we look at the numbers, there were discrepancies that we need to spell out. Kakamega has 12 constituencies, a whooping 12 constituencies, and I will name them. The first one is Butere, Member of Parliament, Tindi Mwale. Second one, how much?
18,000 votes.
18,000 for Tindi Mwale. Second one is Ikolomani by Bernard Masaka.
15,000 votes.
Won by Jubilee, a seat that was Boni Aluale before. Huisero is also coming with Christopher Aseke. It was won by ANC. How many votes?
Which one, sorry, again?
Huisero.
Huisero, yes, 20,000 votes.
Which was ANC.
Yeah.
Likuyani Enoch Wamalwa is Ford Kenya.
16,000 votes.
Lugari, whereby Savula, and I didn't know that he ran with UDF. I don't know, it was aligned to, I think it was aligned to NASA.
Largest votes, which is 40,000.
Lurambi was won by Titus Mukhwana.
25,000 votes.
Malava was won by Moses Mulula, Maendeleo Democratic Party.
20,000 votes.
Matungu was won by Justus Murungu, ANC.
18,000.
Mumias East was won by Benjamin Washiali, Jubilee.
13,000.
And that is where there's discrepancies, a lot of them. Mumias West was won by Johnson Manya, ODM.
17,000.
Navahalo was won by Emmanuel Wangwe, Jubilee.
17,000.
And finally, Shinyalu was won by ODM by an MP called Kizito Justus. So when we do the tabulation here, you find that ANC won 43% of all the member of parliament seats.
50%, sorry. 40, oh, no, they got five seats and
Yes.
50% of the votes.
Yes, 5 seats for 43% of 5 seats, which is 43%, and 50% of the votes. Okay, and Jubilee came second, questionable, 27%, and how many seats?
4 seats.
ODM came third, 15%.
Yes.
How many seats?
2 seats.
Ford Kenya won how many seats?
1 seat with 6.5%.
And the rest won how much? That was it, 8% or how much?
No, these are just the winners. I was just showing the winners.
Yes.
There was no other MP. It's only 4 parties that won Kakamega.
Yes. So according to the present, what we know now, let us go to now this is where Dr. Hosea
Sorry,
will...
technical issues.
What?
Come again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now Dr. Jose, you can come and tell us about the TIFA pooling and the Mizani if you have it, so that we can calculate and let the viewers know where we are sitting according to TIFA or Mizani, the present poolings.
Okay, I was having
Yes,
technical issues. Sorry about that.
The present poolings.
Yes, 23rd
don't
May.
worry, keep. I have the initial, which I forwarded to you. I can use it. The TIFA pooling, the one that was around May 23rd, is as follows. In Western, in Kakamega, according to that poll, remember, we are not saying that these are our whatever. This is what the poll says. According to that poll, Raila had 61% and Ruto had 35%.
So, okay.
So he got the 35%.
So by all means, you can see that the 25%, which, when we say Kakamega is locked, we want it locked. By locking, we mean that he is less than 25%.
Yes, so when we look at 61%, you said 61%.
Yes, against 35%.
Yeah, so 61% of the 841, Raila stands at 513 votes against Ruto, which is Kenya Kwanza, according to that is TIFA, which is 294. Now, in the last election, Uhuru managed to get 11%.
Correct.
And we are seeing Ruto at 35%, which is an increase of actually 25%, almost 25% on his part. So you can see that according to that pool, Ruto has made inroads. But when you look at other polls,
I don't know. Do you have the latest, the one on InfoTrack?
No,
it was a bit earlier than that one.
No, I don't. And it's just this is the Mudavadi effect, because Kakamega, he had 35%. No, I mean 50% of votes. But this is where I'm kind of finding the polls a bit iffy. Or maybe it could be true, 50% of ANC and with Kenya Kwanza. But now I think the latest poll should show something different, because there's no campaign money. But I would like not to speculate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you can see of the 43% of the 5 constituencies that Mudavadi had and the members of parliament, all of them, the last one being Tindi Mwale, who defected to AZIMIO. So Mudavadi ANC remains like a shell. ANC was contesting for the gubernatorial, was contesting for the senatorial last time, which it won. This time it's UDA contesting it. ODM was contesting for gubernatorial. I think this time it's DAP and ODM. The ticket has been brought together under AZIMIO. And I think the women rep remains under ODM. That is for Bungoma, for Kakamega County.
For Kakamega County. Yeah.
Yes. We go to the second born of Western, which is Bungoma.
In Bungoma?
Yes. Bungoma total votes for 2017. You want? Okay, go ahead, Dr.
Total votes for
Total votes for 2017 was
559, 866.
And the current one is?
The current one has gone up by 84,000.
No, just say the number. 644.
233.
So there was an increase of 84,000, which is 15%.
That's right.
Pending the cleanup of the register.
Yes.
Yeah, pending for the cleanup of the register.
And
now,
maybe just as a reminder, Kakamega, Bungoma, in the entire Western, Bungoma controls 29%.
Yeah, Bungoma has 29% of, you're right, of the 2.1 million votes. Yes. Now, it was interesting to see how they did last time. The governor is Wangamati, Wycliffe, Ford, Kenya. The senator is Wetangula, Ford, Kenya. And the women rep was Catherine Wambilianga, something like that. He was also in a NASA ticket. And in the presidential tallying, in last time, using the total votes of 559,866, in the presidential election, Raila got 284,786. Uhuru got 126,475. And this is where it is interesting because it's one of the few counties, the only county in Western that Uhuru pulled a surprise. Raila got 67%, but Uhuru got 30%. The spoil votes were 3,600. And the turnout, we say, was 75%, which was 422,215. So Bungoma has 9 constituencies.
Wait. Before you jump there quickly, I need to explain that you forgot to explain the total number of parties. So the total number of, or you want to jump into the constituencies? We can go there. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I'll let you continue. Apologies.
No, go ahead. Just because you have started, just go and then we will do that.
Okay, so Fort Kenya was holding this particular county with 44% of the votes. Jubilee came in second as 40%, and then Almani came in, Independent came in with 9%, and then Almani came with 6%. In this particular county, which I'm a bit surprised, there was no ODM at all. Hakuna ODM moja.
And that was due to the zoning. That is due to the zoning because, remember, Wetangula negotiated very well. And that is why we were able to kick out Lusaka. Now, in this county, it's interesting that they have 9 constituencies. And I will read them and tell you the members of parliament, and I think Kip will tell us the votes they got.
Correct.
The first one I will start is Bumula. It was won by Moses Wekesa, an independent candidate.
18,000.
Then we come to Kabuchai. It was won by James Lusweti, who was Ford, Kenya.
18,000.
Then we went to Kandui, my man Wamunyinyi. At that time, he was in Ford, Kenya.
33%, second highest.
Then we come to the Lion of UDA in Western Titmas Parasa, Jubilee. He won by
which seat? Sorry,
Kimilili Titmas Parasa.
19,000.
19,000. We go to Mount Elgon, which is interesting. I don't know how Mount Elgon came to the other side of Bungoma, and then the other one went to Trans Nzoia, but it's interesting how Mount Elgon comes to Bungoma. It was won by Fred Kapondi, a man that in 2013 won when he was in jail, or 2007, something like that. Fred Kapondi, Jubilee.
24,000.
Then the Sirisia man, Waluke, Jubilee.
18,000.
Tongaren, Dr. Eseli Simiyu, Ford, Kenya. Tongaren.
33%. 33,000.
Then we go to Webuye West. The MP is Daniel Wanyama, won by Jubilee.
14,000 votes.
Then Webuye East, Alfred Wekesa Sambu, ANC.
11,000 votes.
Now you can see that really Jubilee infiltrated here. Jubilee won 4 seats out of 9.
Yes, 4. Correct.
Yet the governor, the senator, the women rep were all from NASA.
All from Ford, Kenya. All 3 from Ford, Kenya.
Yeah, NASA, because there was zoning.
Yes.
And when you see the 75%, the 75% of the 559, can you give us the tally for the MPs, total MPs that they were voted with?
MPs walipewa 420, which is the highest. Which
Yeah,
is about 3,000 less than the governor.
Yes, and yet the governor won, Moses Wetangula won, Catherine won, all from Ford, Kenya. But then again, these people turned around and voted for Jubilee. Okay, you will have a discussion about later on.
Yeah, because this is an increase. Okay, this is also a bit weird. An increase of 1,000 from each chair. So kuna mtu hapo. Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
No. Let's just give the numbers and yeah. So we come to the third born of there, which is Busia County. In 2017,
we give you the presidential.
I think it's best we do the presidential polling,
last.
all of them together. Yes.
Later on, yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the presidential we did already. We said Raila got 284, which was 67%.
The poll.
The what?
The FIFA poll.
Oh, the TIFA poll. Yeah, you're right. Can you give us the TIFA poll now? This is where it's also important.
Busia, then we do them together.
No, just give us the TIFA poll.
The TIFA poll is 83% to Azimio and 17% to Daktari.
Yes, the TIFA poll for that county, is it for Bungoma, is it?
No, Busia.
TIFA poll?
No, for Bungoma.
It's for Bungoma.
For Bungoma.
Right. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, for Bungoma, the TIFA poll says that that Raila got 58%. And Ruto
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
42%. Almost a 50-50 kind of situation.
Yeah, which gives Raila 370,000 votes, and Ruto 42%, which gives him 270, a difference of 100,000 votes. And in 2017, they had 30%.
Correct.
According to now, they are at 42, which gives Ruto an increase of 12% according to the TIFA. Yeah, we are saying according to TIFA,
Guys,
and we will come.
before we go so far, can I bring something that I actually, when I was looking
No,
at
we
this
want to
before
do
we
the
go too far.
numbers with the people only. We were doing that, then we will allow comments later on.
No, I'm talking about the numbers.
No, you will talk about that later.
We'll open the floor for interrogation.
So can you take us through Busia according to the outline we were doing, Daktari?
In Busia, as of 2017.
No, first of all, Busia has 19% of the total Western votes.
Yes,
that's right.
Yes.
Right. Now, in 2017, Busia had 351,087. Following the new registrations, they went up by 55,000, which translates to 16% increase, to bring the new figure as we speak now before the register cleanup to 406,569.
Thank you.
And if I may remind you, Busia controls 19% of the entire Western vote of 2.1 million.
Thank you. Let's go to the 4-piece. Sorry, I will bring
So
MCA.
the governor.
Yes.
The governor is Ojamong, ODM. The senator is Amos Wako, ODM. Ojamong was how much?
276. Governor was 275.
265.
275.
Governor 275.
Yes.
And the senator Wako?
276.
And Florence Mutua, the women rep?
Very small, very large dip of 272.
And the total for all MPs?
277, the largest.
So almost consistent.
So this county was shared between Orange and Amani, which is 75% to Orange, and Amani 24%. Okay, we can go to MPs. What do you call it? MPs, 5 MPs, and 5 MPs to Orange, 2 to Amani. The top seats, governor, senator, and women rep, was a 3-piece suit. Now let's go to the counties, because I know this man knows it offhand. Let's go, Mr.
To the constituencies, not
Yeah,
counties.
constituencies, yes, please.
Oh, we also forgot to say the number of wards that they have. I'm sorry, but Busia has 45 wards. So the first constituency in Busia is Butula, which was won by Joseph Oyula, who is in ODM. How many? 30?
13,000. Sorry.
13,000.
Yeah.
Then Budalangi, which was won by Ruto Tawe, ODM.
13,000.
Funyula was won by Wilberforce Oundo, ODM.
21,000.
Teso North, ODM and ANC, Edward Kaunya.
14,000.
Teso South, Geoffrey Omuse, ODM.
22,000.
Nambale, John Sakwa, ANC.
15,000.
Matthias Geoffrey Makoha Odanga, ODM.
Largest votes, 22,000.
22,000. Now let's go to the Daktari. Take us to the TIFA.
Well, I'll take it to the TIFA. The previous election, Raila scored 200 and
86% against Uhuru's 12%.
Yeah, which was 200 and what? 239,296.
So Raila got 86% in that county,
That's
and
right.
Uhuru got 12%. Now,
the turnout there, had you mentioned the turnout?
no, I forgot. What's the turnout?
The 76% in that.
Yeah, so it was a little bit better than Kakamega. And now let us go to the present TIFA rating.
You go to the present TIFA and
yeah, go ahead.
83% to 17%.
So 83%. So it's almost consistent. Ruto has
83%
increased
at least.
by,
There at least the 25.
yeah,
lockout.
So right, Ruto has increased by 5%.
As much, although the place is still locked, isn't it?
No, let's give the numbers. Ruto has increased by 5%, and Raila is still holding on to it because it's beyond 80%. So Ruto has
now,
led.
when you come to the summary,
yeah,
Ruto's got 25% in 3 counties, and Raila got 25, more 25% in 4 counties, all the counties.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
Ruto only missed 1 county in that.
Okay, in every county, Ruto got at least 25%. So the last born, can our last born keep now take us through that?
Alex, we're the same age. Stop it. All right. Let's. Jesus Christ. Let me start. Hold on. Tenzi kitu inanileteanga shida.
Daktari saidia hii last born.
I'll give you the starting, then you continue. The register that has 2017 was 272,415.
No. It has how many percentage of the total?
It has 14%. It controls 14% of the entire Western, which is 2.1. 14%. Then the 272 went up during the registration by 32,000. And the in percentage increase was 12% to bring us to 304,755. Yeah.
And then let's go to.
If you go to the presidential.
Yes.
You go to the presidential. Raila scored 179,140.
Yes.
The Uhuru got 18,275.
In percentage?
Raila's percentage is 89%.
So Raila got a whopping 90%, and Uhuru got a single digit.
Well, it's like 9 point something percent.
Yeah, that was still a single digit. So
voter turnout there was 74%.
74%. Okay, let's go to the
take us to the
governor.
county, the 3-piece.
Let's go to
county.
the governor, senator, and women.
Okay. I don't know if you know the names. So 200,000 for the governor, 200,000 for the senator, 182,000 for the women's rep, and 202,000 for all the combined MPs. The question is,
I think the governor is Otichilo. Is it Otichilo?
No.
Tunaweza angalia baadaye.
The governor is Otichilo.
I mean, yeah, it's Wilbur Otichilo, and the senator is this young man is called what is called? Why am I? Aniri, and the women rep. I mean, my child just took my paper away. I didn't know how to take it. So
Women's rep is Beatrice.
okay, now give us the numbers how they got. The governor got how much?
Governor got 200,000.
Okay.
The senator got 200,000.
Yes.
The women's rep got 182,000. It looks like Western ampendi kuvotia women's rep, and the MPs walipata 202,000 combined.
Yeah. So, and Vihiga County has 5 constituencies.
Yes.
We have Emuhanya, we have Hamisi,
15,000.
we have Hamisi,
25,000.
we have Sabatia,
32,000.
we have Vihiga,
12,000.
we have Luanda,
15,000.
So in terms of percentage, how many did ANC get?
ANC got three MPs with a percentage of 59%.
And ODM?
ODM got 1 MP with a percentage of 15% votes.
And the rest?
Ford Kenya got 1 MP with 25%.
Yes. And
total number of votes, yeah. The total number of votes that ANC has is 59,000.
Now, on the same county, the county chief, the governor was from ODM. The senator was from ANC.
Yes, correct.
And the women rep, I think, was from ANC.
Correct.
Yeah, so it was a mixture of ODM, ANC, and Ford Kenya.
Still
so
a 3-piece suit.
Yes.
This was actually a 6-piece suit, actually, because everything.
Yeah.
This
Went
was
to NASA.
This was a NASA stronghold.
Now let's go to the current TIFA polling.
The current TIFA polling is showing 56% for Raila and 44% for Ruto, trying to imply a 50-50. Given the previous election, I wonder how they arrived at that.
Let me just see one more thing there, just 1 second here, so that
Let's just give the TIFA number, please. Don't dispute the TIFA number. We're just dealing with it. Later on will come, because Bernard comes from there. Now, the people who come from there will give us the politics of there.
So I'm just saying that Amani had 59%.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed, TIFA, okay, just this is still within numbers. What I've noticed TIFA is doing, any of these Western regions that have a high polling for KKK is where ANC won last time. So I'm seeing a pattern here. This is just number.
Despite the fact that they have moved.
Yes, and despite DAP. So that is what I'm trying to say. Anything that looks high is showing that, like Bungoma.
Let's deal with Vihiga. We finish. I think we are mixing everything. We were doing Vihiga and we are going back to Bungoma.
All right,
so in Vihiga, according to the TIFA, is 56, and for Raila 42 for Ruto. But we must spell out that all MPs over there have already aligned themselves with AZIMIO.
Yes, yeah.
The county chief and the senator and the women rep are still aligned with AZIMIO. So with that, now we leave you to...
The turnout there was 74%.
74%. So these are numbers that we did. They are not our numbers. Let us say this. Julia, if you are here, we are not trying to be negative. We took the numbers. We have given you the numbers. We have taken the TIFA polls. We have the TIFA polls. We have given it to you. And what is remaining is simply that we interrogate them and we see where there are discrepancies, and we can talk over that because we're just giving numbers as they were. So it looks like, according to TIFA, that Ruto has an overall increase from where Uhuru was, almost 18% from last time, according to what TIFA is saying. But when you look at the members of parliament and the governors and the senators, it says otherwise. So that is my remarks for me as a statistician. And I will want Daktari to say something and Kip to say something. And then when the politics of it starts, now we can play the politics. Just say something about the numbers first. Don't bring the politics. Politics will come after that.
Well, all I'll re-emphasize is that these are basically the numbers we have obtained from IEBC from the last general election, and then as February, March, when they updated the register. So all the calculations basically are based on that. All we have done is to express it in a manner that now for easy interpretation. For example, we could work out what percentage did the ANC, for example, as a party, score in the region. What about the rival parties? So really. Then secondly, we are also looking at the issues of consistency in a manner that we can be able to tell, because we know that a number of other issues took place during the elections. You all remember the stories of the Vifarangas. So if you look at the consistencies of the number of votes scored by the members of parliament, and then the number of votes scored by the senator, so and the number of votes scored by the governor, we expect that if there were no other interferences, the numbers should be more or less the same. In other words, the difference between the amount scored by the governor and the senator should be insignificant if to represent anything that nature. Then, of course, by the end of the day, we all remember that the entire region, as we had said in the beginning, controls 10% of the entire Kenya. Now, the issue why we are bringing in the issue of the TIFA, these opinion polls, is that we know so much has been going around in terms of campaigns and what have you. So how do they reflect? And of course, you know the narrative that every time the opponent, they come on the podium, you hear them trying to imply that this is 50-50 kind of narrative. So of course, I'll stop by saying that we all know that sometimes these polls are sponsored. So they have to do things according to their sponsors. That's all I can say for now.
Okay. Yes. As far as guys, this database is growing bigger and bigger. I can see there's a suggestion for us to bring 2013. We'll work on that. I'm just tulem to mkono hapa. The actual analysts are Jose and Alex. So mimi tu ni kuweka numbers hivi, wananiambia vile wanataka kuiona, and it's going to be improving day by day because we have till we've got about 2 months, and there are going to be other polls coming in. We could not bring the Mizani polls because they were just too ridiculous, but we also try and do that. There are surprises coming in later on, some interesting data points. We will bring them to you as time goes by. I think it's important for why we're insisting on doing this. It's important for Kenyans to understand the numbers in terms of elections. It's done automatically in the US. Ukifungua any TV channel in the US during elections, you'll see numbers every day, all day long. And you get used to it, and you start hata unaanza kupanic ukiona numbers, and we need to and usually good polls are close to the elections. So mutazoea. Kwanza hata Bernard aliniambia lazima ukuje, acha mchezo. So yeah, okay. That is it.
Okay, just the disclaimer is simply that I will give you the demographic, how TIFA is doing their their polling. 64% of people who are polled are in the rural areas. And among those, you find that about 55% of people who have been polled are people who have secondary education and below. And the age is that they are not pulling people mostly from 45 and above. They are doing between 25 and 35, which compromises of almost 30% of the TIFA pullers. So you can see why it is rural, it is permanently semi-literate, and why it's just only young people. So that is how the TIFA has done. And they have given their demographics. It's not me. They have given the demographics in their polls. And I think we showed that we showed you last time. So those are the numbers, how we did them according to what we got. Those are not our numbers. We have different numbers that we will bring when we play politics, according to what Kibicho says, about what Kibicho said. We will bring them on Sunday and we will piga hiyo siasa atuya akikuwa hapo wakati yako day off. Asante sana.
Just a reminder, that poll ya TIFA was for a frame of 3,000 people. Nationally.
Jose, this is for you. Just before you close, the chart that you sent me. I was looking, and because I'm always looking at that discrepancy. That came from Bungoma and Kakamega. So in Bungoma, you find that either whether you want to talk about valid or void votes, that's 17. Raila follows the number the way it's written, 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the numbers. But then when you come to the other side of Uhuru, Bungoma and Kakamega switches 1 and 2 in all of that. So can you explain to that? Or Alex can explain that.
That is ranking. He's talking about the ranking.
The ranking is based on the way the 4 counties appear on paper. So the one with the highest votes for each person ranks.
It goes even with the spoiled and increased. They follow each other with
You see,
Dr. It's the ranking. It's the ranking of the candidates. That's what he's saying. Where the presentation.
I'll use the Western example to answer him. You see, for example, in Kakamega, Uhuru got his highest number of votes in Kakamega, and so did Raila. No, sorry. Uhuru got his highest votes in Bungoma. 126,000. As much as Bungoma has got the second highest number of votes in Western, Uhuru's highest number of votes came from Bungoma. And that's why you see that Kakamega gave Uhuru his second highest number of votes. But for Raila, it is the other way around. His highest number of votes came from Kakamega.
And also look at the valid votes and the void votes. It also coincides with what Raila got. All that number goes the same way.
Well, even that is a coincidence. You know, we need to ask ourselves, for those who have done it practically, when you go voting, exactly how do the IEBC get spoiled votes? By studying the papers which are marked, you can have an idea what was happening. Some of them sometimes are deliberate, sometimes they are just illiteracy of the voter. But a number of them sometimes are engineered. For example, I can give you an example.
Weta Bungoma and Kakamega Musalia, right? These are the two people that are on the other side.
Yes, a common feature which most agents use, if they realize that a voter is not very literate, what they do, they tell you put an X. They know that you are going to vote for Mudavadi, but they tell you put an X on the other person you don't want. Then you end up putting a tick on the person you want. That is straight away spoiled. So if you study the spoiled votes, you will see the pattern. If you see 2 marks put, know that the person who was being coached or told they were told, then they believe that if I don't want Martin, I put X. I put a tick on the other person. Straight away, that's a spoiled vote.
Yeah, because this also happened in Ukambani happened this way too. We had that switch, and this one we have the switch, and apparently this one is between the two people that have been in K Kwanza, because those are the two people who are supposed to bring the votes in K Kwanza, but it's their side that is switching that vote. And when you look at Raila's, looking even the spoiled vote, valid votes, everything follows Raila's consistency. But on this other side, between Bungoma and Kakamega, he switches. Look at that chart well. I was looking at it, and that's what I was trying to find.
Let me tell you something. When we were doing Eastern, you remember the significant switched votes was substantial. It was more than 6,000. And to some extent, we based it on the Faranga issues.
And the cost effect.
Based on the magnitude, there are very many reasons why some of those figures behave the way they are behaving. If there is interference, those algorithms and what have you can also end up causing you lose the consistency, whereby you find the governor is so and so on the other party. Sometimes you wonder, did some people only vote for the senator and not the governor? What happens? You remember the Supreme Court asking those questions? Yeah, when the numbers are substantial, you are bound to question. Did some people just took the papers away, or what happened? Bernard has taken a break, eh?
With them to a ground and polls.
Also, Jose,
Yes.
also this is a very substantial number. It's 483,157 as per 663,399, and the other one is 284,786 and 126,478. It's really a substantial number that we need to worry about what's going on with these two counties.
Actually, Martin, that is why you remember what Kip was doing after we have done the presidential. He comes down to see what happens at the county level, where the governor, the senator, and the women rep. Then you quickly switch on to go to the MPs. You realize you total what the MPs got. That total block should actually end up with either the senator or the governor. If you find them not there, then you ask yourself, what happened to those votes? Does it mean some people walked in, voted for the MPs, and they did not vote for the governors? That is if the total block for members of parliament is higher than either the senator or the women rep, in that order. So those are the inconsistencies which are sometimes inbuilt based on how good or how well the election is conducted. Yes, Bernard has gone again. Who else has a question?
I am here. I'm here. What is the problem?
You are allergic to figures.
No, not allergic. I'm just letting the experts do their job. I'll do my expertise, and we all compliment one another as we build our country. So you are done? The interrogation is done?
Yes, but I wanted Daktari to our quote numbers ya 2013. Watu wanauliza hiyo pia.
Okay, sawa, no problem. You let me know when you are ready, and then we'll organize that, because we need to get. In fact, we should go as lower as 2007. We shouldn't also leave out the 2010 referendum. Remember, the results for these elections will be a replica of 2010 referendum. So,
alafu gender distribution ulipata.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on that. Very interesting. I can get it for elected seats and CSS, but IEBC wameficha nini?
Yeah, it will be important to incorporate them because of Martha this time round, you know.
Yeah. So I have the gender bit of it. I have the population also of Kenya by county. So we will work on it, Daktari. We've got time. We've got 2 months.
Oh yes, especially when we consider the newly registered. We also want to see how the gender parity moves. The new registration. What is the balance of terms of male and female?
IEBC on a feature gender. I don't know why. I think I'm going to do a special request because it's what do you call it? It's an act data request. So you're lazima tupatie.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will say something about the Jubilee resurgent in the 2017 elections in Western Kenya was as a result of the NASA competing among themselves, as much as there was Vifaranga as a computer. The NASA parties competing among themselves is what allowed the Jubilee to sneak away with so many seats, unexpected. And it was unexpected to an extent whereby even the voters were shocked that the person they went to vote against, the one that won, and the one they voted for did not win. It was so bad in Western that that entire week everybody was silent because they didn't understand what actually happened. And so, as much as the whatever the 2022 elections, they really zoning has to take place, or ensuring that the strongest candidate runs the race in particular constituency. It's very important if AZIMIO is going to carry enough seats in Western Kenya. And of course, Western Kenya are very independent people. They will go and do what they want to do, regardless of the appeal. But AZIMIO's upper hand in the place is uncontestable, in my opinion. It's uncontestable. These are the TIFA of 30% and all that. It's imaginary. It's imaginary. You can't get that on the ground in terms of really votes. And that you see the desperation that Musalia and Weta are walking around with. If they had 35%, looking for 35% would be easier. Now they need to get 70%, and I don't think they are hitting 10%. And so that's why they are frustrated. And so anybody thinking that they have a 30% in Western is non-existent.
But Bernard,
if Uhuru Kenyatta got 11 in Kakamega, I don't think Ruto can improve on that 11.
Bernard, I was asking, remember 2002, when these parties came together in a coalition, the candidates were using the coalition name. Now, I'm just wondering whether they didn't find it useful this time around. They compromise candidates, especially where somebody steps down in favor of the other. That candidate should be an AZIMIO candidate. After all, you know, under the political parties bill or law right now, there will be no issue or problem in sharing the funds.
It's not sharing the funds. It's the political stakes right now. The political stakes in the sense that 2002, there was more mature approach towards getting rid of KANU. And everybody was fed up with KANU. So anything that would be used to get rid of KANU was taken. And that's why everybody bought into the NAC ticket without even considering their political parties. Because they saw after KANU is out, any political party will survive. But with KANU in, all political parties are going to die. And so it became very easy to negotiate that. Now, but right now, we see people like Wetangula, Mudavadi, I keep using their example. The only thing that is keeping them relevant in politics because they own a political party and they are called party leaders. But as far as political capacity is concerned, they are scoring zero. And so at this time, people want to reserve their political party, and that's the only way to reserve political parties is make sure you field in candidates and try to see if you can get several seats. At this point, with the AZIMIO approach, where they are saying they will do a poll, and whoever that is strongest at Achiwa, it's working. It's worked in Nairobi. It's worked in Mombasa. I'm sure it will work in several places, but there are places where it will not work. And the place where to have a challenge majorly is in Bungoma and Kakamega. Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, the Western Bloc, they are usually very, not giving in easily in terms of even considering the national interest when it comes to local seats like MCAs MP, that becomes very, it's very hard to let go until there is some kind of serious convincing. But at the end of the day, I still believe AZIMIO is going to get the majority, if not all, the seats in Bungoma, Kakamega, and Vihiga.
The problem will also be in Eastern. The same problem.
In my opinion, let Eastern be left alone. Let them do what they want, because getting into the Eastern province politics is an issue I am so much fed up with. I don't want it revisited. If they want to field in candidates, let them field in candidates. We concentrate on winning these elections. We swear in Baba, we move forward. Wakitaka NAK waingie, wakitaka muungano waingie, wakitaka wipe waingie, wakitaka kuwipe out everything, let them wipe out everything. Wasituingize kwa siasa yao.
What if the DP passes katikati? Kenya kwanza?
That is to the disadvantage of those people who don't want to agree. And that means Kalonzo is rendered, nobody. So if they really want to make it, they should accept to hang together or be hanged separately. If they choose to be hanged separately, mtu wa kupita katikati yupo. Now this time he's willing to buy anything at any cost. So it is to their disadvantage. Wachague kufanya kile kitu kinafaa, la sivyo wakubali matokeo na wakubali kwamba siasa yao imeisha, especially for Kalonzo and team. If I was Kalonzo, I'd be having a very nice time just playing the Baba game, the Baba game over these people in Ukambani. It gives me national appeal. But going to kill NAK, you want to kill Maendeleo Chap so that you remain. That's not being a father. Fathers are supposed to circumcise their sons so that their sons can continue with the reproduction, not castrate them. Wacha nimalizie hapa. Nini kipu wewe?
Okay, mimi nataka kwenda kulala, lakini wewe saa zingine unakuanga na madharau. Nasema nini? Niko tu na swali moja kwa huyo mjamaa alikuwa ameenda sabbatical, your prophet himself, anaitwa Martin Ndeto. Martin, prophet, ulikuwa umeprophesize huyu mtu anakuja. Ni tu swali moja Njeru aliuliza na nataka unisaidie kwa sababu tumempanguza makamasi. Unajua alikuwa anapiga kelele, alikuwa mchafu, anakimbia kusaidia. Unajua wale watoto wanakimbianga sela, wageni wanakuja, anakimbia unataka kuachukua nje. Anakuja tena mbele. Sasa amepanguza makamasi, amewashwa na mama. Amevalishwa nguo ya Sunday best, sasa amerudi nyumbani. So he doesn't have the popping balloon. Swali ni huyu watermelon wetu nampenda sasa, nampenda. Huyu watermelon wetu amepewa hiyo 5 ministerial seats. Si atasha swali Njiru alikuwa anauliza because they are boys, right to die na Gideon Moi. Hizo si mbili ama moja itaenda kwa Gideon Moi. That's why he negotiated. That's what
Lakini hiyo ilikuwa pendeleo. Let's not discuss it as if it is the way forward. Hiyo ni pendeleo.
Keep wataigawa, wanagawa na hata si hao peke yake watapata. Hizo zitagawanyika, zitaenda zote ati niitwa nini wiper. Ile tu naweza sema, unajua niliacha kucomment vitu za Kalonzo, watu waliniambia nikikuja hapa kitu naongeaga ni Kalonzo peke yake, so nikawacha.
Leo tumekukubalia, unajua kwa sababu amekuja nyumbani.
Unabii niliacha bwana.
Ama niaje, he has a field day bana. Wewe tuambie bana.
No, but you see the good thing at the end of it is that to have a good Kenya, it doesn't matter what. We needed Kalonzo to come in Ukambani. We worked very hard to bring him back. I know people who really burned the night oil to bring him back and to let him actually come back. He had actually never left. He was bargaining for some things and he was being pushed by other people. And that's the people we were fighting, not Kalonzo, was the other 3 guys. Those are the guys that were namdanganya, but we knew he wasn't going to go anywhere. We knew he was coming back, and we are happy he's back, because at the end of the day, one gain is another gain. So for me, I'm happy that he's back again, and not a prophecy. It's just something, it's just politics. I wasn't trying to prophesy to anybody. I was just saying that he will not gonna go anywhere. He's here to stay. And we knew Ukambani politics, how we're gonna bring him back, and he's back, and we are happy, and he's back to stay, and he's about to launch the biggest campaigns that you will see in either Ukambani or even all over the country. That's a plus for us, because at the end of the day is to have a better Kenya, and not to send it to people who might destroy our Kenya, our Kenya, because we are all Kenyans and we wanted to do. And we knew Ukambani was good, but also kuna jamaa ametoka hapa kusema it was a game also very well orchestrated. Tuchanganya wale wengine kwanza, waanze kuingia matope, then bring him.
Usiingie mambo ya Mtua. Wewe. Mtua pana.
Sitaenda huko, sitaki historia Ukambani. I'm not doing Ukambani politics in public anymore. I'm not doing Ukambani politics in public anymore. Mimi nikikuja hapa from now on, nachangia mada ya siku, naenda. Hiyo ingine nimeacha. Niligongwa hapa bana.
You see, Martin,
Mpaka karibu nitoke show.
If you go down that lane, Martin, if you go down that lane, it might force you to go to Gideon.
Yeah.
And if you may not know, Gideon is everything.
So kabla nitoke,
at least you guys, we delivered. At least Ukambani delivered here. At least sasa hiyo ingine ni top up.
Ngoja
the biggest one kulileta.
Kabla nitoke, Atuye umeambiwa na your brother Black usitoke. Ameniambia text message, amesema usitoke, anataka balance hapo. Amekomba hata usmile Atuye bana, ndugu yako amekusalamia from Australia bana. Amekasirika leo. Okay.
Atuye is
okay, I'll stay for 2 more minutes, then I'll disappear. Thank you very much for your patience, guys. And Martin, thank you for talking about Ukambani. And I'll say we'll talk more about data.
Sure. Martin, Martin, I want to mention something. I have thought about this Kalonzo thing, and the body language since Kalonzo said, declared his candidature, and the way Raila appeared and the group appeared unbothered. This was a scripted thing. It wasn't. It was to send create confidence in UDA, and then hit them back. I've thought about it so well, and looked at the rallies and the body language. Nobody was criticizing Kalonzo. It was only Kalonzo's foot soldiers who were, bickering here and there. Nobody was bothered about them. And even the normally vocal ODM MPs, they were nowhere to be seen. This was a scripted thing. It was Kalonzo never went anywhere. I agree with Kip. This was a play that ile tulikuwa tunaangalia huko National Theatre huko. Ndio ilikuwa imeandikwa. Na sasa hiyo script sijui kama Ndeto ndio aliandika. Sasa hii play ni mzuri sana. It has turned out to be a very good thing.
Unajua, at the risk of kuitwa prophet tena na watu kuanza kunishambulia, unajua nini? I said it here. I said it's a scripted. Nyamazeni, tulieni. Watu wakachapa mpaka Mama Selina vipi? Tunaona leo nafurahi kabisa. Mother amekuja, Kalonzo amekuja, vitu zinaenda vizuri. Mama Selina, Abuya, Jose, that thing was played very well. He was to kutoa watu kidogo kwanza wasahau nini, and then he came. He never went anywhere. I said it here. Lakini watu wakaruka kwanza wakaanza kutusi Kalonzo mwenyewe, and I was like, wacheni kumtusi, tuko sawa. That was the hidden card. And now the other ones zinakuja ni top up. Haijaisha. Ruto, kateni miti kabisa na mfiche kamba na sumu ya panya.
You know,
Okay,
when
order,
on 15th
order
of
now, order now. Thank you very
Oh.
much. I want to cut that right there so that we proceed with the debate. Atuya is here. Atuya has not spoken for ages. We want him to give us what the ground is now saying of late, since he's been listening to the ground, and tell us whether in Nyamira we have control or he has control and why. Atuya, take it.
Hello, and good evening. Sijakuwa anywhere. I've been just around in Nairobi. I've been here for a while, just listening in, and you know, you guys really enjoy yourselves. You even forget it's a debate. You make it an AZIMIO caucus, where you
No, you came in. You came in the time for cracking numbers. That
No,
is a session that we do in the debate.
I was in
After that,
earlier.
we resumed the debate. So we are
No,
back in the debate. The other one was presentation.
even during the period of cracking numbers, I think it was Jose when he was saying like the TIFA numbers were a little bit disadvantaging them. He was like, bring Infotruck. You know, Infotruck is from Angela Ambido.
We're black anakuja bana, acha mchezo.
And then when they wanted to bring in the other opinion poll, Kip was like, those numbers are exaggerated. So the numbers, how do we call that one? Keep the one ulikata iletwe.
Mizani.
Yeah, Mizani. So when Mizani
But
was
who
being
are the
mentioned,
shareholders?
Kip was like, no, we can't go there. So even Tifa, we know it, but still it was sending a negative shivers to Jose, and I could just laugh like, anyway, the numbers were paraded, and I'm not sad the results that you people are actually parading. If we lose 1 million votes in Central and gain some in Western and Central, and it cost and balance it, then it remains at 2017, and you know what happens. Now, back to today's topic. Kalonzo going back to AZIMIO, it was something that was expected. Kalonzo never left AZIMIO, and Kalonzo just went outside to try and make an impact so that, but we have to give it to Uhuru Kenyatta. He has spent the Kenyan taxpayers' money to make sure that Kalonzo is back in AZIMIO. He has really bought the guy, and Kalonzo is a poor man, and we can attest to that he could not risk to go run a poor campaign, and he's being promised billions and a position in government. Even if it was Bernard, he could have taken it. So the political impact of this is what we need to analyze. What is the political impact of this? In terms of magazeti kesho, and in terms of I normally come at night to see what Mtembe is the headline, because I know they have funny headlines. So I came to see the headline today, and so for the magazetis and the TV stations, they have already had their headlines. So what is the political impact of Kalonzo coming back to AZIMIO? So that is what we need to see. Ukambani did vote to almost 90% to Raila Odinga in 2017. In your right minds, do you think that number will remain 90%? Will it go to 70%, 60%? Now that Kalonzo is not on the ticket, that should be the question. If it goes anything less than 90%, that is still a loss. Because if from the look of things, from the balance of the numbers Jose was giving, you're losing ground somewhere else, you're gaining ground somewhere else. So for me, the issue here is, will Kalonzo deliver 90% of Ukambani? If yes, then there is a concern for us people in UDA to worry about. But if that number goes anything to 70% or even 65%, then we have nothing to worry. Remember, going into the 2022 election, William Ruto was meant to face Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta plus NASA. But going to 2022 elections, William Ruto is facing Raila Odinga, Uhuru, and one principal from NASA. So we have nothing really to worry about Kalonzo going left, right, and then coming back. So to us, we expected this. Our best scenario was if we could have gone it alone, we could have won the elections before the election. Now that he has decided to go with NASA, we will win the election on the election day. He has just derailed our victory until the election day. If he had gone alone, we could have won it today. Moving on to the second issue of Ruto. Ruto is right to actually say that he will not participate in the media presidential debate. For instance, the last time I was on this platform was before Kibaki was left us. And the reason I've never been back here is because of the bias that is in here. I don't feel safe. I don't feel like I will get better treatment. So I've always chosen to stay away and listen and read my newspapers and do anything else. So if Ruto he has felt the way I've been feeling about this platform, he has felt the same about the media, why should he go to a debate that is organized by the same media? If Mutembe TV today organized a debate, a presidential debate, I will not attend because I know Alex will be the moderator, Martin will be the coordinator, Kip will be the Mike guy will be muting me. So William Ruto is within his right to say that he will not attend that debate. Of course, I wanted William Ruto to face Raila Odinga on a presidential debate. And if it was possible, I really could advise him to go because I know what William Ruto can do to Raila Odinga on a one-on-one presidential debate. That one, I don't have any doubts about it. But if he chooses not to attend, we have realized that in 2017, Uhuru decided not to attend. It had zero impact. It had zero. Somebody amenifunika kwa screen. I cannot see myself. You see now, these are the things that the media does to us people in Kenya Kwanza. Bernard, I want to see myself speak. I will read this later, yeah. You media.
Speak to your audience. Why are you? Why do you want to see yourself? Let
No,
the
like,
audience see you.
Vanity bana anataka kujiona bana. Vanity anajipenda.
No,
Himself.
these are one of the reasons why we don't attend debates, because in between when the deputy president might be addressing a certain issue, citizen may want to play an advert like Bernard has just done. So don't question why William Ruto he has not chickened out, and you know it, and that one you can know that William Ruto and Raila Odinga on one table debating, William Ruto will beat him hands down. The numbers that you guys were crunching here, it was the last thing that I noted down. I think if the numbers stay the way they are, Alex will not be happy. I remember they were trying to adjust it to make sure that it's becoming below 25%, but wanakumbuka, oh, tuko live. So I wish you all the best, but I'm not worried. We are in a good place in terms of statistics. Even if mnasema hii HNIB assures KKO of 8% lead, we are comfortable, and I will assure you that we are very comfortable. That's all for that ahead. And I don't want a fight.
That is a disclaimer. It is not a law. Jose, what is it?
I just wanted to remind my friend that he seems to think that we are uncomfortable with the numbers in Western. Now, what I would like to point out is that you realize that our numbers have a source. So, and they can be verified. The TIFA numbers, they just tell us in hot air that we questioned 3,000 people. Now, I wonder, that was nationally. I wonder how many of those 3,000 people were in Western to give them that rating that is disclosed there. My wonder question is, you see, Jubilee was together with Ruto and Uhuru in 2017. And if in 2017, the best that, you see, the Jubilee scored there was like 11%. So the best that can happen maybe is when Ruto, the DP improves his numbers from where they were together. But now he's even alone. Now it follows that how would he even go towards getting to 20? And you see, Tifa is trying to imply that he has gone beyond 20, he's on 35 on the other side. With all the dents that have taken place in the recent past, it makes you, for any reasonable person, you'll be wondering where the Tifa numbers came from. That is one of them. Then the other one is about the not attending the debate. This debate, for heaven's sake, would provide the DP with an opportunity for those records he has been singing around, that let's have this issue based on records so that he can enlighten Kenyans about his records. Why is he chickening away or chickening out? Because for me, I think what he's trying to do is preparing us so that when he pulls out, he's not just going to pull out of the interview or the debate. He might just surprise us and pull out of the election. Don't you agree?
Okay, Mama Selina.
Thank you so much, Penat. Nataka kwenda kwa hiyo numbers, Deto, Ose, Kip na Alex. Tulitaka kuona what happened in 2017. But hiyo ya 2017 ilikuwa Uhuru Ruto. Now Uhuru is not there. For us, AZIMIO, we wanted to know actually vifaranga ya kompyuta ilisaliwa wapi. And then I see now people coming here wanataka kutuambia watu wawili walienda shamba. Uhuru amepaki na chembe. Ruto akaenda na nini hiyo miti ya kulima shamba. So I'm wondering, how can miti inaweza lima shamba na chembe ilitoka? These people need to know ya kwamba niliwaambia 2017 it was Uhuru. Kama Ruto angeongoza Uhuru, if it was opposite, sisi tungesema hizo kura batu maybe itakuwa intact. Penat, I say, this was like Uhuru ametoka na portion yake. Hawa watu wako na chembe atuya. Uwezi lima hiyo kawa, hiyo machani chai kwa Kisii na miti ya chembe, na mwenye chembe ilifunjika na akaenda na chembe. Hiyo tu nilitaka kusema. Ingine ni kwamba kulingana na mambo ya leo, kwa sababu nitarudi, nilikuwa najibu hiyo swali. Mambo ya kusema kura inaipiwa. Watu wakipiga nduru, mwisi anakuanga ya kwanza kupiga nduru. Lakini Penat, kama wewe unalala kwa nyumba yako na ujui nini inaipiwa, how will be, unaamuka usiku kuambia watu kuna mwisi, unajuaje? Sasa Jabukati saa hii nilikuwa naona news kwa Citizen. Jabukati amekaa na hiyo mambo, Deputy President amesema kura simepotea. So actually alikuwa anasema, alikuwa anataka kuveva IEBC, ndio IEBC wakuwe kwa mkono yake. I want you guys to see Jabukati amekataa. Amesema hiyo mambo, na yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anasema amepata hiyo information kwa sababu yeye ni second in command, na ni kama alikuwa amepata na IEBC. So kama IEBC wamekataa, intelligence yake itakuwa imetoka wapi? You know, I don't know why people want to be stupid. Chebukati this time round, ndio mulikuwa na hiyo idea 2017. This is a different method. Mwenye shamba ameenda na chembe, umepaki na miti. Ukiwa na miti you can do nothing. Kama vile anasema Matiang'i alifanya kazi na yeye mwenyewe alituambia Matiang'i aendelee na tear gas. Alisema afanye kazi yake. What is the difference of now? So Atua, chembe imeenda, muko na miti, mjue tu vile mtakipanga 2027 kukuwa na chembe yenyu. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Abuya.
I just want to mention something that caught my ear from Atuya Junior. Atuya, the election that in 2022 is not about one Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and one of the NASA's principals. The election is between William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, and on the other side is Raila and Karua. So let us not continue peddling this narrative that you have constantly used in the Mount Kenya, and it appears not to have worked because going by the polls which your side of the divide has sponsored, you can see that there is change in the mountain, which is your bedroom, supposedly. And in addition to that, if you look at it today, the few governors or prominent politicians who are from the mountain who have been looking like they are ishish, like one Kiraitu Murungi, today he has clearly said that the politics can change very fast because he has realized that this thing is gone totally away from the Kenya Kwanza or that amorphous formation that is not even registered. Now, so you can see that this is clearly a Raila Karua ticket versus the Rigathi and Ruto and Rigathi ticket. So stop misleading the audience that there is any other contestant in that presidential race.
Atuya, 1 minute Bernard. Kuna mtu alikuwa na mimba, amekuwa ameolewa na amekaa 9 years bila mtoto. Huyu mtu ya Mount Kenya ameoa pipi. In 3 weeks and 2 months ameshika mimba. Sasa ole wako ule ulienda kwa wenyewe, hakuna mimba. Sasa kumekuja bibi mpya, amepata mimba, you don't have anything to say. Hauna mtoto, kwa hiyo boma itakushikilia. Sasa funga firako, wacha kuhesabu nyumba ya wenyewe. Mama mpya amekuja, ameshika mimba, tunangoja mtoto asaliwe. Asanteni.
Haya mafumbo hayo, naomba hivi. Naomba yes Alex.
Yeah, shukrani sana Bernard. Asante sana Atuya kwa kurudi. Tukujua you will get courage again to come here. I have photographic memory. I don't forget easily. We need to do a cleanup first. Of all things that I've heard that was so petty politically, somebody had to say, is that wacha huyo mtu atuambie akona bwana kwanza ndiye aweze kuwa mama wa hii nchi. I don't even know why you will say that. Some of us were raised by single mothers, but they raised men who today can sit and stand and also debate in Mutembei. That was myopic, That was childish. That was stupid. That was retrogressive. And if you think that somebody's marital status can make them not to be a leader, you are out of place. You're not a human being. You should not live in this world, because this country that got a Nobel Peace Prize and other things that we celebrate today, from medals to all things that you don't know, is women who sacrificed so hard. The second liberation, women did not have the luxury like your mother and your sisters and your grandmother. They did not have that luxury. They went to the trenches to fight for us in a man of world, in a world of men. They could not be married. They could not fit the society. They were rebels. And therefore, for you to castigate in social media everywhere that Martha Karua is unmarried, that was so shallow. Please don't go there. It can't be. She is not a product of room 350. She cannot go there. She doesn't fit there. She fits under the able leadership of the heroes of Kenya. When all is said and done in the history books, she will be in those books. So it was sad to see you do that. Now you're to Meacha. I don't think you still, I think you were shocked. She was picked, but I think I said the next time we meet, I will tell you openly. At some point, my mother was a single mother and she still raised me. So I cannot let anybody use their mouth to speak things they don't know. And actually, if you go and see, children raised by single mothers are the most successful in the society. Just for you, if you don't know, if you know how to do statistics, go do that. Second thing, you can almost see, you know, they say dressing is everything. When you go to do an interview, utaona Atuya, you have never come beaten the way you are. Umevaa hoodie, ni black, umejificha. I don't know what is happening, Atuya. Atuya, come out the way I used to see you. You are a vibrant man. Usiogope. Siasa itaisha. But for you to come and tell us that William Samoei is running away from the debate from those points you gave us, that's a lie. One question that Ruto fears most is corruption during that debate. It will come, it must come, and we will talk about it. He has foreseen it, he's running away from it. Because there is every evidence that corruption surrounds the man, left, right, up, north, south, everywhere, including what the president said yesterday, that somebody wanted to grab a national place, a land for national heroes. The only place that Mama Wangari Maathai fought so that we can have a monument of a great history. Somebody wanted to put a casino there. You can imagine such kind of things surrounding the deputy all the time. I'm telling you, mister, by the time you start having your daughter is almost getting married or your son is getting married, you will look back and regret the kind of formation you are actually supporting. We are not supporting Raila because we think he is the best. But out of the people who are in the ring, you can almost say that William does not even qualify to be a presidential candidate because of the things that surround the man. How can you grab a road? A road. You grab a road. You have a title deed for a road. It's unspeakable. So we are not going to other things. We are saying things that he has accepted. We are not going to propaganda. We are talking about a man having a title deed for a road. He has never been on ballot. So this is the first time he was going to have a national debate in terms of, and you know what? I wish he could accept and go to that debate, because we want us to interrogate that man so that we can know if he qualifies. And I will finish with what Matiang'i said. If you were given talents, you have to show us. The Bible says about the story of the talent. Show us what you have done with your talents. The guy repented in the prayer breakfast in that morning and said, I failed in the job that you gave me. How dare you give that man again a job? He repented. You saw him. He said, I have failed as a DP. I'm using William Samoei Ruto's word. There's no propaganda there. So these things you are telling us are not right. The man has chickened out of debate because of corruption issues, and he knows very well. As a deputy president, he failed. And those are the things that are killing him. Had the man stayed true to the core and true to the north and supported the president as our vice president here, supported Trump to the last minute. But when it came to the insurrection, he said, hell no, the Constitution is supreme. William Samoei will be giving us a hell of a problem today. So the reason he has chickened out, you are not saying it. It's not because you are saying we have funny topics here in Mutembe. Why are you even here then? Why are you discussing funny topics? I think you are the one who is funny.
Right of reply?
First, I will address what I think Hosea was speaking about Western and Selena. They're actually saying that the best that Raila and the best Uhuru and Ruto could get was 17%. And now that Uhuru is gone, that number cannot go up, it can only go down. They are not cognizant of the fact that back in 2017, Jubilee didn't have Wetangula, who is a stalwart in the Western politics, and they didn't have Mudavadi to support that. So when you say that Uhuru was withdrawn and Ruto's popularity is supposed to go down, then you fail to take the fact that Musalia Mudavadi has got influence in Western.
Musalia Mudavadi
Selena,
and
be silent,
has
please.
nothing in Western. One was sport, the other one was a saucer. We cannot talk all those things. I think Alex is right. You cannot compare chicken and men. You cannot compare bulls and nothing. What is Wetangula doing in Western? Even amerudi kusimama kiti ya senator, a principal. Ame lose up already. Mudavadi, hakuna kitu anafanya. So don't come here and tell us about Mudavadi and tell us something else. Ukituambia kurutisha chini, tumesema Uhuru ndiye mwenye kazi, alipepana, sasa ametoka na chembe yake. Sasa, we Western unajua. Utuambie vitu ingine. Mimi unajua sisi sahi si maneno ya kucheza. Kama tumechapa Kalonzo kama ameruti laini, sisi kama tungetaka hiyo watu ya kununuliwa bure, wengine sasa. We have not talked about Mutua. Have you heard anybody here crying about Mutua? We let him go kwa sababu hana kitu. So kama una discuss issues, don't tell us about Mudavadi, don't tell us about Wetangula. You are even wrong. Unajua Wetangula amepeana papers ya kukua senator. Na yeye ni principal. Amepatiwa kuwa speaker ya parliament. Kani ni kubwa Alex, mimi ni mama labda sijui, between speaker ya parliament na kwenda kwa senator huko chini, kani ni kubwa as a principal. Wacha Alex anisaidie hiyo. Wacha kutudanganya.
So let's do this. Let's do this order, please. Mama Selina, let him.
I can go now.
Let him respond, and then we'll interrogate what he has said when he has finished, please. Thank you. Atuya, finish your submission, please, or your response.
Bernard, as always, I always choose to debate able debaters, and I will brush that aside and address myself to Jose and Abuya. So Jose, as I was speaking about Western Province, you saying that
You
our
rubbish
numbers?
because of a woman, or you rubbish because of what?
Mama Selina,
So,
take it easy.
as I
Mama
was saying
Selina,
that,
take it easy, please. Thank you. Take it easy, please.
as I was saying, Western Province, William Ruto is meant to gain because of one, Musalia Mudavadi, and a host of other leaders, including Moses Wetangula. In fact, Ose, from your numbers, if you can check other pollsters, you can find out that in Bungoma, Kenya Kwanza leads Azimio by a margin of almost 5%. The same to Trans Nzoia.
Which polls? Which poll? Which pollster?
I'll give you the polls. Let me finish first.
Okay.
So the same if you check Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, because of the is it the Bukusu factor that is in Bungoma and in Trans Nzoia? That is why you'll find out that wherever Moses Wetangula is, he has got a more bigger sway in Western in terms of votes more than Mudavadi has in his own backyard. Again, to address the issue of a principal in a coalition going for a Senate position, that is neither here or there, because we also have a Gideon Moi who is going for a Senate position. Now, that one does not buy anyone, if you are a principal, not to go for any political seat that you want. And then, Abuya, there is an issue that you raised about the election being about of Ruto versus Raila Odinga. I don't dispute that fact. My argument was that before the elections, we in the Kenya Kwanza, before even we became Kenya Kwanza, we were ready for an election where we were going to face Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula, and one Kalonzo Musyoka, including the others like Joho and the governor from Amason Kingi. So going into the elections, we have managed to raid what we perceived as the opponents for the 2022 elections. That is include Amason Kingi, Moses Wetangula, we have Musalia Mudavadi, we have Machakos governor on the other side. Now, we have members that we didn't expect to have. And prior to that, we still expected to win these elections without Mudavadi and the rest. So wherever Kalonzo makes any movements, wherever candidate X makes any movement, we really don't care whatever happens. And I think, Bernard, those are the only important issues that were raised. I don't want to respond to any other issues.
No, the debate
Of maybe drug dealers or drug lords who were speaking here some nonsense.
the debate, the withdrawal, signs.
Wakalenjin wenyewe watetei Ruto, nyinyi wenye mnachifanya mnajua ndio mnakuja kufanya ngengenge. Why Kalenjins are not speaking about him? Natumwa kukua umbwa, Wakalende wangesema kuhusu mtoto yao. What do you know about those? Nyinyi ndio mnajua kutetea. See, he has brothers and sisters. Why are they not coming out to defend him?
Sawa, take it easy, Mama Selina. You know, there are things that are hard to be understood. There are things that are hard to be understood. Let's not go personal, but all in all, from the response that Atuya is giving, you see clearly that they are grappling to hold on anything. They are drowning and they are grappling to hold on anything to stay relevant. Because if Mudavadi was that significant and Weta was that insignificant, how many of the parliamentarians that were in ANC and for the Kenya are with them right now? Because the numbers they have is proportional to the member of parliaments they get. Now, if everybody in Ford Kenya has gone to DAP, Kwambolea, and the people have either left from ANC to ODM or ANC to DAP, which are in AZIMIO. So the controller of Western is no longer Weta or Mudavadi. They are just individuals. That's according to the current statistics and the current reality. But because they still want to keep hopes alive, is when they say that they did not have Musalia, they did not have Weta, and they are not appreciating the fact that they don't have Uhuru. When Uhuru is the one that brought 6 million of the votes that made Jubilee win. So if you lose Uhuru and get Musalia and Weta, have you replaced the 6 million? It doesn't add up. So ni ile tu hali ya kujitia moyo tu tusiwachukulie too much serious. They are also not serious, including their leader. And so tuwaelewe. Martin, what are you saying?
Bernard, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bernard, I love this channel so much that the first time I fell into it, I just began coming here every day. And it takes me every day. I'm waiting for it, even when I'm at work. That's why sometimes I don't come in early and stuff like that. But there's some things that and this, if you guys need to get out the channel, I will, but I hope not. I hope nobody will get offended. But Bernard, we also, I think in this channel, it's a disclaimer, but in this channel also, we have to realize that we're talking to grown-ups with kids and with parents and with families, and probably some of us, people who work somewhere, who are managers being looked up to. I think we need to watch our language a lot. I think I've seen people here come and dress up somebody in the front of public. And like now I'm looking, we have almost 369, 400 people watching. We don't know where they are. It might be your mother watching, and then you see somebody dressing you down on that, trying to talk to you like you're not a human being. Bernard, I love AZIMIO. I am an AZIMIO guy. I love this channel. I love everybody that I've met here. I have lost a couple of friends here because of my stand of humanity. Because at the end of the day, whether you're in UDA or you're in AZIMIO, you're all Kenyans. And that's what I stand for. I have seen people talk very rudely to people here that you might think somebody is a kid, but that's somebody that has has a husband, somebody that has a son, somebody that has a family, somebody that is respected where they work in. I'm just saying, can we please tone down when we start talking like that, when we start dressing people? And even if you have something personal to talk to me, ask for my number, call me on the side, tell me this is what I think and what it is. When we come over here, please, let's debate na heshima, tuheshimu kila mtu. We don't come here to dress people or to say who's smarter than who's not smarter than who. We are coming here to talk about our country. Me, I'm just saying, hiyo ni ombi langu tu kwa heshima, because I've seen some things and sometimes you wanna come in, you're like, hata isiwezi introduce mama yangu, akisikia nikiongeleshwa hivyo. So you're like, and we're trying to get people to understand that. For me, I know nitagongwa, but I'm a Christian, I was born Christian, I was raised very well to respect everybody and not ever talk to someone like they're stupid or they're down or you're better than anyone. That's why I laugh a lot when I come over here. Napenda watu, napenda discussion, we talk about it and everything. So me, that was a disclaimer, ndio maana nimeinua mkono, because I see some people don't treat people well over here, and I hope we can actually just listen. Bernard, we ni mchungaji bwana. Saa zingine ikienda sana usiachi kimbie sana. Kuna wenye tuna joking kama mimi na Kip tutaweza kimbizana. Hata wewe Bernard tutaweza kimbizana, lakini when it comes serious to where you're talking about personal things or downgrading somebody, I think we need to change that. Kuna wenye you can have fun with, kuna watu wengi hapa, hata mama Selina na msalimianga, tunacheka, tunarelatana juu kidogo sisi, lakini hatukimbizangi na kujanga na heshima. Unajua, kabla ni mgonge nitamuomba mom please nisamee kwanza kabla niende. Unajua, kwa sababu na heshimu wazee kabisa kabisa. So that was just a disclaimer that I wanted to put there. Najua nitagongwa, but it's what I stand for, is what I believe in, and I have to speak out when it comes to that point. I'm sorry guys kama kuna mtu nimegonga.
It's okay, Martin. Let's that goes for both sides and all of us. There is what we call in our Bible training. It's what, or in leadership, we call it people skills. And people skills requires that we all appreciate that people will always be people, no matter where you meet them. And one way of relating with people rightly is to let people be people. Don't turn them or clone them into something else that they are not. And so in a debate like this, you're going to meet all manner of people, and some of us come here for different reasons. Okay, there are those who are here seriously because they love this country and they want this country to move forward. Others come here because they have been picked by their paymasters to come and frustrate the show. The others who come here specifically to divert the discussion or frustrate the cause. And so when we don't let people be people, we'll get, tutakwazwa, tutakuwa offended, we'll begin to protest over nothing. So the best thing for us to do is tukubali kwamba watu ni tofauti na kuna watu na kuna viatu duniani. Kwa hivyo kama umekutana na kiatu, jifunze vile utakivaa. Kama umekutana na mtu, jifunze vile utamheshimu. Lakini hatuwezi kuweka stereotype that this, like somebody begins to talk and say sitaki kuulizwa maswali yoyote. Kwani aliyekualika kuja hapa ni nani? So there are some things that are overboard which cannot be tolerated. But other things we learn as we go, and we grow as we appreciate one another. We cannot have a uniform law that certain people should be treated a certain way. At the end of the day, we will not be having a show, we will not be having a debate. We will put everything in consideration. But at times, when somebody goes overboard, he needs to be handled. He can't be late, especially on matters that are uncompromised. Matters that are not uncompromised. Somebody who wants to lie to lie deliberately and is using our airtime and our platform to lie, that one cannot be accepted. Somebody who crosses the boundary. You see, you're addressing somebody who's an elder, and then you address him as if he's your child. That is crossing the boundary. We can't allow that. And even if you are a father of many generations, a father of many children, and you're behaving like a child, we'll treat you like one. So tusiingie sana katika hii hali ya kupanga watu, lakini tupange show na tupange vile show inaenda. Na kama unaona the heat is too much, you take a break. You take a break. It's good. It's good. And it's not. I'm not here because I have overcome everything. Okay, but even just being on this platform and running this show, there's a lot of heat that is on me right now. I just recovered my Facebook account was hacked, and I'm sure that hacking is coming from this specific show. Somebody goes to my Facebook account, hacks the account, changes the email number. I can't access, and that's my main Facebook account. So I've been with Facebook trying to get it. I succeeded to recover. No sooner did I recover the Facebook account that my YouTube channel was taken over. Now I'm on it again, fighting to get my YouTube channel back. So vita ni mingi, lazima tukubali kuvipiga na tusonge mbele. Let's not go personal. Let's not mess up what the good thing that we are doing. And for Kenya, let's do it. For Kenya is enough reason for us to do it. It's enough reason for us to endure and be able to push through successfully. Abuya, I want to give to PK, except a serious matter. Sema.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Atuya, who left us immediately after his submission or presentation. I want him to apologize because he mentioned something to do with the drugs and what have you. I mean, that has touched me very badly because That is spoiling the name of our panelists and us as a whole. And also just to mention during his submission, he tried to justify how Kenya Kwanza is doing good. But what most people don't know is that Kakamega is totally lost, as the rumors that were there about the deputy governor, the deputy nominee governor for Kakamega, Dr. Beatrice Nyanja, having bolted from Malala's campaign. The rumors have, there's a lot of truth in that. That is the reason why Malala had to follow her to the US. And they are currently in San Francisco and trying to convince her back on board. So it is all lost in Kakamega. I don't think there will be anything there. And AZIMIO will be taking the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Abuya, for the information. Let's move on. PK, take it. Honorable Bundi, you're behind the curtain. What's happening?
Ni vile sichamuka, sinajua hapa tuko Kenya, tuko kwa kina Selina, lakini sichasima kamera iko on. Ikiwakisha taa pale itanichoma.
Okay, subiri
Lakini si
kidogo
unaona
basi.
mkono, si unaona mkono, ni mimi. Sauti si
najua
unasikia ni mimi.
Sawa, wacha PK yaongea alafu utakuja moja kwa moja.
Kwanza ningependa kuwasalimia. Nimefurahi kufika hapa. I've been following from the background. I want to go straight to the topic, but the only thing I would like to mention before I go to the topic of today is this does not apply to all Kenya Kwanza supporters, but nimerealize saa zingine kuargue na hawa watu ni shida sana. Even facts, things that require facts na vitu ambazo ziko wazi wanapenda kuargue tu. Ni kama vile nikipeana mfano, kama vile Mama Selina anapenda kupeana mifano. Ni kama vile mtoto mdogo akikuuliza watoto wanatokanga wapi. Huwezi ukamwambia details mahali watoto wanatoka. Watoto wengi wanaambiwa watoto wananunuliwa dukani, watoto wanatoka hospitali, watoto wanatoka kwa Mungu. You know, you explain to little kids in some funny ways because you can't tell them some things in details. And that's how I find some of these Kenya Kwanza guys. Unaona ni kama wanaargue kama watoto wadogo. Kwa hivyo huwezi hata you can't bring yourself to tell them the truth. Manake hata ile ukweli hawaelewi, ni kama watoto wadogo. Huwezi ambia mtoto mdogo mahali watoto wanatoka, kwa sababu mtoto mdogo haezi elewa. Mtoto mdogo haezi akadigest hiyo, haezi akaelewa unamwambia nini. Kwa hivyo mimi watu wa Kenya Kwanza huwa nikiwachukulia hivyo, mistaki kuargue nao. Manake naona hawajahitimu wakafika kwa ile level ya kuelewa vitu zingine. Kwa hivyo unawawacha tu, lakini unawaambia ukweli ule uko. Tukiwacha hiyo mambo ya watu wa Kenya Kwanza, I'm happy that Kalonzo is back. As Ndeto once said, Kalonzo alikuwa hajaenda. Mimi raha yangu kwamba Kalonzo amerudi, si kwamba Kalonzo angefanya tushindwe. Na nimewahi kusema hapa mara nyingi, Kalonzo umuhimu wake mkubwa si kuwa I said even without Kalonzo baba angeshinda, lakini sasa ushindi utakuwa vizuri. But umuhimu wake mkubwa ni kwamba serikali ya baba itakuwa na viti nyingi sana katika parliament na senate, ambaye ndio kitu baba alikuwa anataka zaidi, ili wakipitisha miswada bunge tuko na watu wa kuchangia na hakuna kitu kinaweza anguka bunge. Hiyo ndio kitu kubwa sana Kalonzo ameleta kwa serikali ya baba, manake tunajua tunaenda kuform hiyo serikali. Kitu ingine ni kwamba a lot of people have been concentrating on the Kamba vote from Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni, and forgetting that the Kamba vote is not only concentrated in Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni, but we have a big Kamba population in Nairobi and in the coast region, which should not be ignored. Na hiyo namba inachangia watu wetu wale wako huko wa ODM ama wa Jubilee ama wa Wiper, wale wako Nairobi, wale wako coast, wakiungana na Wakamba wale wako huko, who are a big population, tuna chance ya kuleta watu wengine in those areas. As for DP kukataa kwenda kufanya hii nini presidential debate, huyo DP wetu is a very eloquent person. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa, ni mtu anajua kuongea, but I have noticed he is only good in a monologue conversation where he is the only one talking, lakini hakuna mtu anamjibu. Ndio maana yeye ni mzuri sana kwa campaign. Manake campaign, most of the time, campaign ni monologue. Ni mtu anaenda anasimama kwa jukwaa, anasema zile vitu alikuwa amepanga na hakuna mtu atampinga. Lakini hata kwa mambo mengi, hata kwa interviews za kawaida, if you watch carefully, he is not good in a dialogue, any kind of dialogue. He is not very good. Hata akiulizwa swali, kama hawezi kujibu, huwa anasema ungeuliza hivi, ungeniuliza hivi. Anakuwa na maswali yake yale ameprepare. Ile swali unamuuliza anakataa kujibu, anakwambia you should have asked me this and this, alafu anajibu hiyo kitu yeye mwenyewe anataka, alikuwa ameprepare. He is not good in any dialogue conversation. He is only good in a monologue conversation. Na ndio maana anajua akienda kwa presidential debate where he'll be asked questions after questions, na mtu atakaa pale kama huyu there is one good guy ambaye hata ukichenga atakuuliza tu, jina yake inanipotea kidogo, huyu Mmasai, what's his name?
Linus Kakai.
Linus Kakai. Linus Kakai akikuuliza swali atahakikisha lazima ujibu, hata kuacha, hata ukipiga kona atakurudisha hapo hapo tu, na hawezani na mtu kama Linus Kakai. Akimuuliza swali na haogopi kuuliza hata ile swali ngumu, hata kama ni swali nyeti, hata kama ni swali kwaje, Linus Kakai atauliza, na anaogopa watu kama hao. Ndio maana anasema vitu zingine ziko skewed, sijui wanaonewa, lakini ni vile hawezi, anajua kuna maswali ataulizwa na atashindwa kujibu na ataibika, ndio maana hataki hiyo debate. Mimi nitafika tu hapo. Asante.
Okay, Waswahili wanasema mtu akatai mwito akataa, bali ukataa aitiwalo. So it is not a debate that is a problem, but the outcome of the debate or what may what may arise by reason of the debate. But it's too early. You should have waited for him to be called first before he responds to the same. But all in all, it is important. Let's do this. The people on the comment section, Atuya has left, and Atuya, if you have met him today, then you have a reason of responding the way you are responding. But I've been with this Atuya on this platform many times. We have collided head on many times, and he's just like he's stubbornly committed to being what he is. So leave him alone. Leave him alone. He will not apologize. He would have apologized if he was a gentleman. He would have apologized on Karua Mata here when he was given an opportunity with Alex. But how did he respond? He responded by insulting father. So such a person ni kumkubali na kumwacha vile alivyo. Asiyefunzwa na mamaye atafunzwa na ulimwengu. You can't die for. I always tell my brothers, we were born together from the same womb. I will not die together, and will not be buried in the same womb. So if you choose the life you want to live, You will leave it for yourself. Don't. The only thing you don't do, you don't transfer the bill to me. Ukishikwa na polisi, basi hivyo hivyo lipa bili yako mwenyewe. Si eti mimi nakuja kulipia bili na wewe umechagua kuishi maisha ambayo hayafai. So kinatuya hao watajifunza na baadaye. Leave them alone. Don't let them spoil your day. This is an important.
Bernard, at the burial, you know, you'll change. Now you are telling us huwezi kufanya, lakini when they are dead, everybody praises them. Nobody blames the dead.
If the family refuses to bury somebody, the government will bury. Nobody refuses to bury somebody. But when somebody wants to transfer their bills to you, or because of their reckless living, you have a choice. You have a choice. I have my late brother. He was such a guy that if you escorted him to the market, you must carry extra money because he will pick a fight to anybody and he will physically fight. If he will not fight, if he insult you, just one insult from his mouth, you will rather die than accept the insult. So we are all born from the same womb, but we are all different people. So ukielewa mtu utafanya ile kunapaswa kufanya licha ya kuwa kile ambacho unasukumwa kufanya. You will always have a choice. Somebody will push you to do something, but you will always have a choice to do the right thing regardless of the bad thing you're being pushed into doing. That's what I'm saying. Achana na Atuya, let's do a debate. This country will be here, and Atuya will be a beneficiary of a good governance that will be established by the AZIMIO government. He may be the first beneficiary of the same. Just like Ruto is enjoying 2010 constitution when he went around the country saying, oh, it will allow same-sex marriage, oh, it will allow abortion, oh, it will close churches. All these excuses he's saying now. He said them in 2010. But now we have 10 years later, we have had this constitution. We haven't had any of those problems that he was peddling around. Excuses are the crutches for the non-committed, and you can't hear any reasonable debate from Kenya Kwanza except excuse after excuse, excuse after excuse. Protocol broken. Oh, why was the Nini not acknowledged? Oh, where is it written that you have to be acknowledged everywhere? There are things that we just need to learn to let go. Honorable Bundi, nataka uongee ili nikuachilie. Vipi?
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
Habari zenu nyinyi wote?
Sisi iko salama.
Habari ya Martha Karua mwenye ako hapa peke yake. Martha Karua, habari yako? Very good, very good.
Salama sana, salama sana.
Very good.
Tuko hapo
hapo. Tuko hapo. First of all, let me thank our Almighty God for this free life He has given us. And I start by saying that Nairobi politics is doing well, whereby I'm among the politicians in Nairobi. We are doing very well in terms of where mrengo yangu iko ya AZIMIO. It's very obvious that it is almost getting one man, so Sakaja is almost getting out since he don't have papers. He went to school, but he never seated to class until the last minute. Alipenda mandasi kuliko kukaa kwa darasa afanye mtihani. I'm so sorry for that man. He has been in parliament for the last 5 years.
Allow me to ask the question that
Budi, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
Asked in the Bible. Is there anything good that can come from UDA? I mean, why is it that every question mark is rising from one place?
No, can Budi substantiate? How can he say that Sakaja?
Okay.
The evidence I have, you wait until the last nomination for Chebukati. That's when you will hear, because it will be breaking news in our national TV. It was yesterday, and that is the best evidence. Kindly hold your horses.
Okay,
Yes.
carry on, thank you.
So I was saying that it's going to be one man, so it is a couple of days to know the truth. Somebody went to school but never seated to class until the last day, and that is very shameful. Somebody who has been castigating other leaders all over the press. Now the chicken is out. Let us fry the chicken and enjoy the meal. Pray for me. I will be going for my last nomination on the 5th, that is Sunday. I know I'm going to succeed. And the next debate from 9th, I will be in this debate as an Aheri MP for Westlands, Mountain View Ward, and maybe a rate of majority, and making and coming serious with serious debate in-house. And I will be the first person to be the best MC because I know I'll be having some serious advisors from this debate, including my mother here, Serena. So muniweke kwa maombi. I want to thank you. I want to start from the debate why Ruto don't want to go into debate. First, I want to say that that is not even a question, because you understand Ruto will not having anything to state the country, because already what the moderators will do will reverse the last debate, what he was telling the country. And they will have nothing to answer over it, because 100.1 point something, it was a lie. So how would you bring such a person on debate to just talk to his own lies? It's so difficult. Secondly, Ruto is one person who speaks something on 7 a.m., on 7:30, is coming out with another objective. So I don't see whether that is somebody who can just agree to come on that debate. Secondly, Ruto is is the only man who has done bad things to this country, whereby he is only supposed to speak from committee, not from a Kenyan debate on our national TV. And that is obvious. I thank our president, because this is the only president we have in Africa who can tolerate the abuse, who can tolerate our constitution, that our deputy president is chosen. You cannot chase him away. Afumilia amalize muhula wake, kama ni kustakiwa, kama kutakuwa na evidence na DCI, DPP, then it can be taken to court. I can just speak some few. And I normally say that we all confirm that our new constitution allow all business government to be done under deputy president office. That is in the constitution. And when the constitution gave that mandate, the deputy president took almost serious tenders to his own family, his own companies and friends. And that is so bad. Such a countries like Europe, even in America, that is abuse of office. This person should have not even existed 2013, 2014, where you do business with the government and you are a deputy president. It is wrong. We all know who was supplying the boards for Kenya Power and how many millions this guy, not even millions, how many billions we have lost. There were so much manipulated of a price from 4,500 to 205,000, almost 200 each, and over 10 million balls were supplied in Kenya Power. And that's wrong. When you calculated over 10 million balls times 200, that's a lot of billions. We are not supposed to cry today at kuna mtoto anakufa mahali na kuna mama anakufa mahali bila dawa. We all know this country, every port and every area there is cash crop, like where I come from, Kisii, tunapata mahindi, tunapata majani chai, tuko na kahawa kadhaa, and that is our cash crop. If you go to Central, you may get wako na chai, wako na maziwa na vingine. If you go to Kakamega, utakutana na viazi tamu, utakutana na mahindi na kahawa pia iko kule. Ukienda kwa Waria, utapata cash crop yao ni ng'ombe, whereby with the deputy president hakuachilia watu wauze ng'ombe yao. He took this business to his own hand. whereby he went to do business with Museveni. Alikuwa anatoa ng'ombe pale Uganda, analeta anauza pale, anatoa ng'ombe pale kwa samba ya Murumbi, analeta na supply Kenya Meat, anatoa pesa ng'ombe pale Kilifi, analeta na supply Kenya Meat. Until the government know and our intelligence realized that the Kenya Meat is going down, the government was only receiving 80,500, and that was a confirmation from our president in a national TV. He decided to give our men in uniform to do that work. And today, we are receiving over 2.something million per day. Now, the question is, whoever was doing this business, kwa nini hajachukuliwa jela? I would like to mention men and a few. You all know we started what we call NTSA. Those are the cars and the people from means of transport who were manning our roads when we were having serious accidents in our road before Michuki left. These cars were being supplied with one man. These were just hired vehicles. We all know, and it is on the public domain, that the one car should have been paid per day 4,500. It is obvious that the amount were paid is 17,500 per car, and there were 3,500 cars. So you can your guess is good as mine. How much were lost? And the company which supplies the car, the company is used by the already called Becky. Becky's assist to Rachel. And then the company which were fueling these cars was Rachel's company, based in Eldoret. This is the company which are fueling these cars. The one car was using 6,500 per day. Kama mlikuwa wala watu mlikuwa hapa Kenya, mnajua kabisa gari ya NTSA ilikuwa inasimama mahali inafanya operation, baadaye inarudi police station. 6,500 fuel. I used to drive from here to Kisii and back when I have my Premier on Arion and said, not even 5, it's 5,000. So those are the amount we are going. And then it's on public domain. The president stood up one morning and they say, magari yote NTSA toka kwa barabara. So your guess is good as mine. Why these cars went out of the road? And since then, what happened? Where are these questions? So it is men I cannot even name. We all know when Leila was asking about the Eurobond, who was capable of going to sign any contract, because the contracts were being signed as a debit bracelet, as I said earlier. So we have not been told up to today where the 200 billion for the Eurobond. Ile wakati walikuwa wameingilia mura wao wa kwanza, tunahitaji kuambiwa hii pesa za Wakenya zilienda wapi? Tunajua ya kwamba bei ya SGR ilikuwa ngapi, nani alikimbia China kumanipulate, because the hurry just was that the SGR was a first class at around 50 billion. Now it is around 400 billion, and it's third class. Which country? What the same? So those are one of the things. This man will not go into a national TV. He has a lot of questions he will not answer. I have no any personal beef, but as more as I can as MCA, I will stood from Nairobi and I will make sure this question will be answered, because I'll get a plot from whereby I will be heard. I want to be the first person to ask why, who killed even other serious people like Keneik, Musando, Juma, and others. Those are the things we want to ask, because the family are grieved. We want answered. Why can one only person can do our country this all nonsense? So for me, I thank our president because he's calm. He has listened for whenever the advisors, amevumilia matusi, amevumilia yote na nchi imesonga. This is the only president who promised Kenyans over 10,000 kilometers of road. He has done 12,435 kilometers roads in our country. We should just thank this God and wish him maisha marefu. Let me now to God, because the issue of Ruto, I can talk it from now until morning. Let me now just negotiate kidogo about Kalonzo joining AZIMIO. No, well, relax, Mr. Osea, Mr. Relax. Let me speak kidogo about Kalonzo joining AZIMIO. One thing I love about Kalonzo, he normally listen to the ground. The other day, every fourth county is important. Kalonzo ako na wasi wake watano, tunahitaji tu kwa kikapu moja, tunahitaji when we talk of the word AZIMIO, la umoja inamaanisha sisi wote kwa pamoja. Kwa hivyo yeye ni wa maana, he has been a leader of this country. Wherever way is doing his things, now we are together, we can speak one language. And I was very happy when wakati alikubali kwamba our mata na akamuita senior council, so we are now together. Wherever Raila did, wherever the post Raila gave him, amependa. Hiyo inamaanisha huyu mzee hesabu yake achapiga mbaya. And I like how this man, our president, our 50th president, do his own things, because the Kenya Kwanza was pushing Kalonzo to be given a deputy so that they will not get any say, any vote from Mount Kenya. But they were too smart for Kenya Kwanza. Then they just get Martha Karua. The ground now is shifting to almost 60%. I thank God for that. So I can give this platform. I know akina wasea wanachomeka na swali. Ulisa utachipiwa. Asante.
Jose, make it brief.
Actually, it is not a question. I just want to support Mheshimiwa. You see, the list of scandals. You know what you have just narrated is just about Ruto. But me, what pains me is that all these people, the only difference is the degree of the number of scandals each of them have. But it is very, very embarrassing that elected people, elected representatives, all have cases. And then now come next election, they're still on the ballot. Election after election, they're on the ballot. As far as I'm concerned, the law needs to be changed so that this innocent until proven guilty, it should be that once you are found that you have a case to answer, and there is a probability of more than 50%, those people should not be allowed to contest any elective or to hold public offices until the cases will take forever in the courts. But this idea of innocent until proven guilty, it still makes the Sonkos turn around to contest. No. The law must be changed. Abuya, don't say goodwill. Goodwill is just one of them.
No, I just wanted to tell you, or I give you a suggestion. One thing I told you the other, anything to do with the Bill of Rights. The only suggestion in terms of corruption cases that I can suggest is that like the taxation matters in court, is that you are asked to deposit half the amount in contestation until the case is heard in court. Once you lose or you win, or the matter is heard and put to rest, and the correct taxes are allowed, I mean, you are given the correct taxes to pay, then that becomes, it will be easier to confront these corruption cases. But the Bill of Rights, you cannot touch it, because touching it is going for a referendum.
Let me tell you, Abuya, that's why we are saying the law has to be changed. Without changing the law, the Bill of Rights, even the Bill of Rights can be changed through a referendum. And that's what we want. So that people don't go hiding that you are innocent until proven guilty. The probability is over 50% you are guilty, and you still allow them to contest. It doesn't make sense.
That is where governments come in and they abuse the rights. So it can't happen.
Okay, thank you. Let's allow Nani to prosecute. So since there was no question to Honorable Bundi, let's listen from Shabak. Shabak, vipi? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. you click on the mic is beside your name on the screen, so that it allows you when you speak, we can hear you. Hey, sorry. Organize yourself, then we'll come back to you. You must unmute. You must unmute in order for you to speak. Okay, let's see Roba as we. Yeah, I think he's succeeded. Shabak, go ahead.
Hello, guys.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. Make your. Oh God, you have cancelled yourself. Pole, get back. You will get an opportunity to share. Roba, endelea tafadhali.
Hey, Bernard Bali, nice to see you. Nice to
Niko
see you.
salama, karibu.
Yeah, from yesterday. I'll say I was watching you guys, your numbers. Where's Atuya? Atuya just like he knew I was coming and he ran away. So Mama Serena was representing me. That was very good. I'm Chamba everybody, man. I'm Chamba Martin. I see you. Okay.
Mchamba.
Yeah, so remember two weeks ago, I came here and I predicted the tape's there. I'm not trying to make this one up or say 2 weeks ago, they don't remember what I say. Give me 2 weeks, Kalonzos will be back. 2 weeks, Kalonzos is back. That one is something you have to give me credit because sometimes you have to believe my sources. So then I predicted one thing.
You are a prophet of sorts.
No, I'm not going to call myself a prophet. I'm just saying, sometimes some of this, what I'm we get good information when we come here. So it's just like people might think we are just like coming to you just come here just because you want to participate. But some of us get some very good sources before we come and participate. And I like you guys, I saw some numbers there. Even though what somebody forgot to tell Atuya is that the numbers we saw from Western already Root has not participated. So there's no way we can come to a conclusion what's going to happen. But at the same time, we don't know. It might be very high or down. We don't know. So let's not try to get ourselves ahead of it. But the next few weeks will determine what happens. Now, let me go back to the basics. I was shocked to hear that the vice president of our country is just getting out of presidential debates. I mean, the next thing, I think this guy, the next thing, he might even call it a day. I have a feeling he's going to call it a day because I think he has realized he thought people were stupid from the beginning, but thank God he's losing and he's going to lose. But at the same time, if I was him, why was I advise? This is what we have been saying. Ruto, he's a nice guy. And the way he does things is very wise. But at the same time, you can't be a one-man crew. You need some help. Now, when people tell him get out of presidential debates, I think he's destroying himself. So if I was somebody who was advising him, he has to reconsider going back. We want to hear what he says. We have accused him of corruption. We have accused him of all these things. I want him to defend himself. But guess what? He's not going to do it. Going forward, still I'm going to call a commission like the way I said yesterday. Still there's a lot of things we need to know. More especially this to be government as the last 5 years of their ruling and the last 5 years. There are some things we want to know. Not necessarily we accuse people Maybe people go to jail. If the people go to jail, I don't care anyway. But we want to find out what happened. There's some money which we lost, a lot of money. There are some other things, like somebody was saying here, people got killed, Musanda and that. I mean, it's just like we are right now. Some of us are excited, but don't forget the dark days of Jubilee too. I know Uhuru Kenyatta is a nice man. We like him. But at the same time, we can't assume everything was so perfect when they were ruling in our country. So as we have all this less than 60-something days to go, we need to go to the basics. Okay, it looks like Raila want to win the election according to if right now Mr. Rudes, it looks like he's giving in. But at the same time, I hope you guys, when time comes, we will not back off. Even if Raila wins, we have to be tall. If things go bad, we have to tell them. We will be here. We are not going, as long as I'm alive and I'm on this network, I'll tell them my mind. But at the same time, we have also to face the past. We have to get the last 10 years, what went wrong and what's the way to go forward. We cannot just like keep an eye on, keep a blind eye and just say things are okay. No, I'm one guy who believes at the end of the day, the most problems we face our country is because of corruption. I won't take that topic again. Because you guys have been exhausting all these things here about chicken out, Kalonzos and other things, for all these hours. But at the end of the day, things can work in our country if there's corruption, we reduce corruption. So the way to go forward, can we have some debate how we want to solve these things? But otherwise, Bernard, I don't have much to say. I'm going to listen. I just woke up. But I was listening to everybody behind there. I'll say congratulations. But at 2 years, and Mr. Alex, that was a nice exchange. I just like I felt myself to come in, but that's fine. Next time, I want to see you DA guys because of raiders they have been hiding. I don't know why. Some of these guys came here. I know we had we said on Mariba, what's his name? Duke was here. He had some arguments, that's fine. But I want people like Brack, if Brack, you can listen to me. We want you in the studio. There are some other people from UDA, we want you to come in. Don't feel like you are being defeated or you are losing. You are part of us. When we talk and when we debate, it's held for all of us. Whether you are UDA, don't feel ashamed. But at this end of the day, right now, this babe is gone. This election is gone. This is done. This is cooked. All we need is like Papa to come on August 9 to serve the food so that we can swallow it. And it's going to be a nice food with some soup. Na iko na pilipili ile nzuri. Then from there, we say, Papa, now Kenya belongs to you. Let's see what you can do for us. At the end of the day, Mr. Ruto, some of us, we have been saying you have been doing something wrong, but now, where are your friends? Ile pesa ulikuwa unachukua na magunia iko wapi sasa? Watakukimbia, some of them are running away. Kenyans, thank you. As the fact that you have money doesn't mean you can win Kenyans. That's what I'm saying about these elections. We are going back to 2002 election. 2002. The will of the people. The will of the But when these guys come in, we hope this time, since we have a good constitution right now, at least they can end this thing of corruption. That's what Mr. Kibaki mandate, remember 2002. Kibaki and the other people were given the same thing. And this is going to happen. But they end up just screwing up. But we hope this time, once for all, Papa, when he comes in, is going to end this monster of corruption. Thank you. I look forward, Bernard and the rest of the crew. Let's see what happens, man. I'm very happy. I'm very happy what's going on right now. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Roba. Naomba tusonge mbele. Shabak, I hope now you are set. Unmute and speak.
Hello.
Hello, you're back. Unmute again. Unmute again.
Hello.
Okay. Hello to you. Karibu sasa.
So, thank you, Bernard, for putting me in the show. I'm very much grateful. So me, I just wanted to say some few things. You know, Ruto right now, I'm sure you are like he has already lost this race. Unajua Ruto has been selling propagandas. Unajua, and the country right now, watu wanaendelea to grow in the idea that people want ideas. Yeah, we are getting in a system of kama za those artists. So yesterday was a great day. Seeing Kalonzo joining, it was just a big day. Na ulikuwa unaona it was a big day. Tungekutuni ati Raila should just sworn in, history ishe na mambo ishe juu. You know, these are just big people that understand the country so much, and we just believe in the manner we are giving them this country. Me, I can say is that most young people right now are being confused with these things of right now life is high youth. People get to just agree. Given money, they're being given small gifts, they're being given this 500 shilling will cost you 5 years. Utapewa 500, and again in 5 years you'll start saying, oh, this government is bad, oh, this government inatutesa, oh, and you're the people who chose these people because they gave you 500 shillings, they gave you unga. Yeah, so me, I can say that me, I'm so much happy because the team is growing, and seeing even Ruto being afraid of going for the debate, I'm not shocked because unajua this guy venye tu mtu alisema hapa, nilisikia kusema is a monopoly engager. Yani anapenda kuengage himself, he doesn't even listen to advices. Juu angekuwa anasikiza advices, he could have made some very good decisions. Lakini unapata like by crooks such as Gachagua, Nyoro, people who don't even understand this country. Ukipata watu kama hao wanamuadvise, wanaopa tu because he will go there, ataanza kuulizwa swali about the things that he promised the country, about the 1 million jobs per year, and unajua hizi vitu yote, so he will have to say, unajua having some Raila who has been on the race for some time and understand it. So even unapatanga that like in the campaigns, Raila ajibisha na watu because Raila understand, sema like si tumecheza, hatujacheza kama Man U, hatujacheza kama Liverpool, tumecheza kama Arsenal, tumecheza kama all of them combined. These are people who sat down. They understood that they needed to use this to understand their game, because these people have been some dialogues. Na najua Raila is a man with a lot of brain, with a lot of ideas, because he has been in the game for a long time. Pia mimi naweza sema like hiyo yenye alikuwa anasema ya polling, yenye alikuwa na send inasema 8%, ndio na 8%. Me I wonder because every time anasema I am not a deputy president, I don't have that seat was taken away from me. How is he getting this information za polling zenye zinapeanwa kwa hiyo deputy president seat hiyo deputy president position, na he himself anasema yeye si deputy president. So all of this inamzunguka tu anakuja the other time anasema the other thing uko anaambia watu amtakula barabara, amtakula hospitali, anakuja anasema nimewajengea barabara, nimewajengea hospitali, nimewajengea nini. People are beginning to understand that this person anadanganya watu, anaendelea tu akidanganya na come up with akijiconfuse. Huko alikuwa anapinga Joho hiyo story ya Mombasa Port, tena anakuja anaambia watu ati nitarudisha Mombasa Port to Mombasa. So mimi napenda ni wakijiconfuse hivyo. Wakiwa na Gachagua, unajua Gachagua anaharibu mambo kabisa, na tunapenda akiharibu. Aendelee kuharibu kabisa, aendelee kuharibu na haribu mpaka wajipate miti ziendelee kukatwa Sugoi akirudingi huko. So me, I'm very grateful. Me as a youth, me naendelea ku grow in this political arena, because najua I'm still young, naendelea ku learn about everything that has been happening, but I'm reading about it. I've been follower of Baba all through. Me, I'm very happy seeing people who understand the country, like Raila, like Martha Karua, like Kalonzo coming up. Our watu wachukua serikali, I believe Kalonzo being there as the chief CS, Martha Karua deputy, Raila president, everything will just go well, and I believe this country will make a change, and the change ndio kitu ya muhimu yenye tunataka. Wachana na watu wa SGO ati nita legalize bangi, wachana na bottom up. Unaambiwa bottom up, kila saa unaambiwa ati mtatoka bottom twende up, ikuwe bottom up. What is that? Instead of you sit down ujiulize what is that bottom up watu wanakuuzia. These are just propaganda asisaidii wananchi. So mimi naweza sema like my youth wache kuconfuseiwa. That 500 that you're being given right now will make your life miserable for the next 5 years. Alafu utaanza kwa kucomplain, life is hard, life is this government is hard, bei ya sukari imepanda, and you're the same people who chose these people. So mimi naweza sema like we are looking forward for a great Kenya. We are looking forward for great leaders like Raila, and we believe hata hiyo 5 years akipata achape tu kazi vizuri, this Kenya is changed, because najua Raila achezi na watu. Ukileta mchezo unaingia ndani, and that is the way. Hakuna cha unaona kama watu kama wakina Sakaja washaanza kuwa na hivyo, ndio tunataka waundwe, waendelee kuundwa mpaka waishe kabisa. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Shabak, we appreciate it, and you're welcome. Let's keep the conversation going. The more people we share the truth with, the better this country becomes. The liars will find their place in hell. If not soon, they will do it later. But let's keep the right debate on, and inform as much as you get. Let your sphere of influence get the right information. Tusifiche mtu yeyote ukweli kwa sababu hatutaki kumuumiza. Afadhali tukuumize kwa kuambia ukweli kuliko kukuficha mpaka ukufe. It is important that we tell Kenyans this is what they stand to gain with the Chagua Ruto ticket or Rauka ticket. This is what you stand to gain. So they make informed decision. Sio kuficha. And so that also goes for everybody at all levels, from the MCA to the governor to the senator to the MP, all these people. If we have good leaders, we'll have a good country. Bad leaders will have a bad country. And that is going to be, we are already suffering. It's going to multiply the suffering. So we need people who can engage their minds and come up with policies. Sio stories. Story tumesikia kutosha. And on that matter, as Temba comes in, I want to play a series of videos just before he comes in, then we move forward. They've been piling since the time we started to crack numbers. Wacha nijaribu kucheza kadhaa alafu tusonge mbele.
Anza na ile ya Titimas.
Wewe waitana na Titimas. Listen to this.
Going on in this country right now. can we succeed as a nation where a shrinking number of people are doing really, really well, but a growing number are struggling to get by? Or are we better off when everybody gets a fair shot? And everybody does a fair share. This is not about a few people doing well. We want people to do well. That's great. But it's about giving everybody the chance to do well. That's the essence of America. That's what the American dream's about. In this country, prosperity has never trickled down from the wealthy few. Prosperity has always come from the bottom up, from a strong and growing middle class.
Body and its preparations for the August 9th general election. IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati has denied claims that close to 1 million registered voters have had their details deleted from the voters' roll. This as Deputy President William Ruto told a meeting with EU ambassadors of his fears of integrity of the election register. The Commission has been busy scrutinizing over 1 million voter transfers that have been made over the last 4 years. Sam Gituku visited the site where the IEBC has been auditing the voter transfers and filed this report.
For 4 days now, the Commission has been engrossed in an activity that seeks to verify that 1.01 million transfers that were effected in the IEBC register between May 2018 and May 2022 were supported by the requisite documents.
The rule of the thumb is that each and every transfer must be accompanied by a form. So if there's going to be transfer that has been effected without any form, that is going to be reversed.
The clerks in here have been at it since Monday. Their work is to scrutinize the transfer forms from all the constituencies in the 47 counties. After that, they will be in a position to match the transfer details against the transfers that are effected in the electronic voters register of the IEBC. Theirs is a huge task because once they are finished with the boxes that are in here, there is still more work to be done as there are more boxes from another set of counties that are yet to be delivered.
Once they open the boxes from respective constituencies, they begin by counting all the transfer forms submitted, record it, and then enter details captured in the forms into a computer schedule. The Commission hopes to match the captured details with the transfers made. Should the tally from a county or constituency not match with the total transfers made electronically, the officials will zoom into the specific cases, establish who effected them, and take action. One voter in Nyeri claims to have been affected.
Nimepata kula yangu iko Wajia. Na mimi personally I've never been to Wajia. So kupata kula yangu iko Wajia, hiyo imenishtua sana. Nikashindwa could it be kuna watu wanatampa na hii data ya IEBC kwa sababu haiwezi jitoa.
Each and every transfer that has been effected has a log of who has actually done those transfers. And that person is the returning officer. The returning officer is the one who is responsible for the register. Administrative action will be taken against them, and the harshest punishment is going to be dismissal, of course.
And as the Commission grapples with the voter transfer crisis that has pushed it to establish a special committee headed by a deputy CEO, it now has to deal with another claim.
About 1 million names have somehow disappeared from the register. It's in the public domain. And I think even the IEBC have said they are doing some remedial steps to
to delete information would require somebody to have access rights to do the same. And for the purpose of this question, deletions are supposed to be accompanied by a corresponding document, and the audit trails are actually maintained. For me, what I would say is that we need to we want to challenge those who are saying that they are not in the register, for them to come with the details, showing us their details in terms of the form that they were given. Normally, there's a small acknowledgement slip. If you have any, and you come and show us that this has been deleted, we actually challenge them to bring them forth.
I want to assure Kenyans again that their data is safe, there's been no breach, and we shall have a register on or before 9th of June this year in readiness for elections.
Audit firm KPMG has been working on the IEBC register since April this year. IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati says a report is expected soon that will show the veracity of the claims and pave way for a final cleaned up register.
The data on the register of voters is intact. We had 19.6 million voters in 2017. We now have a database of 22.5 million plus, which is deduplicated and is under audit.
The integrity and completeness of a voter's register is a critical part in an election. The responsibility on the IEBC being to ensure that the voter's roll that will be used on the 9th of August is as accurate as possible and gives every eligible voter an opportunity to express themselves at the ballot. Sam Kituku, Citizen TV, at the Bomas of Kenya.
Okay.
Bernard, hiyo sasa watu wanatoa vifaranga ya kompyuta. Tunataka clean register. Pelekeni hiyo vifaranga yenu mbali, Bernard.
Yes, all the dead voters and the ghost voters will be swept out so that we go on election with a clean register. Tuone hawa ghost wanafufukanga saa ngapi. Na hiyo siku hakuna kulala. We want to see them resurrect and go and panga line and vote. If not, then kila mtu ajipange vile mambo yataenda. Temba, I think you make your submission now. I will play other 2-3 videos and then in Toro Kemini.
Okay, good evening, Bernard, hamjambo. Selina, kwa nini unalala kwa kazi?
Mimi sijalala, niko kwa kiti ala. Mimi niko kwa kiti, kama ningekuwa kwa kitanda ningelala.
Hamjambo ni nyote. Nafurahi kuona. I'm going to comment on one thing. The Hustler Nation intelligence information. You know, the deputy president, if you listen to that video, you wonder, is it NIS or NSIS? How can you receive information from, first of all, a structure of an organization that you don't even know its name? So he failed as a deputy president to, first of all, he could not even acknowledge that the institution that is receiving information from. So it clearly was a confusion between HNIB, Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau, and NSIS. So he, according to him, he receives information from NSIS. The president receives information from NIS. So he must be confusing which people are giving him information. And they must have given him the wrong information. And in the same vein, even if that is the case, he says that, you know, they say, being powerful is like being a lady. If you must announce that you are powerful, then you're not.
Temba unatuonea kusoma Biblia unakosa kusema hii sasa Temba. Kwa nini unatuonea hivyo?
You see, when you're coming out to suggest, to start telling us that, you know, you've never had anywhere where the president even stands and says that I've been given intelligence information. I'm receiving this information. Because he is supposed to receive it anyway. You see, when in your position as the president, we know you are receiving intelligence because that is what it is supposed to do. So you don't have to come telling us that after the president receives the information, I'm the one who receives it, not these other people. And even those people who are bringing that information are junior officers. Those are junior officers. So when you're saying that these other people don't receive it, it's me who receives it. Second, you're actually saying that you don't receive it. Now, if he was actually receiving, assuming he was receiving, then that intelligence information must have told him that he was not going to be called to speak during the Madaraka Day celebration. So if he's the second person who receives after the president, how come that one he didn't receive? He should have received that too, because that is part of the information that is given out. So in my view, I think he's just embarrassing himself further and further. And he should have been clear on who is giving him intelligence information. If he's relying on Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau to tell him that information, that's okay. He doesn't have to come loading it over us. And if you're saying that you're the one who hired those people, and there were other people who had better qualification to hire them, then you must have done a very bad job to hire those people who cannot even give you information. The buck stops with you. So you are the one who is actually an embarrassment to us. So when you are coming in to suggest that you cannot control the people you hired, then there's a problem with you. And I think, Bernard, for me, I picked that there's the Hustler Nation Information Bureau that is giving him wrong information. And that is what happens when you rely on a blogger to give you, according to you, intelligence information. And the intelligence information has told you that you are 8% ahead. And where you are 8% ahead, you are going to Ukambani. And in Ukambani, where you are 8% ahead, you are taking the whole of your time. In fact, they campaigned for AZIMIO in Ukambani today. The whole time when Wetangula woke up, it was campaigning for AZIMIO. When this guy woke up, when Mutua stood up to speak, he was giving a detailed information on how he was duped to join AZIMIO. And according to him, he was sharing bit by bit on, I was called by Uhuru Kenyatta. Then they told me we are going to fix Kalonzo. You see, all that time, he never said at what time he was called by Ruto to be told that come, and he woke up the same day and his agreement was ready. Why didn't he share that? That when I was called and Ruto, the agreement was ready. This side, he was busy saying I was called, we were told you are going to fix Kalonzo. Now, this is the other thing they say. If someone can talk so much details about someone else, then they can also talk the same details about you. So it is obvious that if they fall out from Ruto today, God forbid, he is going to give us the details of when he started talking with Ruto. And if you can remember, well, there was a time they were appearing in a certain show with this Senator Wamatangi. And on that particular day, I think we look for that clip. I'll send it to you. He said that I talked to the deputy president. Even yesterday, he called me. That was that time when they're having issues with AZIMIO. He admitted to talking to the deputy president. So He was also at that time, he should have told us that he was trying to measure to weigh his ways out, which he didn't share. But they did as well. At least they campaigned for us in Makueni. They were able to talk about us. When they were talking, it really hit them real bad that Kalonzo came out. They had been using that to campaign. I realized that today that script failed because they were busy saying, you see, Wetangula ran away from him. Mudavadi ran away from him. And even Kalonzo is running away from him. So today there was that script failed. And they decided that because Kalonzo has joined, let us go today to Kambani to tell them how these people are bad. Now the card they're trying to use, right now, since the narratives have disappeared, now they're trying to tell the people that, you know, these people are propagandists. Kalonzo has been forced to join them. And as we are very open, we are very clean. That one will not sell. It is not selling. Because if you are saying that 60% is a propaganda, and you are coming with the same propaganda saying we are ahead 8%. Now, you are just coming up with, why didn't you come like before these people came out and say that we are 8% ahead? When did you start becoming a pollster? And even Raila has not even said anything. There's nowhere Raila has said that we are 8% ahead. He has not talked about it. He has not commented anywhere. He's doing what he's supposed to do, looking for votes. You are busy talking about some propaganda and creating 8% lead from where? Then finally, I took time, Bernard, to listen to the deputy president with the EU guys. I think he must have wasted the time of those EU people, because the things he was talking about, if you listen to it, you realize he was unprepared. I think this was just something that was put up. And if you listen to Ababu Namwamba started by saying that our presidential candidate about 2 months ago in February met the European business EBC, the one that Baba was meeting the other day. So he was trying, it's like a competition. So we are here to meet you, our presidential candidate having already met the European Business Council. I said, why was that coming in there? You know, you're trying to suggest that it is not so important that it is right now they're meeting the European Business Council. We have already done that before. Then when you listen to him, his language is trying to say, he was very repetitive on the idea that we want to have strategic relationship. It was a repetitive conversation for like 1 hour. And then the next thing came now, the lamentation. You know, they started lamenting about how, you know, the corruption issues, the issues of, you know, some of them saying that they are more deep state. But what they are forgetting is that the European Union and all those ambassadors are in Kenya. And they listen to him. They listen to him saying some of the things that we said here. That even if you put Oburu Odinga as the IEBC chair, we will still win. That I'm so strong, you cannot steal my votes. That there's no better deep state than me. Those are statements that he has made. I am the deputy president. So when you listen to him, you see a desperate person. And now he's creating an environment that, you know, either way, even if these people win, they are using certain kind of things that are not democratic. But I want to submit that the time for lies, the time for deceit, the politics of conmanship, like I agree with him to that extent. The politics of conmanship, the politics of deceit, the politics of lies and propaganda is coming to an end in 2022. It's going to be a very clean election. It is going to be very free and fair. It's going to be, the turnout is going to be almost like 2002, like never before. And it's going to be a statement to him that we are done with the politics of deceit and propaganda and lies, like he puts them. That's what I want to say, Bernard.
Sawa sawa. Siku za nyani zikifika, siku za kufa kwa nyani zikifika, kila mtu huteleza. The DP, and like there is already a rumor around that he wants to, he may withdraw from the race. I think that will do him good. But if he continues to push with his right now, amepoteza footstep, amepoteza dancing style, amepoteza rhythm ya song. Sasa hapa mimi naona umshikilie ashikiliwe ama ataachiliwa vibaya sana. And then also, still like the people who have run for refuge to him, as soon as they see that the situation is hopeless, they're going to run away. So at all his curtain meeting project is not far-fetched anymore. It's a risk matter that nobody should take lightly at this point in time. Nani huyo anataka kuongea, anataka kucheza my deficit of videos, alafu tusonge mbele. Mama Selina kwanza, alafu Martin, then Robert.
Leo Temba anakuja kutumaliza. Temba, kwani sasa usiwacha tuambie uongo ingine? Sasa wewe umemaliza watu, Temba. Thank you for your work. Sasa ukweli ni hayo. Hivyo ndio Wakenya wanataka, na ndio sababu hawataki kwenda kwa hiyo Tibet. Ukweli yote umesema, tunaweka 100%. Sina ya kuongeza.
Sawa sawa, Martin.
Mimi unajua nacheka sana hii politics this time. Unajua nimesimamisha gari mahali nani Bernard, unajua kule nilikuwa naenda, but nimesimamisha mahali. Guys, I am so happy about this politics because this is a change of Kenya. Themba kuna kitu amesema hapo, na Mama Selina pia amesema, na wewe umesema there is something. Hii kitu ya Ruto, wacha niachage kujificha huko nyuma, leo wacha nikuje. Hii ya Ruto sasa ni kupigana baba na mtoto. I don't think Ruto ashafika mahali anaweza pigana na politics za Kenya vizuri. I didn't want to say this in the first place. Lakini sasa naanza kutoka sasa, cause pia nilikuwa sabbatical, sasa nimeanza kurudi. Because I had to, unajua nilikuwa unajua, wewe unaijua. Nilikuwa nimenyamazia lakini imekuja. My friend and my friends and the people watching. Ruto, huyo mwenye amesema ako almost atazata concede before election, it might happen. Na ukiangalia Mudavadi, na uangalie body language ya Weta, kimeumana my friend. Watu wamechezwa hii politics. Huyu kijana ni mdogo bwana, amekuja tu juzi akipigania constitution, akipigana na kina Raila huko, hawajui kitu venye inachezagwa. Imechezwa saizi, kwanza wameamua sasa wapigane na Kalonzo. Sasa walikuwa wamesema siasa ilikuwa Kalonzo anatupiwa huko, anafanywa nini, na poleni wenye wanadhani ongeanga Kalonzo sana, but I told you Ukambani ndio itakuwa the secret ballot, the secret card yenye itatupwa 2 months prior to. Najua watu wengi wasemanga wapendangi nikisema hivyo in this group, but ni sawa, it's okay, tumedeliver. Wacheni niwaambie hata hii ya Kalonzo haijaisha. Sasa ndio watatupiwa tule tudogo tudogo, tule twa kumalizia hapo. Kuna twingine tunakuja. Ruto nikaa kucheza na baba yako, kumuonesha uko na akili mingi kumliko, ama mama yako kumuonesha uko na akili mingi kumliko, na anakuangalia tu hivi, anakuonesha nitakutupia, katoe hapa, shika, fanya hivi, shika. Hakuna election hii mwaka my friend. Elections ilikuwaga siku ya Kibaki na Raila. Elections ilikuwa siku ya kina Moi na kina Matiba. This time ni watu wamekimbia kila mahali. And in fact for me to prove it to you guys, niambieni kwa nini hawataki kuenda inaitwa nini, hataki kwenda debate. Nipatie Ruto na Raila debate. Hiyo tunaweza ongea kidogo.
Unaendanga debate wakati umejihami. Ukiona huna material unakuja kufanya nini?
Sasa hata wewe Bernard, sijui kama uliona video fulani, si video, kulikuwa sound ingine ya mtu wa kutoka huko Kale anasema, anapatiana difference, anaambia Gachagua aache kwenda Nandi kila siku, aende akashughulike akashughulike Mlima Kenya. Anasema kila saa ukiinua mdomo tu kitu inakufanyika mbaya. Ukiinua unasema kitu mbaya. You know, sometimes there is wisdom in keeping quiet until you have what you know, what you want to say. So I can just imagine, me, I'm praying kwa mada ya leo. I'm praying because mada ya leo, sasa naingia kwa mada. Mada ya leo ni hii historia ya debate. I am praying. Hiyo siku sitaenda kazi. I swear to God, nitakaa ningoje. I want to see Gachagua and Martha Karua on the same podium talking about issues. Si mdomo. Talking about issues. Tushaona. I want to see that. But let me tell you guys, this is, I want to assure Kenyans, this is going to be the most peaceful election. And I don't think there's going to be an election. I think we are wasting money. We are wasting monies and funds going to the election. I think by now we should just declare and just go for the inauguration. In fact, I might even go back to say Ruto might come a third one, not a second one.
It's going to be a win-win. Ndeto, it's going to be a win-win. You remember the win-win?
Yeah. Either way, it's over. It's done. Colors completed, dusted, and saved on the store. Peleka kwa bank, ama ka upeleki kwa bank, eka chini ya mattress. But I wouldn't be surprised so much that if Ruto does not come either a very close third, or even become a third. Wengine maybe kuna moja ataweza kumgonga because his choices have been wrong. Everything that he said is wrong. And you know, if you are a liar, the problem is if you are a liar, the problem with lying is that you have to remember everything that you said. You have to cram it so that you can say it again the same way you said it. And that's the hardest thing to do. The best thing is what comes straight from your heart and what you say to people, whether they like it or they don't like it, because you can repeat it without having to go back and revisit your notes and everything. So I think that's what the Ruto and the Gachaguas, they don't even know what they are doing. Actually, they've been so cornered that now they are looking at not Jacaranda, Mukuru kwa Njenga, while Martha Karua is ako ile side ingine anafanya vitu zingine huko. Kwanza hata these guys Azimio don't even work together. They move on huko, sasa hawajui where to fight. Mpaka wanaipeleka kwa parliament. Fight hata iko kwa parliament, they don't know where to go, they don't have the resources. Zingine zimeshikiliwa Interpol, they don't have the people. Watu wanakaa ni kama wataki, kila kitu imeanza wewe hii mnasema 80%. Hii naona concedement mapema kama ni hao wawili, my friend. Hii imeisha hivyo. Twendeni Uhuru Park kwenye, na naona tukienda Uhuru Park round hii. Twendeni Uhuru Park tujaze na sherehe ndio tunangoja. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, Bernard, and thank you for bringing kunileta back. Tuko pamoja. I love everybody. Watu wa comments tunawapenda, hata mkitugonga tunakuaga hapo, si ni watu wazuri bwana.
Thank you, Martin. Interesting times. Uhuru Park is under renovation. We want it to be ready by October. I mean, by August, so that nobody will be locked out. Asante sana. Roba.
Yeah, let's not forget we do have governors, members of parliament, and MCAs to elect. So still there's going to be competition in terms of elections. Like I agree with you guys, the presidential ones is over. But to go with what Temba said, I just saw that video of William Ruto. He looks small. He looks empty suit. Look at the Mutua there. He looks so small with a tangram. It's as if they are reporting to their daddy. I mean, it's just like, wait a minute. The guy he forgot is the vice president of Kenya. And whatever he's representing, you might think is the opposition leader of Kenya. He has started, I guess he has started doing his job even before the election, and I guess that's what's going on. Okay, before I finish here, there's one trend here. You guys, I told you this thing is going to collapse. So 1 week is gone, let's give another 1 week. I stick with my point. His campaign is going to collapse. Already it's just melting down. Let's be sincere on this. But the only thing, yeah, thank you. But the only thing I want to be cautious. Let us be cautious. When this man comes in and tells us, oh, the people you had from the information, they are not supposed to get the, they are not to get, I'm the one who gets the information before they get the information. But what is forgetting is the information comes from those people. That's where he gets the information from. I mean, this guy, it's just like day and night. Today he speaks this. You remember he was saying Papa does not remember what he says? That's him. Today he will say this, tomorrow he will say something else. So I'm just like, Mr. Ruto, I mean, come on. You just forgot what you just said yesterday. And now when he wakes up in the morning, he's saying something else. Now it is becoming a trend. It is proving he's a liar. The money he had before is drying up. The people who he thought they are going to be the beneficiary, the way they had there, they have taken all this money from. I mean, I think I have a feeling that one of these guys, this guy is going to just collapse, and you get him just the vice president has collapsed because he invested a lot of money on some of these people, and some of them continue. You guys, do you see any more people going to like the way they used to go there in Karen there almost every day of the week? You know, they just go there wanakamwede ng'ombe ile masiwa sasa imeanza kuisha. Masiwa imekwisha, imebakia kikombe tu, kama kikombe, na hiyo is being numbered. Thank you guys. I can't sympathize with him. It's done.
Roba.
Yes.
The guy is fighting so hard to be the second most powerful person in Kenya, and also be the biggest hustler of Kenya at the same time. It's not doable. You can't mix water and wine and oil. You cannot mix it. You will mess up in between. So he's messing up, he's killing himself, and it's done.
So unajua nakwambia hii Asura Nation, angalia where the people are surrounding him. Unajua kama angekuwa kama alikuwa Asura, somebody said here before, hata hii mambo ya MCA, unajua watu wangechukua watu from nowhere, anawaambia unajua hawa wamekuwa, some of them are running anyway. Amesema you go and run for MCA somewhere, one run there. Instead, hako na hao watu walikuwa millionaires, akina Mutua, akina Wetangula, Musalia Mudavadi. So what ndio mnachiita wadogo. Unajua nini? Unless yani unaona ni kama ile anakuja na kufunga na blanket, admisione hiyo, msione. This ni Asura. You know, this is very bad. Bottom up.
Sawa.
I can tell you, hata Mutua yuko huko. I can tell you that for a fact.
If you see Mutua's body language, ni kama anakaa kama mtu ambaye anasata chafalia nguo kwa umati wa watu, the way was seated there.
Roba, nilikuwa nasema,
yes,
ukiona mtu ameoa bibi mdogo, alafu mama ya kwanza anatokanga anasema, but mnajua mimi ni bibi yake, mimi ndiye bibi yake, kwa sababu watu wanajua we ni bibi, lakini mama ingine ameletwa kwa nyumba. So deputy president anatoka kutuambia kila siku, kutukumbusha yeye ni deputy president. Nani ameuliza hiyo swali? Kama alitoka kwa nyumba, alitoka.
Na unajua mama Sarah, unajua nini? Unakumbuka when some of us we said if he could have resigned right now, he would have a voice. If he could have still signed, you can't remind people I'm the vice president, then baadaye ndio unasema oh, sahau mimi sio vice president, mimi I am the victim. So whatever he was representing kwa European Union, and he kind of is a victim. A victim. Unajua yani ni kama yani wewe ni maiti tena uko hai. That's Ruto. Sasa tutamwambia nini?
Let's cut it there, please.
One minute, Penat. Amwezi kunifukuza ODM, mukuje munifukuze Jubilee. Amwezi malisa mkutano ya nani? Mkutano yangu. Amwezi kuniipia kura. Mimi mwenyewe mwisi mkubwa mtaniipa. Tukumbuke hiyo mambo yote, alafu mwisho tutajua hiyo mambo mahali.
Unajua nini Bernard, last thing. Unajua compared to Raila Odinga, Ruto ni mtoto ambaye kuna typers when it comes mambo ya election. Typers compared to Raila Odinga. It's a baby.
Thank you, Robert. And I have said that here before, that the especially political analysts are the ones who have deceived William Ruto to think that he's in the same league with Baba and he can outrun Baba. The political analysts have done injustice on this man. You know, you will always get it wrong. And so when you hear people say that this race is neck to neck, it's two-horse race and all that, that's a fallacy. It's not anywhere. I've said the result for 2010 constitution is the result for these elections. If Raila Odinga gets 65%, the highest Ruto can get is 30%. Amejaribu dunia nzima imempigia kura. He can't cross 30%. That is his political capacity. Why? Amelala. Hizi miaka 10 za Jubilee zilikuwa za uongo. He didn't develop his capacity, develop his political whatever constituency. He did nothing. He just lied and thought he would get away with all the lies. It doesn't work that way. So naomba hivi, I'm signing out. I want to leave you in the drivership of the
Bernard, namrudishie kijana refund.
Refund ya nini?
Ameharibu pesa mingi miaka 4 bwana. Mumrudishie refund. Mnataka kumpeleka maskini.
Saa hii mimi nadai rent ya current house, nadai mshahara ya 4 years ambayo amekuwa akiokota kila wiki. Hiyo lazima ilipwe, okay? Kabla tuingilie masuala mengine ya corruption na mengine mengine. Rent ya current, hiyo ndio nataka kabisa, lazima irudi. Hatuwezi kuwa tuna watoto wa junior secondary hawana junior secondary school and it's time due for them to go to junior secondary. Rent ya current tutachukua na hiyo entertainment fee yote ile amekuwa entertain wazee entertain nini, hiyo pesa yote irudi. Hakuna kutumia Kenya vile unavyotaka. Duale alisema hii si pesa ya mama yako. Please allow me to play this video. Alafu Kings utakuja baadaye. After the video, Temba will usher you in, but I'm happy you're here. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, let's we'll play consecutively to Kisonga mbele kwa mbele. Just follow so that you'll be able to make your comment rightly.
Commissioners wa IEBC wakafanyia maandamano, wamboka wametolewa. Wakaenda kotini ati kufanya kesi ya BBR. Wakaenda kotini kufanya kesi ya ballot papers. Wameenda kotini kufanya kesi sijui ya voters register. Wamekuwa kotini juzi ati wanataka kusongesha uchaguzi iende siku nyingine. Sasa juzi mnasikia wameanza kuleta matatizo ya mambo ya usalama, ati wameenda kotini, ati askari wasikuweko siku ya kupiga kura. Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyamira, tunataka askari waweke usalama siku ya kupiga kura? Na tushamwambia Mheshimiwa former Prime Minister anashindana na Uhuru Kenyatta, awachane na Matiang'i. Ama namna gani? Sisi tunamwambia wale washindane na sisi. Sio IEBC itapiga kura, sio ballot papers itapiga kura, sio wanajeshi watapiga kura, sio polisi watapiga kura. Wananchi hawa wa taifa letu la Kenya, hii ndio jeshi ambayo itapiga kura. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Kwa hivyo wawachane na askari wetu wafanye kazi zao, washindane na sisi watafute kura. Ama namna gani watu wa Nyamira? Tutatembea pamoja. Jameni Nyamira, safari hii tutatembea pamoja. Tutashindwa kuamua. Wanasema Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee na kazi. Na wauliza Nyamira, unataka kitendawili yanze ama kazi iendelee?
Okay, just another one. Hold on. We are coming. Lest we forget.
Yo watieza na kama yetiji nkororo. Ndele nkororo korwa.
This is an excerpt of a speech delivered at a Jubilee campaign rally in South Mogirango, Kisii County.
Jubilee!
Acting Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i is urging his audience to turn up and vote on the 26th October as their security is guaranteed. But this was not all he had to say. His remarks have elicited reaction from leaders in Gusiland as well as the whole country.
Somebody in this county was making comments to the effect that he himself is Nkororo #1. And if I understand what Nkororo means, it's a proscribed organization. And going to the extent advising the public that if anybody does ABCD, he will instruct the police to look the other side and be able and administer injustice to whoever you may think is on the wrong. That does not bring unity. That only helps to divide this nation further.
We really don't want to hear that in this nation. We ask that that doesn't happen. We ask that he retracts that statement.
My advice to him and the people who are like-minded, that this nation is not built on vendetta. This nation will not be built on settling scores. We've all been in positions, but you must be able to calm down your nerves when you are dealing with national issues. You cannot just open yourself to problems, to issues. Tomorrow, if there's an issue, how do I start protecting that kind of statement? It becomes very difficult for me.
Political leaders were also urged to dialogue for the sake of their country.
It is time for the national leadership of this country to sit down and put the interest of Kenya ahead of any personal or political interests that any one of us may have.
Chinkororo, which translates to "We will rain on you," represented the arm wing of the Bagusi community. It was a defense force guarding territory against cattle rustlers and other perceived enemies. But its face changed in the 90s when politicians turned it into a militia group and would rain terror. It was outlawed during Mishuki's time as security minister. But the latest utterances by Matiang'i may be an indicator that the militia has regrouped. While the National Cohesion and Integration Commission has a duty to bring to book perpetrators of hate speech, it is proving to be a tall order for them to deal with senior government officials inciting the public. Sharon Baranga, NTV.
Yeah, I needed to bring up that so that nobody goes to lie to anybody. That was.
Bernard, I'm gonna ask for a special request, so and then I go niache kila mtu nikiuliza kila mtu respectfully. If they can just let me say just one statement, I gotta go. One statement too, please, out of respect.
Okay, carry on. What is the statement?
So I think in our political system and social fabric, we had a glitch, and the glitch came when ICC came in. So the politics of Kenya ran into people that were not politically actually mature, but at the time also with all that time, Uhuru has actually become very politically mature, because the time we voted them, kumbuka tuliwa vote because of, not me, but a lot of people voted them because of the ICC case. There was a political glitch in the political system at that time. So now that glitch is being covered now. Watu wa IT wamerudi tena, if you know computers, watu wa IT sasa wamekuja on the political system. So now we're bringing back the real politics of a social fabric of a country and the political ecosystem. We had a glitch ya ICC. We brought in watu wako na nini, but Uhuru, this last time, he had good advice and akaingia na akaifanya vizuri. So me, I think that's what I'm trying to say. But now we're bringing back our country to where it needs to be. And this Rarua ticket, we are back on, like Biden said, we are back. So I think that was the problem where we went wrong right there. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be listening. Kama kuna mtu ataka kunigonga.
Sawa. Only David is complaining. You keep going and coming. So you will explain to him when you meet at the comment sections. Thank you very much. Themba, take the driver's seat unless you have a video that I have not played.
Kuna video mbili nimekutumia hapo, sijui kama utaweza kuzicheza. Pia ni za memory, just to rekindle some memory of the hypocrisy, the deceit, and the propaganda that the deputy president is. So I don't know if you'll be able to play them as you download them.
Let me see this one.
William Ruto says he has never absconded duty and his tours are practical parts of boardroom theories. Ruto, who led his Kenya Kwanza Alliance for a series of rallies in Kakamega, urged Kenyans to vote for development and shun leaders he described as deceitful. The Alliance's leaders say their opponents have no track record to show for the positions they have held in the country and should be rejected. Weekly for Catch reports.
Third day in a row in the Western Kenya region, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance principals led by Deputy President William Ruto continued the vote hunt, making stopovers at various market centers, including Likuyani, Lumakanda and Shinyalu, before the main rally in Matungu in Kakamega County. The Alliance principals told the electorate to shun leaders whom they claimed have no track record and development agenda, even as they sustained their attack on their AZIMIO counterparts. Deputy President William Ruto maintaining he has been part and parcel of development projects initiated by the Jubilee government.
Wacha niwaeleze watu wa AZIMIO. Hii serikali mimi na Uhuru tulitengeneza. And Uhuru made an equal contribution as I did. Na katika kundi yetu hii ya Kenya Kwanza, this is the only team that understands what went right and what went wrong. We are able to build on what went right and we are able to correct on what went wrong.
Ruto accusing his opponents in the AZIMIO wing for seeking to reap where they did not sow.
You first must apologize to the voters who voted for us in 2017 for sabotaging the program that we had campaigned on a platform for them to elect us, before you give us lectures on what you want to inherit and what you don't want to inherit.
This as the alliance promised infrastructural development to spur economic growth.
Nyinyi ndugu zetu wa Lumakanda mnakaa hapa karibu na hii barabara kubwa. Mara mingi mmeona matrela inarundikana kutoka Malaba mpaka kule Tarubo. Kweli Rongo? Serikali ya awamu ya 5 itapanua hii barabara kama dual carriage kutoka Malaba mpaka Nairobi. Irahisishe kusafiri na kubeba sehena za mizigo kwenda kwa nchi jirani.
Sera zetu zinashikana, sera zetu zinaandamana, na ndio kwa sababu tukasema kwamba hakuna haja ya sisi kutembea njia tofauti.
Leaders accompanying the principals maintained that the Kenya Kwanza alliance would clinch power, urging Western Kenya voters to be firmly part of the train.
Tumesema viongozi wetu, Mheshimiwa Musalia na Weta, wakisema left, tunaenda left. Wakisema right, tunaenda. Sasa wametuambia kwamba mwaka huu watafanya kazi na huyo hasla. Mtakubali hiyo maneno? Na hii safari ambayo Wakenya wanatembea kuunda serikali, hakuna mtu yeyote hata unashikilia cheo gani ambayo utazuia. Na tumesema kwa kauli moja, serikali yetu ni hii ya Kenya Kwanza. Hawa wanaume wako hapa, lazima mmoja wao ndiye atachukua kule Kasarani.
The Kenya Kwanza boat today docked in Kakamega as it sought to pick more passengers in its extensive charm offensive mission in the vast Western Kenya region before setting sail for Trans Nzoia County on Wednesday. Wycliffe Okech, Prime Edition from Kakamega County.
For the second day running, the Jubilee Brigade would set their sights on the 1.1 million vote basket of Kiambu County, the backyard of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Deputy President William Ruto leading the recently elected Jubilee leaders to a church service in Thika and thereafter a vote hunt in Thika town and Githurai.
They will not blackmail us and they will not intimidate us. We are not going to look for brokers. We are not going to look for connections. We are not going to look for networks in the court. We will deal with the people of Kenya because wao ndio wataamua uongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya.
The IEBC debate taking center stage.
Naambia IEBC wasitupotezee wakati. Watangaze ni tarehe gani ya kupiga kura, wananchi wa Kenya wako tayari.
Mungu si atumani. Mungu ni mwema. Na najua ushindi huu utarudi mahali unatakana kuwa. Tunaenda huko chini omundu kumundu.
We are the only government in office that never spent time to interfere with the judiciary because we knew that our win was clean. Number 2, we are the only government that kept quiet hatuku criticize judiciary before wafanye kesi yao. Lakini ule mzee wa kitendawili aliwatisha.
The Jubilee Brigade once again hitting out at the Supreme Court for their verdict, nullifying President Uhuru Kenyatta's August 8th election victory.
15 million Kenyans woke up early to vote and decide the leadership of this country. And there is no contest or dispute on the vote that was carried out by the people of Kenya. But 4 Kenyans have executed and orchestrated a coup against the free will and verdict of the people of Kenya. I want to tell them they have booked a permanent place of shame
in the history of our country and in the history of the judiciary. And they shall be condemned.
Sisi tunaambia watu, we cannot allow 4 people to overturn the sovereign will of the people of Kenya.
The leaders calling on the supporters to remain steadfast and vote the Uhuru team again when polls are announced.
The people of Kenya are supreme and they will decide. Na uchaguzi ambao tunaelekea sasa, mashindano sio na sisi na kitendawili. Kitendawili tulimumalizia tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8. Mashindano sasa ni kuamua, ni koti inaamua rais ama ni wananchi wa Kenya. That is the contest we have now.
Uchaguzi iwekwe kesho, sisi tuko tayari kupiga kura.
With campaign mode now on, the Jubilee Brigade intensifies its visits to its strongholds in the coming weeks to rally their troops behind them.
The Jubilee Brigade wasting no time in taking to its stronghold, calling out on the electorate here to one more time come out and vote in what they are calling an affirmation of their victory once the IEBC sets the new date. Jackie Maribe, Citizen TV in Thika, Kiambu County.
Okay, finally.
Quote from Uhuru Park. We are watching you, my friends. The Supreme Court of Kenya was used by conmen. They conspired through treachery, conmanship, and deceit to shortchange and subvert and overturn the will of 15 million Kenyans and the decision of 15 million Kenyans. We are telling the Supreme Court sooner than later, you should come to your senses and apologize to the people of Kenya for this great evil you have committed to the people of Kenya. We are unapologetic about our position. And we want to say categorically, the Supreme Court told us 2 things. They told us, number 1, numbers don't matter. And number 2, they told us election is a process. We want to tell the Supreme Court, at the heart of any democracy is the right of the people to decide. And at the center of any election, democratic election, it is not the candidate and their supporters. It is not IEBC and its officials. It is not civil society and their sponsors. It is the citizens and their vote. That is at the heart of any democratic election. Therefore, don't tell us, and you cannot sacrifice the vote of the people of Kenya at the altar of the mistakes of IEBC or the crimes of candidates or any other consideration. It is our position that the people of Kenya and their decision is supreme. The Supreme Court is supposed to be submissive to the will of the Kenyan people. Tunakubaliana hatukubaliani jameni? Tunakubaliana hatukubaliani? Lakini kwa sababu sisi ni wangwana, tunajua ya kwamba hata ingawaje wale walitumia utapeli na ukora na ujanja kupindua uamuzi wa Wakenya milioni 15 wakitumia marafiki zao kule kotini. Sisi ni wangwana, tumesema tuko tayari tena kurudi kwa wananchi wa Kenya, kwa sababu sisi ni wangwana, sisi ni wapenda amani, sisi ni wacha Mungu, na sisi tunaamini kwa ndugu zetu wa Kenya ya kwamba tarehe 17 mwezi wa 10 kwa mara ya pili Wakenya tena wataamua kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta ni rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Okay, that is it. That's the kind of man you're dealing with, and you want to give him the key to the to State House, give him the key to Central Bank of Kenya, give him the key to the reserves, our gold reserves at the money printing press. Sioni. Lakini naomba tuendelee. Let's catch up again later on in the day.
Just before you go, but now let me make a comment. The reason those clips, especially so that people don't forget the kind of a person we are dealing with, is the same person who is now saying that he's respecting the judiciary. The same person attacked the judiciary. He seems to be having a penchant for using certain 3 words: treachery, deceit, and conmanship. So it seems he's a man who is basically defined by those 2 words, deceit and conmanship, because that was many years ago. That was 2017. And he used deceit and conmanship. And right now he's using the same words, deceit and conmanship. So I think we are dealing with someone who either has selective amnesia. That means he forgets the things that he wants to forget and remembers the ones that he wants to remember. In the meeting today, he highlighted that we are better because we know what the government has been doing. In those videos you have seen, he even admitted that I'm in this government. But today, in a meeting with the EU, he was suggesting that he has been, he has ametengwa kutoka kwa hii government. You see, we are dealing with someone who is flip-flopping continuously. You cannot trust such a person with there's another video, I don't know if you can wait, where he's criticizing the opposition for meeting with foreign countries. And today, he was meeting with the EU. And even the last video you checked, he was saying that this country will not be run by civil societies and their sponsors from abroad. And today, he was meeting the EU. So you see, we are dealing with someone who does not know consistency in matters politics. That is what I needed to mention as we start the debate on the video and others. The kind of a person, basically for us to get the gist of the behavior of the person that we want to meet. Yes, Bernard.
Yes, I'm glad Black is here, and the rest of those that want to defend, you better get your facts right. But I want to appreciate everybody for making this show a success. Please, let's keep it up. And I'll be signing out. Let's link up later on in the day. Themba is now navigating us through. Let's cooperate and do the right thing. Kings is your session. Why are you dropping out? When Kings come, please give him priorities. He's been trying to participate. But you will give priority to Stony PK. Ama nione kama Kings amekuja.
Niko hapa Bernard.
Ndio huyu hapa. Please make your submission. See you later.
Okay, just a question before you go. I have a long submission, but one question for you, Bernard, please.
Yes.
Okay. Today I watched a video of a deputy president talking about 8% ahead. Now we were actually debating with my friends, like he claims to be getting updates after the president. Is it actually true? Because what I think is the president and the PS for Interior who gets the intelligence update. Because, it's very hard to understand and trust Ruto. That's one thing that I know, because he will say this and tomorrow he'll say the other thing.
That's where the controversy is, because the person collecting the data is through the PS Interior, okay? Then after that information is given to the president, and then it is given to the deputy president. So who gets the raw information? Is it the first person to get the information or the last person to get the information?
The first person.
The first person gets the raw. In fact, he has to sieve and package it properly before he does what? He submits, because he has to submit it more professionally and all that. So the person with the raw information is the one who knows the current state of affairs. is more to be trusted than the person who has been who receives refined information. So DP is he wants to, okay, he believes that Kenyans are still in that state sirikali, okay, sirikali as sirikali, the secrets of the government, that they have no idea what happens with government. So anything he tells them, they will buy into it. What he doesn't understand, that we are not in the Moi regime. We are not in the day when the country was controlled by controlling information. Now that information is everywhere. Everybody knows it. William Ruto needs to update his hard disk or his system to understand that he's talking to elite people who know how government operates and how information is passed from one section to another. Hii story ingine na mimi naona ni game too. But I think you get it from there. Other people are going to share more on the same. We have government of here.
Bernard, it's important to note, yeah? There's intelligence information that the president receives as the commander-in-chief that even Ruto doesn't receive. So that is something you need to note. As a commander-in-chief, there's intelligence information that even Ruto is not accessible to.
Ruto is using his wherever bureau for the Itumbi-led research, which, in my opinion, doesn't leave the room of the 36 bloggers. They have no idea what is happening on the ground at all. So with that, it leaves a lot to be desired as far as the capability of the deputy president in running the affairs of the country, because if he is reacting to something he has not confirmed, and then he forces people to believe what he has said, even when he knows he's lying, that in itself makes him to be a twisted personality. Now, a twisted personality will not be given any leadership responsibility, in my opinion. He needs to get time to grow. Mtu amesema miaka 10. Me, I recommend 20. He will have matured and he will have sobered up and would have known that there's no advantage in lying. You accept yourself and grow to the right size. You don't deceive people that you are size 52 when you are 32. It will be 32 at the end of the day. The day you meet with the tape measure, 52 will not agree. So accept 32, then grow to 52. Stop deceiving people you are 52 when you are 32. Hiyo ndio ujumbe wangu wa mwisho. I hope, Kings, that has helped it. I agree with Themba. There is information Uhuru has that Ruto has no idea. In fact, the reason why Ruto is making blunders is because there are people who used to leak information to him that are no longer being given that information. And so right now, he's wanting of the right information. There is a reason why the police post was removed from the Karen house and taken back to the... You remember the day for exchange of security? There used to be a police post in Karen and information used to be collected from there. So when the police post was moved, people report in the morning, vile watchman anakujanga asubuhi, alafu anatoka jioni. So huyo watchman akikuja hana habari, hakuna radio calls, hakuna information. So there is cut off from very vital information, and that's why he's making these blunders, and he needs to accept it. The worst thing he did is daring the president, saying alishindwa kunitoa kama deputy president. Ndio madaraka de ikakuja. Unaona sasa, baada ya madaraka watu tumenyosha, tunatembea kama kuku amenyeshewa, na bado mambo yataendelea kunyoka. Asante.
Okay, asante.
So can I continue with my submission?
Hold on.
Kings, continue maswali baadaye. Njiru umeongea, subiri tafadhali. Let's give priority to the...
Hold on, Bernard, wewe enda lala sasa. Goja Kings. Njiru, give your nini. And hold on, Njiru, before you come on. Now, those who are coming in, make sure we can see you. If we can't see you, we will not allow you to come on. We need to be able to see who you are as you come on the platform. Tunataka kuona sura so that you take ownership of whatever you say. We don't want to take ownership of what you're saying when we can't see. Robert Abuya, we can't see you. We want to see you on. Yes, keep yourself on the camera. Aya, Njiru, uliza swali.
Okay, I wanted to give one small education. In politics, kuna kitu inaitangwa circular reasoning, which is usually used in political fallacies. Circular reasoning is where you talk with the end in the mind, and that is what the deputy president is doing. So I can advise the guy who was asking about the reason why deputy president alisema akona 80%. It was a reaction which he is trying to give people because that is the ultimate end which anataka watu wakuwe nayo kwa akili. Inaitangwa circular statement, and it is used a lot in politics, especially when your opponent has told you that he is an end. Wewe now unakuja na circular statement, and hiyo sasa. It is used a lot in politics. It is part of fallacies. So people who are doing political science can expound on that. It's a fallacy which is used by any politician. So it amounts to nothing. It is zero. Somebody like me, it is zero. Hakuna kitu alisema, but to somebody who doesn't know politics, he takes it to be an everything. And that's why unaona he has been using them from 2017 up to now. They are very bad circular statements in wooing masses, and they are just nothing. So King, there is nothing there.
And maybe before I bring you on that specific, if you listen to Ruto when he said that statement, he finished by saying, I dare them to publish. That was that is what he wanted. He didn't want to say, he wanted, okay, you have said 60%, I've said I'm ahead 8%. Now I dare you to publish what you have. So the intention was not necessarily to say that I'm ahead or I've received. If he has received that intelligence information, then he should be not daring those people to publish it, because he has it. Why would you want someone to publish what you already have? So he's trying to dare them so that they can give a response, and of course he knows they can't publish that information. So that is what he's trying to play. But of course it's a desperate move, and Black will tell us why. Black is a good supporter of the deputy president. He's gonna tell us why he's so desperate. So Gweno, kindly give your submission. I don't know what's happening with him now. Black,
yo,
let me give you maybe nikuvushe kwa sababu wewe ni mtu wa UDA. Sasa pia wewe uongelele mtu wako.
Amjambo wale ambao kwenye panel na wale ambao they are watching us wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. It's great to be here after a long while. Now, in regards to Kalonzo's return, I mean, this guy has no value at this point right now. After making a fool of himself, I mean, if anything, he's just doing, he's just adding losses to you guys, because as venye kuna ile Kiswahili watu tupenda kusema, ataambia watu nini? Ataanza wapi? He's flip-flopping like so I'll choose to just keep him, because just talking about him will also make me sound stupid. Because to be Mwangea. So anyway, just going forward. As to the DP Ruto not being interested in the presidential debate, I mean, I don't see anything special here. First of all, in 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta himself and Raila Odinga had first decided to skip the presidential debate. It's only later that Raila Odinga decided to go to the presidential debate solo at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And at this very moment, Uhuru Kenyatta, as you claim the AZIMIO fraternity, is the best president. He even ended up winning the elections at the time. Now, what did the presidential election, I mean, what did the presidential debate I mean, his absence in the presidential debate make him lose? He lost nothing. So, I mean, people taking it out, I mean, to sound as if it's something big that was lost by him not deciding not to attend the presidential debate is of no use to us. Secondly, I mean, he even, I mean, one of his correspondents, Hussein Mohammed, went ahead to give a reason as to why he failed to go there. And among them is the fact that he says that, and I believe it's the same, that some media houses, I don't want to mention names, some media houses are biased in their way of reporting. I mean, they give a negative reporting to him. I mean, if you realize, without mentioning names, in some of the media houses, when they're reporting the campaigns held by AZIMIO and the campaigns held by KKA, when you look at the time allocated to each side, you realize that the time allocated to AZIMIO side is longer in terms of minutes as opposed to the times that is allocated to the KKA. So, in their way of defense, I mean, as per Hussein Mohammed, I tend to agree with him. So, just those two reasons. Number one, his choice not to go to attend the TV presidential election, in reference to what they did in 2017, which again I forgot to mention that Kalonzo Musyoka then, that was a running mate to Raila Odinga, and Ruto by then was a running mate to Uhuru Kenyatta, also failed to attend the running mate's interview, or rather the debate on TV. So I don't know why people are making it sound like it's such a big deal. So moving forward, in regards to, because I've written something here, in regards to the IEBC assures elections that are going to be fair. In the very clip that you played earlier on, when Chebukati was speaking, if that clip was played longer, you realize that Chebukati admitted that there are over 166,000 voters that have been registered twice or three times more. And they're going to try and clear those on or yes. I'm going to send you a link right now before you refuse, because I always like to back up everything that I say, so that if possible, I've sent you the link. If possible, you can play that link from the 12 minutes of that clip going forward, because it's a 13 minutes clip. 12 minutes to the 13 minutes, that means it's just a 1 minute part of the clip which you play, where he admits that there are over 166,000. He mentioned a specific figure that have been double or three times registered.
Hold on. I'm not able to play it. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. Just continue.
Fine, but I've sent you the link, because I always like to back everything up so that you do not refuse anything. I always back up and substantiate everything that I say. You'll realize that if he could admit that there are over 166,000 registered voters, when Yamekua registered 2 to 3 times, multiply that by 3. How many times can those voters vote? And he admitted that. And he says that he's going to try and clean that register on or before. He's not giving us a precise date also. So there's a possibility that there could be some voters that are going to vote more than once. So what assurance is that? In the first place, how could they even have existence of voters to that magnitude of 166,000 being able to register twice or 3 times? That's the first question I ask myself, and you should ask yourself. Now, whether these voters are on your side or on our side, we don't know. But either way, it's not right. I'm not saying that these voters are ni watu wa Azimio, that kwamba eti wakivote watatuelemea, hapana. Na sisemi eti hawa ni voters wa KKA, hatujui ni kina nani. So just by him agreeing or admitting to that raises a lot of question marks as to assurance which he says of the elections going to be fair. So perhaps us as the Kenyan people, we should start questioning these things. regardless of whichever side you are on. Can we truly rely on IEBC to deliver us or assure us of a credible and verifiable election outcome? That we are yet to know. Now, as for the rest, rest of the topics I'm gonna skip and perhaps just proceed as we progress. Thank you.
Okay, I think Stone PK had his hand up, and then I've seen Makiadi also, and I've seen Robert. So let's start with Stone PK, then Makiadi, then Robert. Hi, Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Can you hear me? Good? All right. Wacha niwasalimie wote kwanza. Black, good to see you today. Black, you know, I don't expect to see you coming here to complain about William Ruto not getting enough coverage on TV. William Ruto did not realize that he's going to run for president last month. William Ruto did not realize that he's going to run for president in January. William Ruto did not realize he's going to run for president in 2019. William Ruto knew from the word go that after Uhuru Kenyatta completes his term, he was going to give a stab at the presidency. William Ruto is a billionaire. William Ruto can open his own radio stations. William Ruto can open his own TV stations. So wakati unakuja kucomplain ya kwamba William Ruto hapati enough coverage kwa TV ya wenyewe, kwa TV ya, si TV ya AZIMIO, si TV ya UDA, ni TV ya wenyewe. That is Royal Media Services. Hiyo ni station ya SK Macharia. You cannot force somebody who is a private entrepreneur to air your SHIT. You have no right. That is a private business. So, if William Ruto wants fair coverage, go tell William Ruto to open his own radio stations, hire his own media coverage personnel, cameramen who will follow him everywhere he wants to go and give him all the airtime kama ili ya KANU ya baba na mama kuanzia saa 1, saa 7, saa 1 jioni, kesho asubuhi watamcover. Number 2, I am dumbfounded. I am astonished here that you are talking about the register. About we should start. I want to quote your statement. We should start talking about these things. And in saying these things, you are referencing to the register. Look at what we were doing in 2017. When William Ruto was on the podium saying that the IEBC does not vote, you guys were happy. You are so satisfied with how the IEBC is carrying its business. Now, 2022, today, you are complaining about 166. Let me tell you something. Let me remind you something. Oburu Odinga, like you said, is not the chairman of IEBC. So you should not be worried because Oburu Odinga is not going to give this presidency to Raila Odinga. The process of cleaning the voter register has not been completed. The IEBC said it's going to clear and to make sure we have a clean register. What is your problem? Are you going to set deadlines and terms and conditions for IEBC to clear the register? It has already contracted a consultancy firm to do that. Why don't you be patient? This is a process that if you are genuine enough, you should have spoken also to AZIMIO and told them, look, we also have an issue with IEBC. Why can't we sit together with IEBC and try to solve this problem? Unfortunately, munavaa tai saa 12, munaeka thamos mbele na watu ya EU. Who told you EU officials are going to help IEBC to clear the voter register? I mean, you guys are mumeanza kulia na bado hii game hata ijaanza. The campaign period was only declared last week to officially beginning. So you have a long way. Mkuwe wa pole bana. Mkuwe wa pole. Thank you.
Before I bring Robert, and Makiadi, when they are going for that tea, they are talking about corruption. Alafu angalia wale watu wamejipanga hapo mbele. Ruto ako karibu na Gachagua to his left, alafu ako na Waiguru to the and these are comedians. And then you talk about Gachagua who has 200, I don't know, million in an account, imekuwa frozen, it cannot be explained. Huyo kwanza ni charge sheet. Haya, Waiguru on the right side, naye ako na NYS na Kirinyaga County billions zimepotea, he cannot explain. And then mnasimama hapo, Weta naye ako na kesi ya Japani embassy. Na mmekaa hapo mnaongelesha EU. You looked like comedians. Your people look like comedians when they're talking about corruption. And then, as Makiadi has said, how do you expect EU to talk about 1 million moved registers? The same day, what's his name? Chebukati has come and said, we have KPMG doing cleanup of the register. They are doing an audit report. It should be ready on or before 9. By 20th of June, the register will be ready. It will be available on our website. Anybody can access it. That's what Chebukati said. Anybody can access it, any political party. Then they said 7 days to the election, the physical register, the hard copy, will be there for you to go and check your name. So this thing of Black coming here saying, oh, the register is not ready, I don't know, 160,000, KPMG is here to release its report, to give it to IEBC. And that's what they are doing. Now, you just need to be patient. Then you go to EU saying that over 1 million people from our supporters, when your supporters, only supporters from AZIMIO are dying. Some of those people maybe have died. Some of those people, natural attrition has happened. What is the problem? Let me hear Roba and then maybe we come to
Yeah, I'm going to be quick. So tell me this. There were 2 clips from Kisii and the Nyamira counties from the last election. You know what? I mean, at this point, let Mr. Ruto take his own medicine. If you want to complain about Matiang'i and other people, when you guys, some of us who are supporting Pablo from that time, I remember the way I was feeling now. I cannot sympathize with Ruto at this point. I'll give him an advice. He has wrong people are advising him. That time when he started like competing to Uhuru Kenyatta, that was his end of his presidency. If I was him, I would call off the campaign and go reflect and start from scratch. At this point, it's over. It is over. Thank you.
Naona Abuya na Wycliffe, wacha tupatie Ogweno nafasi aongee and then we will be back. Naona mnainua mikono sana, mko na maswali ya Black, lakini tukiendelea na Black hapa
wacha nichambue tu Black mara moja. Dakika tu moja, I have to call him out.
Wycliffe, ngoja, kaa tu hapo. Ogweno is a new entrant in this show, and I want him to give his maiden speech. Alafu ndio tuendelee ku scrutinize Black. Aya, Ogweno, karibu.
Thank you, Themba. It's Aguero, not Ogweno. Ogweno is the Luo name, Masuba.
It doesn't matter anyway. Whether you are a Suba, whether you are a Luo, whether you are a what, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, this being my first submission, I have a lot, like I can take only 2 minutes, I think so, just to have my submission. And, you know, I've been supporting AZIMIO, and I've been actually having discussions with UDA supporters. But, you know, like, even if you are against a movement, there's some things that you might like on their side. Of which one thing that there's some kind of things that they've been talking about, which I really like. Na hiyo ni kazi narrative, because, you know, it speaks for the hustlers. Number 2, it's all about, they talk about economy, of which is the same thing we talk about in our 10-point agenda. unapata most of the guys supporting UDA, they don't want to read the 10-point agenda. So most of them, you'll hear them shouting, oh, Baba doesn't want to talk about employment, economy. But if you tell them to go read, they're lazy to go and look at that 10 points. The bottom up, if you find somebody who might explain it so well, it really comes out really good, because, you know, like it's giving the people from the below the low level to be understood, to be seen. But how will we do this now? On the other side, why I feel like all the cons supersedes the pros of Ruto, you find that the guy doesn't talk about, UDA, those people don't talk about corruption. Instead, they use corruption to attack AZIMIO. The other time, I think last week, I watched some clips from the rallies. They were telling us, like, how will they're talking about fighting corruption. Let them tell us how they will fight this corruption. You see, ni kitu yenye hata sisi yenyewe we don't understand. If you want to talk about corruption, talk about it. Don't use the point to attack the opponent. Number two, this man cannot be trusted, because that's why I asked Bernard before he left if this guy receives intelligence report. The third one, Ruto blames handshake, but he never explains how handshake has made him lose his power. We need that explanation. But you know, most of us we don't even need explanation. We only shout on the top of our voice, like, oh, UDA. Handshake is something, hata wewe mwenyewe ukiwa na shida, you have an handshake with your enemy, it brings peace. Who doesn't want peace? You see. Another point is that he has explained, Ruto doesn't give space or time for explanation. That's why he makes a lot of mistakes. I remember the Kimwarera and Aror. It took only 2 hours. The guy was out there. It's only 7 billion. Do you know how much you can use 1 billion? How long you can use 1 billion? It's 42 years for you to finish 1 billion, and you're using 60,000 per day for 42 years. Umalize to 1 billion. Ruto anasema only 7 billion. And the same person is talking about taking some money, making a single call to Equity Bank to take investment in Uganda. And then he's talking about kazi ni kazi, bottom up, employment. How are these connected? You see, they're all okay. Another thing, leadership is actually wanting, because this person, Ruto mwenyewe ukimwangalia, he is so bitter. He thought that he could do it by himself. He never had room to actually sit down with the president to discuss way forward. But this guy thought that he could make it by himself, you see. So with the bitterness, nobody will want to be led by a bitter person. Another thing, you know, when I engage UDA supporters, they only blame Raila. They blame Raila because of, you know, like, Raila is old. They don't give you like substantial reasons. Raila is old. Raila is mtapeli. On which way is Raila mtapeli? Or Raila has tapelied Miguna. Who is Raila in our government? Raila is an opposition leader, right? Now, they blame him for Miguna being in Canada. Raila could have brought Miguna back. Which powers does he have? The second in command is Ruto, and the first in command is Uhuru Kenyatta. They're the people in government, you see. Oh, Mara, the media doesn't cover the activities. Those are the blames. Unapata mtu anachukia tu Azimio because of those few things, you see. And then, I think that's I think that's all I can say today. Thank you, Temba.
Thank you so much. Kings, nitumia Kings ndio siseme sasa mimi sijakuita na jina ya Kisuba. Kulikuwa na responses kutoka kwa Wycliffe na I think Wycliffe. Alafu Black. Abuya uko hapo?
But I can take. I can.
All right, go ahead, Wycliffe.
Thank you for the opportunity. As I always say, that I enjoy the discussion that takes place on this channel. It's very informative and very educative. Mr. Black, I appreciate you trying to hold on to straws, but I'm not going to give that to you today. You know, that is whatever you say today is not what Chebukati said. The issue was about transfers. The people who are transferring from one polling station to another, that they still have to sort out together with people who are on polling stations that were decommissioned. And those are the issues where you guys are talking about dual or multiple registrations, but do not create a fallacy that there are people who are registered in multiple areas that need to be sorted out. So I mean, if it's votes you're looking for your candidate, we appreciate you are trying, but as your candidate always says, wajinga waliisha Kenya. So please do not peddle, do not make your leader to be wrong in terms of saying that they are still wajingas, because there are none left. So when you look at what Chebukati says, take it for that grain of salt. And I think the most important part of that of his statements today were that on the seven days before the election, each polling station is going to have an updated register with all the right information on there. So give that man a chance. Let him compile what he needs to compile to share with all of us. Then at that point, once he sends something out and you're not in agreement with it, then we can have the discussion, which can be candid in terms of that final product. But as of right now, you're preempting. You're being a good surrogate for your boss. But I think you're pushing that envelope a little bit too far. Don't hold on those straws too much. Sometimes it's good to see reality before reality hits you. That's my submission.
Which is undergoing audit, and the audit report will be made public on or before the register is gazetted on the 9th of June this month. As a commission, we shall account for each and every Kenyan who is registered or who has registered to vote, and no data has been lost and no data will be lost. So those spreading rumors that register data has been lost, please be informed that all the data is intact. There's been no breach or any form of interference with the systems which we have that maintain the register. I also want to state that today marks the last day of voter verification. There's been a lot of input from Kenyans, and most of them with complaints have filled forms, which then that information will be incorporated in the register. So between today, once we close voter verification, and 9th, all the information from the voters, plus the recommendations of the auditors, the KPMG, will be incorporated in the final register. The commission will certify it and gazette it by 9th, and then it will be broken down in form of the counties, constituencies, and wards in readiness for elections. And the broken down register will be available to our stakeholders, the candidates, political parties, and it will also be available on our website. So all the talks about the register should await the gazettement of the register, publication of the register, as well as then sharing with the stakeholders. So the Commission assures Kenyans that their data is intact and that their ongoing processes are just to ensure that we have a clean register in readiness for elections. So let's not talk about 1 million names missing. There's no such thing. It's not there. The 1 million names we are talking about are for those who applied for transfers. And we are undergoing the process of ensuring that the proper transfers are effected. Yes, there are cases where polling centers were bigger-setted because of the request by the owners of those institutions, and new polling centers were created, and that then would amount to movement of the voters from that polling station to the center to the next center. But those are then aspects that will be made very clear to Kenyans. And lastly, on the register, I want to say that yes, we are stopping voter verification today, but the aspects of SMS and online portal will continue. So until election time. So Kenyans can still check their SMS through SMS and online to check their registration status. And lastly, on that issue, 7 days before election, every polling station shall have a printout of the register for that polling station. So with all these processes, it's a transparent process. Anybody will be able to check where they are voting. And let's stop this speculation about the register. Another issue which has been occupying media space.
I think that was more than enough of what Black was asking. So I don't know if Black, there's any question you want to ask Chebukati.
In that clip I sent, in the same manner which this one we just had have been played, kindly please play that link which I sent and forward it to the 12th minute, because it's a 13-minute clip. So 12th minute to the 13th minute to just make it a 1-minute session which I would like us to hear. Kindly please.
But that is what substantiate my claim. That is what he was addressing.
No, it was a very long interview section with the media. Now the one that I've just sent, within the same sorry.
What has Chebukati said right now?
In regards, he was talking about cleaning the register before June, and that the new register will be sent to the polling stations. Now, what I wanted to
ready on their website, it will be. You can access it. You can still continue sending SMS to confirm your registration, and by 20th of this month, by 20th of June, the register will be uploaded into it will be available to all stakeholders, you, I, your brother, your party, whoever wants to access it. And then on 7 days to the election, the printed copy will be there. Is there any other part of that statement that is not clear?
Now, there is one aspect of his entire interview session with the media houses that were asking him questions. It was a question and answer session where he brought up the sum 168,000 voters that have been registered 2 to 3 times. Now, my question here is,
that is the same clip. It's the exact same clip. Towards the end of it's the same clip that was played. We played the first part of it. You're playing the question and answer part. That is the same number of people which falls under the duplicate, in either the transfers and stuff like that. That's why they'll appear twice or 3 times.
He said now on that part, that since he admitted that there were duplicated voters
because they're transfers
to a number, not about transfers. That one he was asked. It was a question he was asked, and that's when now he came up towards the end of that interview, and that's when he was asked by a media personality, and he came up with that exact number of 166,000. Now the question is this, that you're failing to understand, is how could this have happened if the system is foolproof of having such incidences? Now that is the question where I'm asking. I mean, that's what I'm asking. Now, you as a Kenyan voter, regardless of whichever side or you are aligned on, this should be a subject that you should be concerned about. That how can that system?
Black, listen, Black. I mean, you can have a debate and you can differ with something, but I don't think it's necessary. It's necessary for you to preoccupy your mind with that right now when you have been given solutions. Solution number one, the register will be cleared. Solution number two, there you can still text and see if your name is not appearing. And they have actually given a step-by-step provision of what needs to happen, and they're checking. They're checking if you are registered twice, then that's something to worry. That's why they're doing cleanup right now. They're using KPMG. And they're also saying that if you move from one station to another, then there should be a transfer form. If it is not there, they are going to see why. And they have explained another reason why you could have been moved, because the school decided they're not, hosting that anymore. And three, he has said, by 20th of this month, there's going to be uploaded everything. Now, if all that solution has been given, I mean, what does it worry? It's like you're being told, wait, the food will be ready in 10 minutes, but you're still wondering, why is the tomato not where it's supposed to be? Why is it that even the water is not looking like? Why is the onion not looking like it's yellow enough? You are engaged in stuff and you're being told, wait for the final product. That's what you're trying to say. So we'll be so much engaged in looking and discussing something that is still cooking. And Chebukati has already said here, and clearly has said, you don't need to be worried. All the stakeholders will find we can have this debate again, maybe on 20th, or after they have uploaded, because he said they'll be coming every time, every now and then, to give updates where they are at. So when they say that, okay, fine, now the final register is ready, it is up on our website, then you, Black, and I can come here and say, hey, this thing is on the website, but there are still these people who have been registered twice. Now we can start calling them to action. That is for me.
And also, Black, if there was an issue with the current register, the occupiers of the State House and the Deputy President benefited from that crazy one. So they should tell us what happened then that they're worried about, that is being cleaned up now. That they're not sure of what is going on with that. So the cleanup right now is just fixing the mess that had been there before. So don't worry. I mean, your people know what they did for that election. We're not basically prosecuting that case right now. What we are saying is, moving forward, we need a better register, and that's what we've been promised that we're going to get one.
So, Black, if you want to discuss those 160,000 who have been registered twice, kindly wait until 20th, Black.
Now Wycliffe has put it in a way that, okay, now let's say someone used it. I don't want to say who used it in the past election. It could have been your side, could have been anyone, right? Now it's that again being used this time is what we are more concerned about.
I mean, and what is wrong? What is wrong? I mean, if you used it and you passed, what is wrong? Why are you feeling bad? Why are you feeling bad if someone else used it? Stop being selfish, Black. Be a Kenyan. Be someone who is love your brother. If you use that process to win, let us use it also. But we are not going to use it. We want a clean register. Now
the one person that is going to be consistent on both sides that is going to use it is the state. So watch out.
Definitely.
You have already been told that it is 60%. So can you take that to the bank? We are not releasing those data because now you guys are trying to dare us to release We are not going to release that data, raw data. We have already released it to the person that we should be releasing it to. That is the head of state. We only have one head of state in Kenya. There are no two heads of state. There's only one head of state. And he's the only one who can receive certain intelligence report. You guys continue getting the Itumbi report, Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau. I'm wondering why you didn't tell him that he was not going to speak at the Madaraka Day celebration. You guys, why do you embarrass your president? Yes, Makiadi, you give your submission as a, what is it, Black?
I was supposed to respond. I had a right of response for Makiadi. He said something which I was supposed to respond, but then you gave the chance to Ogwaro to submit.
Okay, respond 1 minute and then we go to Makiadi to give his submission.
Okay. Makiadi, thank you very much for mentioning the media station. There was a reason why I did not mention that name, because I wanted it to come from someone's mouth, and it came from you. Yes, Royal Media Services, rightfully said. I do want to say it came from you. Now, amongst the panelists of journalists that would have been there to ask the questions would have been Royal Media Services. Now, would you expect our presidential candidate to get a fair line of questioning from that? Of course not. And I knew the trap that I wanted to put you in, and I placed you and got into it correctly. Thank you. Now you can as well go ahead and give us your submission.
There's no trap. There's no trap. You have just shoot yourself on the foot.
No, I mean,
wait. You shot yourself on the foot. You still remain that what Makiadi said is true. In America, there's Fox News. It was all Trump. CNN was all Democratic Party. And it doesn't matter. If you want to win, you must have a media. Nation Media Group has been the propaganda machine for Ruto until recently, when they realized that this guy is not going anywhere. K24 is his own, he has, I don't know, the major share there. They only report Ruto things positively. And I think also one of these other radio stations, he's the one who does that. So don't complain when the shoe is pinching you on the other side. Relax. And KBC can only report positively about the government of the day. And the government of the day right now is where Uhuru is. So can you guys just decide? You have hustler nations. You say that the whole country, I don't know, you'll win by 80%. Start a radio station, a TV station, and start having people coming in there, and you will target your people with the messaging that you want to give them. Wacheni mambo mingi kulalamika mapema. Let me go to Makiadi.
On that then, Temba, I totally agree with you. And on that also agree with us as to the reason why we decided not to go for the presidential election. Sorry, for presidential debate.
No, we don't care much. We don't care much if you don't come. I mean, what is Gachagua going to say? If Gachagua is going to debate our mother, what is he going to say? What is Ruto going to say about corruption?
Ruto already said, just to answer you, and I think that was part of what Wycliffe said, that he's going to try, and not really try, he's going to strengthen the institutions charged with providing justice by increasing the budget, increasing the budget allocation to them, judiciary being amongst them, the DCI,
he just attacked
the Office of the Prosecution, EACC, huh? Sorry, he said he's going to increase the budget allocation to them.
He just called them. He just attacked the Supreme Court when they overturned his win.
When? I mean, in previous?
In 2013, he attacked them when they overturned the
win. Was it his win or Uhuru's win? I don't know why you tend to change things.
He attacked them. Why was he attacking them?
One time it's Uhuru, next time it's
the kind of a person that he is. He's not a respecter of institutions. He should have been firm at that time and say that, okay, fine, the Supreme Court has made this decision and I respect the decision of the Supreme Court. Not say that 4 judges, because of deceit and conmanship and treachery, have overturned the will of the people. That is what he said. You cannot, in one hand, condemn the institution and in another say you're going to strengthen them. That cannot happen. Black, as a leader, You have to be consistent. He is not consistent. He attacked the judiciary and he said that they need to apologize to the country because they have overturned the will of the people. Several years later, the same judges decided that they are going to go with to throw the BBI away. He come and say, now God has answered our prayer. So when the judges rule for you, God is answering your prayer. When the judges are ruling against you, there is no God. They are conmen and they are deceitful. Now that is the kind of a person that your leader is, and this country is saying no, he cannot be the same one who is disrespecting the judiciary and the same one who is going to strengthen the judiciary. He cannot be the same one who is saying that the institutions are being used for political reasons, and then he's the same one who is going to strengthen those institutions. He cannot lead in corruption and then come and say he's going to fight corruption. That cannot happen. Look at the way they were seated at the EU. Look at Waiguru. Look at, to his left, there was Gashagwa. That one is, there's a charge sheet. He actually is in court. He's waiting to go to the court. Is coming in September. He just postponed it so that he can campaign. Look at Waiguru on the other hand. ESCC is looking for her. She's in the list of those who are. Now, these are the kind of people you want to trust with the country to fight corruption. That cannot happen, Mr. Black. And thank you. Just hold on right there. Let me allow Makiadi to speak, then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Ndemba. I think there are some fans of yours behind the curtain there. Anyway, Black, you think you've scored a goal by saying you trapped me and I fell into your trap. Let me read you something here. We wish to highlight the notorious instance of runaway abuse of public bandwidth by Royal Media Services, a licensee which has converted its platform, especially Citizen TV, Inoro TV, and Inoro Radio, to official campaign mouthpieces of AZIMIO La Umoja. The Daily Nation complements these abuses by becoming their print counterpart. That's a statement from William Samoei Ruto, Presidential Campaign Secretariat. It is signed by Hussein Mohammed, MBS Director of Communication, William Samoei Ruto Presidential Campaign. So whatever I'm saying here, I come with knowledge of what I'm talking about. There's no trap that you're saying, unless you did not read this statement. It was posted today, unless you did not read that. So you've not scored any goal. Now,
okay, I read it. And that's why I said.
And there's no trap.
I was avoiding.
Don't avoid.
Understand?
Hold on.
I was avoiding to mention the media station until you did, and by doing so, as part of the reasons why our presidential candidate refused to engage himself in the presidential debate, was that reason.
Black, there's no trap. The thing was already there in the letter. It is a letter you can read also.
That's my point. There's no trap. This statement is in public domain. No, Black, you're taking my time now. You're taking my time.
Okay,
you're
fine,
taking
go
my
ahead.
time, Black. This is a public document. Everybody has read it. So when I come here and mention Royal Media Services, it should not surprise you, anybody who has read it. Now, my issue, Ndemba, because there is no time, I'll just specifically mention two things that I think are important to me today. Number one is Kalonzo finally agreeing to work together with Raila Odinga. My statement is Ukambani is locked, and that is what I have always been desiring to see. Ukambani is locked, na hiyo chapter tumefunga. Hao watu walikuwa nafikiria watapita katikati na Alfred Mutua, kazi yenu imeishia hapo. Number two, nataka kuongea juu ya IEBC vetting of candidates. I had a little bit of doubt with the governorship of Mombasa, and because Chebukati himself has said that if you have been impeached, you remain impeached. So Sonko na hiyo sarakasi zake na hiyo watabauza zake na sijui funeral service nini atafute mahali ataenda. Finally, nataka tu kuongea juu ya DP. Before Bernard left, I saw him play 3 videos. The William Samoei Ruto we are seeing now is the confrontational William Samoei Ruto, back to his default mode, where he has nothing to tell people. This guy has always done his campaign against kupiganisha watu. Tunataka kuwaambia hao sisi si wa nini, sisi ni wacha Mungu, hao sijui nini. We want to tell the people of sijui nini. Let me tell you guys, this campaign this time is not going to be won by threatening others. and what do you call this, to try and incite others against others. This campaign is going to be won on issues, and the issues that you are giving Kenyans are not selling anywhere anymore. Let me show you something here. William Ruto is telling people that he has been told by the intelligence that is ahead by 8%. Black, enda wambie William Ruto, hakuna body inaitwa NSIS. Hiyo ilivunjwa na ile katiba mzee. Ile William Ruto anaongea does not exist, and I think it is there's no difference between NSIS and HNIB hii ya Itumbi. I think that is where he's getting his intelligence. Ile intelligence inaendea president inatoka kwa NIS, CNSIS. Hiyo vitu yenye mnaongea has make sense. And by the way, if you tell us that you're being told mko ahead na 8% of whatever, against what? Na hiyo 8% yenu iko juu ya nini? Why can't you give? Alafu finally unatuambia I'm challenging these people to publish those figures. Wewe kama uko nazo si uende upublish. Hii siasa mnataka kutupigia hapa, mimi sijaiona. Nyinyi watu hata kama mtaki, if you don't want to participate in this election, let me use your words. Kama mtaki kushiriki kwa hii uchaguzi, mseme mapema, because imebaki miezi 2 peke yake. Tuambie akina Chebukati wasiharibu pesa, tuwapishe baba. Asante.
Makiadi, what you haven't told Black is that the people who are helping the deputy president to cook the propaganda are the same people who told him to prepare some photo to show like he is in the White House in the US. You know, when you hire people like Itumbi and people like Hussein Mohammed to help you in propping, now Hussein Mohammed is the communication arm, and is the one trying to tell him, now you go and say this. And then Ababu Namwamba is adding. Ababu Namwamba goes to launch a bridge that actually almost collapsed on the president in Budalangi. Those are the kind of people who are propping up the deputy president. That's a lost cause. Yes, Abuya, before I bring someone else. Abuya, you're just scrubbing your head. We can't hear you.
I'm saying, I'm sure you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I was worried Black would bolt because he likes when the heat becomes too much, he bolts. So what I wanted to tell Black, I don't think defending lies is an uphill task. You cannot defend lies. You have to be consistent throughout. Now, your candidate does not intend to win this election. Absolutely. They are all indicators that he does not intend to win this election. And the problem with your candidate is that he does not learn. If he was a good student, he should have taken notes on how Raila conducted his campaign in 2017. Despite the fact that the government machinery was heavily used, he was able to prove his case in court, and the election was nullified. Number one, if you recall the clips that Bernard played that Themba had given him, there was a time where on top of some vehicle he was talking about ati kila mara wako kotini wanafanya hii. He was trying to narrate how many cases in 2017 NASA had so many cases. And what was the intention? The intention was to he has disappeared. The intention was to make sure that this election, however much they tried to steal, it was airtight from the whole process from registration up to polling. And if you look at the deputy president complaining today in Karen, I don't know, I think he was in Karen when he was addressing he was complaining without taking action. And if you realize the deputy president does not like associating himself with intellectuals. And that is his main problem. He wants to be the one who says, and what he says is gospel truth. He doesn't have a team of lawyers who advise him on legal issues. By this time, when he's talking about a million voters that could be missing. This is the time that he should have rushed to court, compel this man to compel Chebukati to produce a register. You know, this is clueless, and I think the only thing he wants enough MPs, of which I don't think now, going by what is going on, and Ukambani has been locked. He wanted to have enough MPs, enough MCAs to try and threaten Raila's government, but he has failed on all fronts, and he should resign and just forget about this thing. It's gone totally. Thank you.
You cannot expect someone who does not respect institutions to strengthen them. Never. There's no way. Ruto has never respected any institution. He never respected that you can actually do a land search, know that there's land, that this land is owned by a certain government institution before buying it. He went ahead and bought Western Hotel, and even all that time when he was building on it, he knew that that land is contested, and he still built on it. Now, how do you expect such a person to respect the institutions? He went ahead, and one of his key guys, this is Langata MP, Nixon Korir, was grabbing some land that is where now Uru Gardens, memorial stands. It had to be reclaimed by the NMS, and he has to pay because they are grabbing it. Now, that is a very close person to the deputy president. He had to go and be compelled by the courts to return Moteshi land. That is not someone who respects institutions. He goes to Kwale and then he decides he's going to be gifted 2,500. That person must have been very generous. You are actually accepting a gift of 2,500 acres of land in a place where people are squatters. Why do you need 2,500? Take 2,500, then donate the rest to the other people. And then you proudly claim that I was gifted some small piece of land here. 2,500 acres is small to him, just like he said 7 billion is little money compared to 21 billion. But 7 billion is a lot of money. And then the same person is trying to tell us that he's going to be a respecter of institutions. Now, that is the kind of deceit and conmanship that we do not want. And Kenyans are saying no. He should have, like Abuya is saying, he should have gone to the IEBC. Why are you going to complain to EU? EU is not IEBC. Then you tell them to be more observant of the election. Yet, you know that they are going to just be observers. They are not going to participate. It's IEBC that is doing the cleanup. Yes, Ogwaro, before I bring in Adams, then Julia.
Thank you, Temba, again. What I can see from Ruto himself, like his team, it's about like they've just seen that this thing is gone. If you look at their attacks on even the CS of IT, I think there's something they know that they did in 2017 that led to vifaranga via computer. These people have been constantly attacking the IT sector, and the way I see things going, and the way that I see how reckless they are, they'll one day come to say what happened in 2017. Hata huyo mmeweka hapo, tuliweka, you know them, you know how they talk when they are angry. Now, look at people like Mudavadi. Their utterances, they don't have even like, now they've stopped talking about the economy. They're not talking about all the bottom-up things. They're talking about mzee wa kitendawili. You see how they've lost the focus. Now, look at the deputy president designate, okay, the person they chose, who has no respect for women. The first time he went there, he was just calling Martha Karua, huyu mumama. You know, women are so sensitive. And I was actually telling my other people I was discussing with about gender. They were saying that in Kenya, gender cannot be sensitive like the way it is in the first world. like US, the way it did to Biden. But now see what Martha Karua, Martha Karua goes there, sells things to people, doesn't want to sugarcoat things. She doesn't want to tell you what you want to hear, but she tells you what she plans to do for you guys. You see, not like Ruto. Like UDA, Kenya Kwanza. It is a movement consisting of people who have allegations. Now, would you be able to trust a thief telling you to go this way? There are no thieves there. You can't do that, you see. So for me, I think the team of Kenya Kwanza have sensed that this thing is gone. Now it's the kicks of the dying horse. You find people like Tangula going back to vie for senatorial post. You see, like this thing is gone. This thing is gone. That's from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Adams?
Adams ako usingizi Ndemba. Naweza enda kwa Julia.
Julia?
Why is Adams coming to sleep here? Nasalimia kila mtu. Thank you, Themba. I don't know why Black disappeared. I watched that thing clip, Themba, of 166,000 something. It was just a simple statement that these are people who are changing from one polling station to another. Others register twice or thrice. And Kenyans, some Kenyans, it could just not be deliberate. It could be like some Kenyans are not informed that you cannot register twice, or the effect. So maybe my take on that is that next time, I think we are looking forward to application of technology so that when you try to register twice, your data is rejected. I hope in future that is going to happen, that when you try even to feed your name or your ID, the second time your data will be rejected. Maybe that is what we should look into the future. So I don't see any debate on that. Now, I think I want to talk about, I don't talk about Kalonzos' return. Okay, that was good. That assures us that we have about 2 million votes in Kambani, and therefore we are on the winning side, so that is good. I don't discuss Kalonzo. Now, about AZIMIO Alliance in Nairobi, that is wonderful. Now, I want to connect IEBC data and the behavior of William Samoei Ruto today. I saw him speaking to the European Union ambassadors, and I watched their body language. This is how those men and women were. They just start like this. Unajua vile mtu anaanza tu anapatia upuzi Themba. Unakaa tu hivi unamwangalia. Yani you don't know what to tell him.
They were being diplomatic.
They were like this.
They were being diplomatic.
They were like, oh God, I don't know whether to sleep or to do what. The body language of those people just told me they were not taking him seriously. They were like, this guy, I just messed with an election just 5 years ago. It is true whether you are in Jubilee, whether I was in Jubilee or in ODM or wherever. It is true that 2017 elections, nobody can say that they were free and fair. And it is highly suspected that Ruto and Uhuru were involved. So now he's coming here to tell them that my supporters, 1 million supporters, are missing. Now, I want to ask Kenyans and William Samoei Ruto, first, how is he sure of that data? Has he been trying to interfere with the IEBC database? Where did he get that record, Mr. Themba? Where did he find out? I mean, he's trying to do something. How can he boldly have the audacity to tell such people that my 1 million support? Okay, the other question, you really think that my name is labeled as AZIMIO? Mr. Makiadi, if you go to the voters register and you see Julia Kanyoro, and then you see that my name is missing, you're going to start saying my supporter has, is my name labeled KK or AZIMIO? So how can,
You want me to comment on that? I think he said that around 1 million voters from his stronghold. I don't know if your stronghold means everybody is going to vote for you.
That's my question. How do you open your mouth such as from my stronghold? I suspect that Julia Makiadi, Themba, and Robert Abuya, because they are in Kisumu, they'll vote for me. And now, how did he see that? Where is he getting that information from? He needs to tell us. In fact, he's the thief here. Because how is he so sure of that information? It means he's busy trying to interfere with the IEBC records. And somewhere, Chebukati amekuwa kichwa ngumu. Sio kama 2017. I think Chebukati is proving to be kichwa ngumu here to DP Ruto. So, DP Ruto is mad. Like, Chebukati, I ordered you to do 1, 2, 3. What is wrong with you? I can pay you. So, Chebukati is proving to be kichwa ngumu. So, DP Ruto has to just start doing those tantrums. And then he calls the European Union, and they are not children, and they understand Kenya. They know where we are coming from. They know the silly things that have happened in this country. They know how many times our elections have been compromised. And then they are standing there looking at him like this, like, okay, continue lying. When you are done lying, we'll be gone. We're just respecting you. That's simply what they did. And then I watched him talk about banking. I had to play that clip again. And then he talked about the judiciary, and he was saying that there's a 17-year-old case. And then you see, as he was talking, there are some culprits seated with him, Waigoro and the others, whose cases are in the court, and him included. You see, he's talking about the judiciary, not acting. And then we have some culprits seated with the DP. You put yourself in the shoes of those European ambassadors, and ask how would you react? I think I would be tempted to walk out. Mr. Themba, I've gone to a church and I've found some pastor, to me, speaking rubbish, and I have found myself walking away. I'm telling you. I don't know what you do then, but if you are, how would you be feeling? Tell me. Guys, tell me your reaction. There, DP is standing there talking about the judiciary not acting. He's standing there talking about a 17-year-old case, and then on his left and right, some culprits are there who are supposed to be in committee, and himself, the people from the European Union don't believe in such level of immorality. In Europe and in America, even if you have something to do with women or something, you step down. You wait for investigations to be done. Here we are talking about somebody who has been to ICC, somebody who has corruption scandals waiting, lecturing you there how the justice system should be run. That is irony, Mr. Black. Those people are just good. I would have walked out on that man. I'm telling you, I can't pay attention to such high-class nonsense. So fellow Kenyans, this guy has been, I suspect he can take me to court, that he's the one trying to interfere with elections. Lakini saizi Chebukati amekuwa kichwa ngumu. He's not playing to his game. The second thing I want to talk about is him not attending the debate. Now, Uhuru Kenyatta attended the first debate. I stand to be corrected. And the second debate, I think he did not attend because he wanted to avoid the questions on Hague. And the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta won, having not attended the debate, does not mean he did the right thing. He should just have gone there and performed. He performed well in the first debate, even with those IECC allegations. So we are not going to sit here and say it's not a big, it's a big deal, Mr. Black. The simple thing why Ruto is not going for the debate, because he's going to be asked about Kimwarel, he's going to be asked about the chasing the school children, or the corruption scandals. They are going to list them down. I wish I was in that place. I would do it nicely. I would start one by one. I would say, Mr. Deputy President, are you accused of one of this? Why are you accused of this? I would enjoy the game, Mr. Black. And I'll be telling Kenyans, fellow Kenyans, he has refused to respond to my question. Because those press men will not be doing anything wrong, because the KKA camp has presented to us a suspect for a presidential candidate. And if that is not enough, they have presented another suspect for a running mate position. So the candidacy of KKA is just like a charge sheet. So if I was in the press doing that debate, I would say, fellow Kenyans, here I present a charge sheet from the KKA camp. And that is why Mr. DP will not go for that debate, because he has been saying here that Raila Stammers forgets he will be beaten pants down. So the next thing I'm waiting is to hear that the deputy president has stepped down because he's not vying for presidency. Now, I agree with Atwoli that the deputy president may not be on the ballot. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you. As I bring Stone Piquet, I just want to make one comment. The deputy president had the audacity to tell the EU guys that, you know, Kenya Kwanza on the issue of gender, we are going to make sure that our cabinet is 50-50. And you know, at that time, there are 8 men and 2 ladies who have gone to see the EU. There were 8 men. There were actually six men. Yeah? There was Ruto, there was Gachagua, there was Weta, there was Musalia, there was Mutua, there was Ababu. There are 6 men and 2 ladies, and Waiguru and I think Alice Waome. And then he is saying that we will make sure that for a start, Kenya Kwanza is 50%, 50-50. So the cabinet will be representative. It will not be tokenism. Already you are talking about tokenism because you will be just appointing those people to those positions. That's tokenism. And then you start saying that, you know, as Kenya Kwanza, actually it is out of the 8 who are going to vie for the position. I don't know, 7 of them, or I don't know, 6 of them are from Kenya Kwanza. I mean, those people won nomination free and fair. So you can't take that as an achievement. What's your problem? I mean, even working on the optics, if you're going to say your deputy, if you're going to be 50-50, it should have started with the ticket. The ticket should have shown that you guys are already determined in making this a 50-50. So he should have picked a woman. He didn't pick. Out of his thinking, Kenya Kwanza does not have a lady who deserves to be a deputy president. The ladies that are there only deserve to be included in the cabinet on a 50-50 tokenism that he was talking about. Bure kabisa. So the reason I'm not surprised because he has consistently, that's his nature. They say that if someone hurts you once, it's their problem. If they hurt you the second time, it's your problem. So because he has behaved like he is, we have no reason to get disappointed because that is him. He's going to lie even when it is during the day. That, you know, we are going to have 50-50 for a start. 50-50 where? You are coming 6 women, 6 men and 2 ladies. We should have at least have seen 50-50 representation. That would have worked well. Anyway.
Then he simply made a fool of himself. I mean, and did you see at one time did Gachagua talk? I thought it was Igoro who was responding. I mean, is Gachagua dumb or something?
Gachagua has been denied the microphone. His responses are making them look good. For 2 days, Gachagua has not talked. Yesterday, Gachagua was nowhere. Today, Gachagua was nowhere. Gachagua has been told, you keep quiet, you're making our campaign.
Yani Black, hata microphone ni kitu ya kunyima Gachagua jamini. Microphone.
Gachagua alikuwa anakaa ni kama mtu amenyashika, alikuwa naona amenyamaza hapo maswali ikiulizwa.
Yeye ako na kazi yake bana. Yeye anaongea na watu kijijini.
Stone Piquet has been waiting for a while. Let me allow him to speak. And then
kuna kitu umesema tema.
Let me allow him to speak. And then
kuna kitu umesema tema.
Let me allow him to speak. And then kuna kitu umesema tema. Let me allow him to speak. And then kuna kitu umesema tema. I think Stone Piquet has issues, eh? I think
Stone Piquet has an echo.
No, I'm good, Temba. You can't hear me? No, I'm good, Temba. You can't hear me? No, I'm good.
Stone Piquet has issues.
He has 2 gadgets.
He has opened 2.
Because they can hear echoes also.
Yeah.
Can you shut down all your other gadgets that are on?
is on mute as well.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, I'm in a basement. I think that's the problem. It's better now?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, yes, after you killed the other device.
After you killed the other device. Hakuna mambo ya basement. Hizi vitu najua. When you have many
No. Okay.
Umeingia kwa kambi ya black.
Uko siwezi, uko ni over my dead body. In fact, I really want to. Black is, he looks a very nice guy. He looks I don't know what he's doing in Kenya. Really, honestly, I really do not really believe that. I think Black who amekuja hapa tu kujoke. Anajua mahali yuko, and that's the truth. There is no way Black ati mpaka wa leo ati ameshikilia hako huko Kenya kwanza. Black wewe wacha mchezo. Wewe kuja wacha kufanya ati debate ishike moto. Because this debate hata kuna, you know, because even the points we are looking at from Kenya kwanza hakuna bana. Anyway, on a lighter note, that was on a lighter note. Sasa me, I start here. Kalonzo in. Kalonzo is back. Kalonzo back, and then of course Ruto is out. I don't see Ruto even going up to the last hata maliza hii mkondo, because hiyo vita ni kali. Ruto, looking at our topic, I would begin by saying Ruto, of course, has dwelt on falsehood. And unfortunately, I don't know which cult Ruto joined that really ordained him. And he was given this charm that he went throwing around, which is very short-lived. Anytime you have a charm, for those who tell us about charms, wanasemanga zinakuwa short-lived. Those who go for charms to win girls, those who go for charms to get jobs, because that's African tradition, even when we look at Nigerian movies. I tend to think Ruto must have done that. And the charm was working for quite some time, but it could not sustain 6 years. It expired, I think, after 3 years or 4 years down the line. And that's why you see everything is falling asunder. Everything, totally everything. Right now, he's on panic because he is part of those he was the engineer of the theft in 2017. He was the, yeye ndiye alikoroga hiyo urogi, hiyo ya kuiba kura. And let's not reserve here. Ati tukisema ati up to now nobody knows what. We know very well. Ruto walianguka 2017 flat out. In fact, we hear the voting was so overwhelming. Baka they had to ban all the servers and even uproot all the figures from IEBC because of the embarrassment. Baba must have beaten them with over 70%. And that's why we are saying that 44, tunaweza waonea huruma, tuwapige tu na 60, bas, muende nyumbani. Hiyo 60 nani walisema. Yeah? It is so annoying because Ruto, with all the knowledge, he knows what he did. He's telling us about register, about people. It is him now whom we should actually ask how many registers were there 2017. Yeah, he should tell us because he knows. Yeah, and then he should also tell us what happened with the server because he knows that Chirichiri and the others. Ruto should not even as of now be talking that he's a candidate, presidential candidate for Kenya. And I'm appealing to Kenyans. Kenyans tuache kujifanya ati sijui democracy, Ruto should be on the ballot. Ruto should not even be on the ballot in the initial place if we were to follow democracy vizuri. Yeah. So he says he doesn't want to be in the presidential ballot. That's good. We even would like him not to be in the ballot. Let Baba meet or face those other 16 guys. Akina Wanjakoya, I think Wanjakoya was thrown out. Yeah, let Ruto go home We will not miss him. By the way, Ruto will not be missed by Kenyans. That point, the media, the lies of the media have been showing some figures out of very, very young guys who have been following to kula hiyo shilingi kidogo kidogo. And Ruto thought that is it. And then, of course, it was buttressed by Akina Ndindi Nyoro. Now, Ndindi Nyoro, what following does Ndindi Nyoro have? Truly speaking. Because you see, when you are a liar, you move around with liars. Ichungwa he commands Kikuyu Mountain. Ichungwa commands which section? Where? These are people, they were not voted in. They were rigged in by Jubilee. So people you rigged in, then you pretend they are the ones who are carrying your votes. Ruto will definitely hang himself, just as what Atwoli said, because the pain is too much. It is too much because the reality is there. Now he is looking for simple exit from the platform. And now embarrassment. So he wants to pile all those nonsensical excuses, you know, then he storms out. Yeah, and tell him, we can see him, tunamuonea 18, akitaka kustorm out, aende. And as I said, wallahi billahi, no Kenyan will miss Ruto from the ballot. Hakuna, unless hao watu wake hapo kwa village yake hapo Sugoi, na even I hear even in Sugoi, some people will not vote for Ruto. Yeah, you know, he has been exposed badly. And why he was exposed badly is because he started beating people below the belt. He's the guilty, but he goes too haywire. And that's why nimemuingiza kwa ligi ile ya wale watu wameshikwa na kinasudi na makaratasi fake, degree fake. Yeah, I put Ruto under that. I'm now doubting his degree because he does not behave like somebody who has sat in a class or in a hall of a school of higher learning. Sincerely, if you've gone through such school, you cannot do the lies that our DP does. The games our DP is playing, you cannot play them if at all you sat in a classroom of a higher school of learning. Sincerely speaking. I mean, if you pile them, and I would want Mtembe one of these days to just pile the lies. I like the way they did the clips. We pile those utterances of Mr. Ruto. You will not equate them with somebody who has gone to school to that level, honestly. Yeah. So what he has done, he wants to chafua the pond. He wants to paint as if Kenya is so bad. And yet we had come out of that malpractices that, you know, kuharibu hiyo election, we said that is water under the bridge. But now he's bringing it. He's bringing it and he wants to create despondency so that Kenyans, you know, those few followers of his can start, you know, saying, oh, there's no fairness and all that. No wonder EU guys were looking at him and saying, like, look at this man here. We know you. Okay, so Kenyans, don't be incited. But I'm so happy that none of his followers can even demonstrate for 5 minutes. So that we have no problem about it. None of his followers can even dare go to the street. Yeah. So Ruto, Bwana Ruto, where in fact, I'm advising him to come to somewhere, either Kasarani, akuje aombe msamaha, he kneels down, he cries the way he cries. Kenyans will forgive him. Then he returns like 80% of what he has stolen, and we will put him on the shelf. Tumwambia akae miaka kama 10 akuwe cleansed. Then he can come back 20, 30 something to try, and Kenyans will have at least forgotten. The young guys who do not care where money comes from will be there in 2032 to vote for him. Because those are the guys who don't care where money is coming from, and they don't care what is happening. He can chance. But for us, I think it is too bad. This is not his time. And Akienda, we will not miss him. Honestly, with all due respect. Lastly, I would want Ruto to tell us, when he talks he went to Makueni and he had his economic forum. And I heard him talking about, how he's going to deal with corruption. those people wavitendawili, they know nothing about corruption. Sincerely, really? When did Ruto ever talk about economies of a country? Really? What he studied plant.
Hold on, Stone PK. Timothy Kambuni, there is the link. Just come and say hi. That is a friend of mine.
Temba, nimekuona umeanza kurig mapema. Okay, on a lighter note, Bwana Ruto is a botanist according to his papers. Ama sijui inaitwa aje hiyo degree yake. Economic, when did Ruto do economics? Where did he ever, even in his businesses, which business does he really run that can be enlisted like a business? Amako, wizi mtupu. Okay? Those others, and you know, just kunyang'anya watu. There is nothing we can be told. The biggest business he did was selling t-shirts, 1,000 t-shirts, selling them 1,000 times. I mean, bringing them 1,000 times, not selling. Yeah, the chicken we are told about, nobody tells us where this farm is. It's just the theories. You go to YouTube, you can't see. Yeah. Oh, I was a chicken farmer. I was a chicken seller. Everyone in Kenya, those people who have grown in the village, must have sold a chicken here and there. So we want to see the modules, the business successes that he has done. This man is a con man. The name he uses to call Kenyans, yeye ndio mtapeli, con man of the worst order. And my fellow Kenyans, don't even dare. In fact, I'm so tired and so tired that I would wish this election can be held tomorrow. We get rid of this debate of Ruto, tumsahau, Rudi huko Sugoi. I don't know where he will go. You know, he has a lot of money. He can go to Uganda where I'm 7 years or wherever. He is annoying, especially when he is now on the line of inciting Kenyans. That's why we are feeling we are fed up. Belen tulikuwa tunaenda slow on him, and that's why today AZIMIO hammered him properly. That AZIMIO meeting was 8. Wacha ile ya Uhuru Park. Na tena we are going to hammer him the way he has never seen before. In fact, we are going to withdraw all the support, all the government things. We will make sure he doesn't have them. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you, Themba.
Stone PK, umeamua kugonga kabisa, ni kama unamaliza, unagonga nyoka kichwa. Kichwa ni kugonga kichwa.
Ana insight watu bana.
Now, Sisi, we will not forget how Ruto stole from us. We will not forget how Ruto stole from, built on government land. You know, every time we look at Western Hotel, we remember how our children were tear gassed because Ruto wanted some parking slot there. We will not forget. We will not forget how Muteshi died while looking for his 100 acres of land in Kitale. We shall not forget. We shall not forget the maize scandal. We shall not forget. We shall not forget Mr. Kimarer. We shall not forget. So we shall
not forget the scandals of Kenya Meat Commission. We shall not forget.
We shall not forget. So before that time comes, Stone PK, we are not forgetting. We are not forgetting. And even as we are going to vote, we are going to rarua all that. We are going to, the politics of deceit and conmanship, as he says, he uses that word because he's a conman and he is deceitful. We are not going to forget the chief of conmen in Kenya. Look at his Gachagua on his left, Waiguru on his right. That's a charge sheet, as Julia said. And
the
now
the chief of looters in Kenya is vying for presidency, right, Mise?
We are not going, and Mise, don't start giving us too much English and catwalking. You know, it is the same Deputy President William Ruto who said that Waiguru should stop catwalking na kizungu mingi, arudishe pesa wananchi ila amekula. Now the same person who was catwalking na kizungu mingi was sitting on his right, trying to convince the EU guys that they are going to fight corruption. The same people who are catwalking na kizungu mingi. Mise, I want you to speak, but I can see Black, the heat is hitting him hard. He's trying to run away. Comes back.
Thank you, Themba and Julia. Good to see you. Your dress matches with everything today. I think that was a good selection of your style of sense of style.
I hope Mr. is not trying to ask me to support him when he talks about.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not going to ask you. Stone PK, Robert Abuya, I hope that you have softened your heart, and we shall work together. Makiadi, good to see you. Black, you are the true meaning of for better, for worse. So hang on. Hang on there.
No, Mr. Can you be honest with Black? You don't die with a thief. You are not called a martyr when you die with a thief. You are called an accomplice if you die with a thief. You only a martyr when you die for a cause that is religious in nature. Following Ruto is not a cause that is religious in nature. You don't have to die with a thief. You will not be called a martyrdom. There's no martyrdom in dying with a thief. So kindly be fair to Black. Tell him to leave when it is still early.
But Black, when history shall be written, you shall go down as one of the fiercest defender of the deputy president. And Stone PK, have you ever considered yourself to be a propagandist? I think that that can be a very good.
No, Miss, I'm not going to give you time.
No, I was wondering if he has ever considered himself.
You see, you don't start your presentation with any other business.
Okay, so
my own business, and then now you come. You cannot attribute Stone PK's sentiments to being propaganda.
I'm not. I was wondering if at the end of this, after the election, Stone PK seems to be a very good mouthpiece that AZIMIO should not forget. While in line of symbiotic relationship, he's done a wonderful job in making sure that he has amplified his concerns, and they are well out there. So for me, I wanted to say that.
Can you finish your comment? Then
no, Themba, I can't let Misa go with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Misa.
Go ahead, Stone PK.
I want Misa to go back to the dictionary and see who a propagandist is, please. And then number two, I want you to list whatever I've said there. If it's not true, then I'll apply to be a propagandist for AZIMIO. Thank you.
I withdrew unreservedly that and replaced propagandist with a better and audible mouthpiece for AZIMIO. If that is acceptable. You're welcome.
That's better, bro.
So for me, what struck my mind today is Kalonzos spinning. The truth is, I think this is a good year for Kenya, a good electioneering period for Kenyans. God has brought a revelation for Kenyans to see who really our politicians are. And Kalonzo, like I've said in the past, he's played games with Kenyans for self-gain. I looked at his speech. He started that today he stands here as a proud Kenyan. Proud because they began this journey with a solid vision and a solid foundation, a solid plan. But that is not what I saw in Kalonzo. The few days or the few times he's been just but an heartache and pain, the morning headache for AZIMIO. He's been wobbling, he's been wavering, and bringing unnecessary attention to the party. Now he went ahead saying and chest thumping for himself that he acknowledges the endorsement of all counties, from all counties. Went ahead saying that because of that, he has realized that the nation, our nation, is greater than an individual who is him. And he humbled himself by saying that because of that calling, it is with humility that he accepts the endorsement and the nomination of him as the chief minister. You know, he also says that after consultation with the professionals, the clergy, the party leadership, and so on, he has seen it fit that he comes back. He goes ahead and, praises Mother Karua as the senior counsel. First as the sister, second as the senior counsel, third as the learned friend, and invokes what is called gender, and goes ahead and said, I will support you in all protocol and manner. I will support you. Now, it left me wondering what kind of person Kalonzo is. I think AZIMIO, I think they played a very good card of waiting and seeing what Kalonzo did. Kalonzo went around trying to create value for himself. And I think after 2022, 2027, Kalonzo might not be valuable anymore in the Kenyan politics. And I think if Charity Ngiru will be there, I think Kalonzo might be irrelevant. But that being said, he goes something and makes a very, very critical statement. He says that he goes and says that, of course, when the government will be formed and not if the government will be formed. So if you look how carefully when and if is used, it's those are words that I used to show condition, to put condition. So he is not saying unconditionally. There are conditions that are attached there. But again, I find him as a person who is coming in with nothing, but just to fill in the gap. I don't think Kalonzo comes in meaning well for the AZIMIO. I don't think he comes in because he really wanted to be, but I think because he didn't have anywhere to go anyways. And I think because of the deadlines and so on, he had nowhere to go, but he came back trying to still saying that he has the value and is bringing in something like that. But my focus tonight is to say that our leaders, those who have been there and have let us down, have let the integrity down, and Kalonzo is a clear witness or a reflection of how wobbling and wavering our politicians are if their interests are not taken into account or if they are not taken care of. But you know, they say politics are about interest, but this interest this interest is sacrificing a common mwananchi. So I think Kalonzo, even as he comes into AZIMIO should be very careful as to what under what terms that is coming in. Otherwise, tomorrow Kalonzo will be running around again saying, "Oh, he has not been given that. He has not been given that." He will be wasting time for AZIMIO, and we are focusing. And Black, things are not very good on our side, but you know, I agree with you, Black, that once a soldier should fight and make sure he brings all the wounded soldiers home. And I think, Black, you're doing very, very, very well. I am right now, I'm in the box of Julia. So I think I'm going to ask you, Black, that you also consider and find it in you that even though as you are supporting the soldier, you might want to come home early so that the victory is not locked out of your space. So think about it and have Julia welcome you to by saying vuka sakafu ukuje nyumbani. I think that's my parting shot this night.
Black, you had that? Mr. Defected is in AZIMIO now.
Mr. is sold out.
Okay, now tuko katika kipindi cha lala salama. Wacha I give Black the right of reply. Black, you can, I know you've been hit a major way, but you can just give your comment, then we start taking our closing remarks.
Well, let me start with me, Kwanzaa. I am shocked. Did you change to switch to AZIMIO because you believe in AZIMIO or because you believe in Julia?
I just used the Gay-Lussac law,
which says
regardless of the route, the product is the same.
So which is the product here now, Julia or AZIMIO?
That is yours to discover.
Okay,
hold on.
Fine. I'll go with that.
Hold on, Black. There's a friend of mine who had requested to come in, and he has managed to come in today. Is its maiden speech? I know. Before you spoil his head with your Timothy Kambuni, how are you, brother?
Very well, Themba. Very well, Themba.
You got another gadget on. You may want to. You got another gadget on. You may want to.
Am I?
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, you're good now. So
very well. I'm happy to join.
You're good now.
Yeah, very well, Themba, and I'm happy to join these, great Kenyans in the, discussing the topic of the day. Great discussions, great insights, and really, chatting the way forward for this country, and also, participating in the day-to-day discussions, for the furtherance of objectivity and, the matters that affect our country. But at this point, allow me just to, listen in, so that then, I will also pick, maybe given an opportunity, I can get my 30 seconds to say something. But at this point, allow me to just listen in.
Thank you, Timothy. Thank you for coming on. I just knew, thought you should come and say hi. This is a platform we meet here every day from 9:30 Kenyan time to late this side. I know Kenyans right now, they are starting to wake up, I guess. Most of these guys, apart from, I think Black and Abuya are the ones who are I don't know, who are in Kenya. The rest are diaspora. Stone PK, we also went to the diaspora. So we come here to generally to discuss the political and governance issues happening in Kenya, especially right now, politics that is happening. And in this panel, largely we have guys who have are leaning towards AZIMIO, apart from the guy next to you who is called Black. So Black was doing a response. Black, you can do a response, and then we start taking our closing remarks.
Hello. I don't know if I'm audible enough.
Yeah, you're good, Black. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. There are some few things I had written down. Let me see if I can, because I wanted to respond. In regards to whatever Themba you said, that Kenya Kwanza had 2 women and 6 men in their panel or in the charge sheet. uh, if you recall, that was a well balanced table, if I could say, if I could use that term. In the sense, I think each and everyone there had a line of speciality that had brought them there. Like, for instance, Wetangula was there in regards to foreign, foreign relations. Now, in regards to Ndi was there in regards to matters economy. Kuria, as an accountant and having worked in Middle East, also has experience in finance. I don't know what Gashago was there. Gashago was just there to support the rest, giving a supporting hand. But as to whether we should have had 3 women or 4 women and 4 men, that is neither here or there, because at the end of the day, at least we had women to support us, and they are part of the KKA delegation, and it means that we trust in their intelligence or in their wisdom, because even as much as mnakuanga mkishambulia Waiguru is a very well learned woman. I mean, and she was there to speak on regards to matters of devolution. So at least we were well balanced. I would have liked to see an equal meeting of the EU officials with the AZIMIO front. I would definitely see Martha Karua there, but I doubt if I would see any other woman in that panel. Because I'm trying to think at the top of my head who could be there. Maybe just, who else? Gail would be there too. Nothing. It's just Karua. She's the only smartest brains you have there. So in regards to whether our government is going to be balanced, I mean, like the way we say, yes, we are. We are going to have at least 50% of our cabinet secretaries being females. Just having a running mate, the way Tembo and say mate, at least we ticket yenu balance having a male and a female. Equally, we have our cabinet being balanced, having males and females. Ukikula maembe na mimi nikule ndizi. Are they not fruits? They're both fruits. So it doesn't have to mean that since you're eating a mango, that I should eat a mango for it to be considered a fruit. It's just we decided to eat bananas. So just to clarify on that. And then Makiadi, ile issue ya media houses bado sijui kama umepata point yangu. My point was, yes, you're right, those media houses belong to someone, and that person that owns that media house has every right to air whichever side that he wants. 100% sure.
Black.
Yes.
Let me highlight on the first one that you have talked about me. In Azimio NEC, right? We have Raila, Kalonzo, then there's for the men, Raila, Kalonzo, then there's the other gentleman from Luya, the leader of DAP, what's his name?
Wamalwa.
Wamunyinyi. And then of course Junet is the Secretary General. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are 5 men. And then the ladies are Ngilu, Sabina, and Martha. So 5 men to 3 ladies. Those are the ones who would be going to meet. That's already 50-50. Yenyu hata umeniongezea ilikuwa 2 out of 8 men.
Please delete Gachagua. He was just there invisible.
No, I mean he was there. For
delete Gachagua Black. That is so hilarious. He's your running mate.
for optics, even if you are going to talk about we intend, you show your intention by how you present yourself now. So even if you're going to convince the EU guys that you want to be 50-50, I mean, which one is more 50-50? The Azimio NEC or the Kenya Kwanza team? And you carry some suspects with you. Wetangula is a suspect. There's a gold scam. I think the guy died before the scam could be troubled. And you're carrying another suspect Yes, surely. Anyway.
Waiguru is a suspect. Gachagua is a suspect.
Waiguru, all these people are suspects. You start with the Waiguru, a suspect. Mutua is a suspect. In fact, you are the party chairman, that is one Mr. Mudama, cannot sit on the same table with Mutua. In fact, that's why Mudama decided not to go for that meeting, because he is a suspect. So you have all suspects going to sit in front of you and saying that you are going to fight corruption, surely.
And you are both a suspect.
But it should, I mean, let me give an example so that it can relate. I think you've heard this a million times, that your running mate was once alleged to have received a bribe of around 50,000 pounds. But at the time, she agreed to have received it, the money, but she said that she didn't know that it was what the reason was. And in
you're not balancing.
do I call it investigation in UK by the anti-fraud? She was cleared of those allegations. She was cleared. There's somewhere I'm heading. She was cleared of those allegations. Now, equally so, as for the suspect which you have mentioned, they will have their days in court. And until that time, whether they are cleared or found to have been guilty of their charges, then at that point, you can call them the names you want to call them. But until then, they're innocent until proven guilty, just as your running mate was proven innocent.
To have stolen land from Muteshi. Weston stands in stolen land.
Now, in regards to Muteshi, the case, I think it's best if you understand the case well. He was alleged to have taken the case.
Move on to the other point. Move on to the other point.
Black wachana na mambo ya Muteshi. Kwanza mimi nimeshangaa sana mmeleta Mudavadi na shati ya nini ya ANC kukutana na EU Council. Shati ya ANC alafu hakuna kitu anaongea, ni kukunywa tu chai. Unajua Maragoli kuwekea birika hapo mpaka kifuniko iangukie kikombe ndiye atasikia.
So he finished the tea,
He was just there to drink tea. Hakuna kitu hata ya maana aliongea. Nilisikia tu akiulizwa swali, wewe unaona ni signature ngapi, akasema alikuwa amejishika hivi akasema around 1 million. Hiyo tu ndio kitu aliongea kwa hiyo meeting. The rest was Ruto. I mean, you guys mnatupatia aibu, lakini ni sawa tu, tutadeal na nyinyi tarehe 8.
And then the Wakora scene, Ruto was saying 800,000, then somebody shouted 1 million. I mean, I think, why are you wasting the EU time? I mean, that was Black, you people made a fool of themselves, your boss especially.
And who took the EU guys to the Hustler Mansion? And then your guy wakes up and says, welcome to this. It is the famous Hustler Mansion. The media called it so, and I accepted that name. Who took them there?
They must have been invited. I have no prior knowledge of who took them there, but I know they were invited. They did not just pop up.
And why today? Why today?
No, I mean, it could have been any other day. If he'd have picked a day before or a month before, you'd have still asked the same question, why that day?
Why after Kalonzo has teached them?
Kalonzo was nowhere, I mean, related, I mean, with being part of KKA or joining KKA. All along, Kalonzo has been saying that he's going to be vying by himself. It's only that he decided, he was arm-twisted, not decided, he was arm-twisted to rejoin AZIMIO.
The way you arm-twisted Mutua to join you. Anyway, one minute, respond to any other, not all of them, any other, so that we start taking our closing remark. 1 minute.
Now, in regards to the suspects, hiyo ndo nimejibu hiyo sahi Julia, nikakwambia kwamba hata running mate wenu alikuwa na kesi UK in regards to BAT, but she was cleared of it.
You have a minute. You have a minute.
Yes, she was cleared, 100%.
Your boss has not been cleared. Your boss has not been cleared. Your deputy boss has not been cleared. I mean, you just have a charge sheet
of a particular one charge.
Black, you've already prosecuted that point, and we had you when you prosecuted it. Do you have any other point you want to respond to so that we finalize?
No, I don't want to say much, because also
Okay,
time is not on my side. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
I had a question for him then, but I asked him, he talked about 166,000 names. Where did your deputy president, who is a presidential candidate, get the 800,000? I think you've not addressed that. Where did he get that information from?
800,000 what? Sorry.
Black doesn't know. Black
Okay,
doesn't know.
Makeri, I mean,
if you have
the ones that had been transferred, the voters that had been transferred.
if you have no information about the 800,000, then I'll let.
No, when you say 800, it could be 800,000 shillings. I mean, finish your sentence. I don't want, because already someone is talking about money stolen by so and so. So you must be precise here.
Mimi
800
nimenawa mkono on them, but you can,
1 million
you
what?
can carry on. I'm done. Mimi nimenawa mkono hapo.
Is it the voters that were allegedly transferred from our
It's okay.
strongholds, or is it
Never
money that
mind.
must have been
Never
stolen?
mind.
I mean, what?
It's
I
okay.
mean,
Black
You know,
hat
Black,
worker.
you know,
Wacha-
then, but
wacha
you know, Black
tufunge
is
sasa.
asking about money. Why? Because his boss is a suspect of so many things, money, etc. So he's asking
Land,
me to specify.
maybe 2,500 acres of land. Now, thank you so much, everyone. We want to take our closing remarks right now. And of course, everyone will have an opportunity. But before then, allow me to acknowledge those guys who came to the comment section. Father Danny Darius, we really appreciate you coming in. I like how Black is just playing around. Yeah, of course, you realize Black has no points, but he's just one of those boxers who just stay in the ring, even if they're being beaten. At least they don't want to be beaten with a knockout. They want the other person to win with many scores, many points. So that's what Black is doing. He's already out, but he's just there dancing on the ring. Didi Zia. And now you guys should notice Black talks about some same stuff from different angles every day, and you keep falling for it. No, we are not falling for it. We are just enjoying Black. Black is a good guy. So we like, he's also helping other people to understand. And maybe also those people who are from Udaku who wants to hear a little bit of us damaging ignorance is a good thing. Olivia Kemunto, whatever Black is saying is in public domain, so there's nothing much. Abdallah Mume, David Olo, Hello Black atakuja huko atakugonga huko kwa comment section, shauri yako. Yufino Otieno, asante sana kwa kuja. Who else? Olivia Kemunto, thank you. Yeah, Miss is already in AZIMIO. He realized that the heat is very much on the other side, and also coupled with the attractiveness of Julia, he had to cross the line. Thank you, Julia, for bringing Miss on. We really appreciate. Miss had no choice but to come. Mary Wainaina, Salome Mbone, umepotea Salome Mbone from huku hatukuoni. Edward Boera, Kenya kwisha kabisa. Casey C. Adams, thank you. Nick Jambane, Icelandic Overland, na wale wengine wote, Anthony Akesa, kama sijakutaja sio eti sipendi, ni kwamba tunakupenda, lazima tumalize. Now, as you move on, if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. We are on our way to 500,000 subscribers. And even as you do that, kindly also go to my channel. It is Themba and Lulu Show. Themba and Lulu Show. That's a channel that I host with my daughter. So kindly go there and see an African dad with his daughter growing up Ugaibuni in the land far away from Kenya. So just go there, we learn so many things. Just subscribe. Tafadhali subscribe mtufikishe at least moja. Tunashukuru sana kwa wale ambao wamesha subscribe. Timothy, kama moja subscribe, enda huko. Wale waja subscribe, tafadhali enda pale Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Themba came to show you I'm actually a lady. Oh, you did? Then you wanna log in right now? Where are you, DA? You wanna log in? I can send you the link so that you come in so that watu waache kuona ni kama. There you go. Dear, you can come in so that these people akina Black hata Black ameanza kutabasamu even kabla hujakuja kwa show. So kindly come on. No, come hapa juu. Now, we will start by everybody will have a minute. Naanza na Abuya, Makiadi, Julia, Stone PK, Mise, Black, alafu tumalize na kampuni. Dakika moja, hapana fungua tena, just closing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Demba. Now, just wanted to mention something small on Kalonzo. I've been a very big critic of Kalonzo, but I've realized that he has more value to us than leaving him out there to wander around in the political space. Now, there are those people who think that Kalonzo will bring a lot of trouble in AZIMIO. One of them is Black. Black, I want to assure you and the other Kenyans who are doubting that once you are in AZIMIO, it's a big family. And if you are privy to coalition politics, more especially the Israeli governments, successive governments, you'll know that coalitions are not easy. However, the Kenyan scenario is very different, and one person that I can trust with parliamentary politics in this country and probably in Africa is one Raila Amolo Odinga. Firstly, once we assume power as AZIMIO, I can assure you, UDA members of parliament, at least a third of them will cross over to the government. We all know that, MPs from Mount Kenya have never desired to be in the opposition. So they will always vote for the government agenda because they need this development. And the imagination from one William Ruto that is going to trouble the government is a pipe dream. Let him be assured that the government will run smoothly, Kenyans will be peaceful, and this is part of his development, political development, that he should continue learning on how to become a good leader, sound good leader with good manners, avoiding lies. So I can assure you, Kalonzo will be comfortable, and should he try anything, he will be replaced by, there will be very many MPs willing to support the government. So I don't think he will try monkey business. It will be a very successful government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richie Makiadi.
Picking up from what Robert said, it was good progress to see Kalonzo back. Like I said before, Ukambani is locked. Very crucial. But two, I'm impressed by what Chebukati is trying to do. I don't know if there's monopoly of fake certificates in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, because from what I'm hearing, even Sakaja doesn't have a degree. That's what I'm hearing. He's in the same category as the likes of Jumwa. So it's a good thing. Let's have leaders who are qualified. And if the constitution requires that you have a degree to run for that office, please, don't forge papers. Don't forge papers. Don't be like Waititu and Kabogo, who attended the same university for 4 years and never knew each other until the day they went to present their papers to IEBC. That's when they realized they were both in India, in the same class, doing the same thing, but they never knew each other. Finally, I want to say here, I'm looking forward to the coming week. There's so much that is at stake, and I believe when we start rolling out our campaign, Black, because you guys are not interested in this election, you will have it rough. You probably just throw in the towel and concede before we even go to the election. Thank you.
Julia?
Thank you, Demba. Black, you really made my day today. When Makiadi was asking about 800,000, you're not even sure if it's money or it's a piece of land. That's why I said you have a charge sheet. It's like mtu namwambia kuja hapa Black, unauliza nimefanya nini tena, because you just a culprit. That is what your boss is. So that was so funny. So I want you to find out what Makiadi was asking you about 800,000. Tomorrow come and give us the response. Nenda watch clips. Utakuwa na response. Makiadi alikuwa anasema nini leo juu ya boss wako. Now another thing about the DP Ruto, when he said he wouldn't attend the debate, it marveled me, and now I'm thinking that even Kalonzo Musyoka can defeat DP Ruto in a presidential election, even Mudavadi, because I think DP Ruto cannot face Kenyans in a real debate. However, someone was debating here earlier and was saying that DP Ruto akienda kwa interview anatunga maswali yake. You ask him a question, he will say, you should ask me this. That is what he does. He can't. That guy can't face Kenyans. So I look forward to seeing a debate even between Gachagua and Mother. Kenyans, can you imagine a debate between Mother and Gachagua? I think that will be the most historical, interesting, funniest day of the lives of Kenyans. So, in other words, you are culprits. The charge sheet cannot face Kenyans. So, Makiadi, I think these guys are going to step down soon. They're going to say they're not vying for election. They're not vying for president. So, Wakenya wenzangu, wenye wako kwa KK, hakuna haja ya kupoteza wakati wenyu. Mimi naona kwamba huyu makamu wa rais hivi karibuni atajiuzuru, atasema kwamba atatetea kiti chake kiti cha urais. Kwa hivyo naomba mvuke sakafu. Hakuna haja ya kupoteza wakati. Kama vile Mise alivyofanya, hata Black hivi karibuni anavuka sakafu. Wenye wamebaki mvuke sakafu. Muje tujenge hii serikali ya Azimio. Asante Themba.
Stone Pike.
Thank you Bwana Themba. Yangu pia ni kidogo sana tu, ni kuasihi vijana wa umri ambao ni ule wa pale barobaro, manake hao ndio wengi wamevukishwa mvuke wa Azimio ambao ni mvuke mbaya sana. Sasa ninawaomba vijana wala wako mtaani kule tunatoka, kama wanasikia na Sheng. Saa hii si kizungu mingi ni akina Black. Wanajidai hawajui ubaya wa Ruto. Nyinyi vijana akina Black wako poa. Unajua hawa ni madosi, wanado. Nyinyi huko chini ndio mnalapo na huyu mzee. Huyu mzee ni mgondi. Na hakuna do atawaletea kule mtaani. Ya? Kwa hivyo hiyo story mnapitishiwa mkiambiwa ati sijui nini mawheelbarrow, hiyo itakuwa worse than wheelbarrow. Ya? Kwa hivyo vijana wale mko mtaani ndio kuna kura. Kama vile tumeona kule Mkuru kwa Njenga. Hapo mmeonyesha vizuri sana. Na wale vijana pia walikuwa kule Limuru. Kule kote nyinyi wote yani maisha ni yenyu, na maisha yenyu ule mtu anaijua ni baba. Wachaneni na uchali, hata mkimpigia kura, by the way you can vote because utasema ni right yako, huyu ndio mse anatukumbuka, lakini mtakaa huko na yeye because hii kitu ishaamuliwa. Kwanza imeamuliwa na Sir God, alafu imeamuliwa huku chini, alafu imeamuliwa na gava. Wacha hata niseme hivyo ndio msikie basi. Sir God, watu hapa chini na gava.
Now who froze PK? Ni Black ama ni nani?
Mungu amekataa hiyo maombi yake.
Black wacha hizo mazee. Wacha. Ni aje unakatisia saizi nasikia ni Shembeteng. Hata si Sheng.
Hiyo maombi yake imekataliwa hiyo.
Haya basi, maombi yashafika. Mise
UBA bwana, utawacha wachana hii mambo ya Mungu kila saa bwana. Black bwana, wacha kutuenjoy bwana.
Tuseme basi maombi yake yamekataliwa bila kutaja neno Mungu.
Tuseme tu, unajua Mungu ni mwema, huwa ananyeshea mvua kwa wale wanampenda na wale hawampendi. Yule anapenda Mungu kwa sababu amenyeshewa mvua, anasemanga Mungu ndiye amempatia mvua. Yule mwingine ambaye amekuibia ile chakula yako imemea, anasema Mungu ndiye amemsaidia akaiba. So unajua, yani sijui Mungu atadila aje na watu wengine, lakini hiyo tunamwachia. Mungu habagui. Hata ule mwenye nasikia kulikuwa na story nilisoma ya Washushu. Hiyo siku ati kabla aende kuiba, alikaa na bibi yake wakaomba. Akasema hata baada ya maombi ndiye sasa akatoka, na alikuwa anaenda kuomba kila wakati akienda job. So yani prayers ni prayers tu. Sasa kuna wengine hapa wanasema Mungu ni wao, saa zingine si wao, so sijui, wacha tungoje.
Yani umetukumbusha maneno Black. Kuna wezi watatu, moja alikuwa anaitwa Rasta, Washosho na Wanogo, na inasemekana hawa wanaweza kapatikana kule kwa Kenya Kwanza. Fumbua hilo fumbo.
Bise, dakika moja.
Asante sana. So I think there are few things Stone PK aliongea earlier on. I didn't get a chance. I just thought I should mention that Ruto's education, Ruto's background cannot allow him to help the economy or even understand the economy of the country. I think that was misguiding because you don't need to have studied economics for you to be a good president or to be a good leader, because under you, there are people who will help with governance and planning and policy making and making sure that policies are executed and implemented as needed. And also, that being said, that's why we have Kenya School of Public Administration that helps in terms of with policies and governance. And also, I just want to say that Ruto, he was wondering, just for purposes of information, Ruto studied both botany and zoology, and he has a master's in plant ecology and later pursued a PhD degree. So Ruto is well lettered. At that point, let us give him credit on his hard work in terms of his academic. But equally, like I've said, it doesn't have to be. But again, people like Obama never had economy degree. Neither have I had that. I've actually been struggling, and other than the honorary degree or honorum degree for Baba, what I consistently get is a diploma from Germany in mechanical engineering, which seems not to be a big issue. So when we are balancing our debate, let us also be aware that Ruto will go down in history, that he was the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, and may, if things work otherwise, be the president of the Republic of Kenya. But finally, what I wanted to emphasize is that those of you who think or who have doubts or who cast doubts on the abilities of Ruto's debating skills should be reminded that Ruto is a good debater, way far than Baba. Ruto is very charismatic. Ruto is very fluent, and that is something that we have to give credit. So really, if he chooses not to attend the debate, it's not because he doesn't have ability to debate. I think one of the, if you look at in our country right now, those who are out there, Ruto Kalonzo cannot match Ruto when it comes to debate, as Julia was alluding, or someone was alluding. Ruto is very well versed with his content, and he's a good orator. That we should give him. His traits, I looked at Wikipedia, and of course, Black Ruto has a lot of baggage that he carries as a face of the country. And this is something that we cannot sweep under the carpet. So just I just wanted to bring this, that as we go to this election, everyone comes with a baggage. Raila's baggage is more of a lighter as opposed to that, compared to that of Ruto. But Ruto's baggage is worrying. Same as Uhuru, but Uhuru is exiting the stage anyway, so it's not something to worry about. So I just want to mention out there that as we get closer to this election, if Ruto misses to be, he's young and he still has chances. He might reform. Even we have seen people who are leaders of Mungiki reforming and being accepted because sinners also get a place in our community. So in the future, if Ruto doesn't get this, he's young and charismatic and has a future. And the future doesn't stop at 2022. The future can be 2027. So Black, don't be discouraged. If it doesn't fail this time, there is always a next time. So hang in there. Thank you.
Simize aseme tu ako na Black kwa Ruto bana. He's preaching na Ruto. Why is he anapuliza moto na mdomo na maji kwa moto kwa mdomo bana.
Black.
Nasifu alafu nabomoa. Anyhow, Julia, just to address you, mimi ni kuziba mashimo moja moja na ziko nyingi.
Dakika moja. Just close, give summary. Usikwe kama mimi.
Ni sawa. Number one, nataka tu kuomba msamaha kwa pengine wale wote ambao huenda kawa walikwazika ama waliudhika pengine kwa matamshi ya ndugu yangu Atuya. He is a good man, and poleni kwa yote yale pengine wende kaa alisema ambayo hakwenda vizuri. Mimi naomba msamaha kwa niaba yake, and I hope next time ataruhusiwa kuja vizuri. Now sio mimi, kuna mambo pengine katika wakati wake.
Why you carrying somebody's baggage? Why you carrying somebody's baggage? Atuya said a nasty thing, and then he had said another nasty thing. So those two nasty things, if
kama haja kutuma wewe shughulika na ya kwako, achana na ya Atuya.
ni mmoja wa timu yetu, na wewe nafurahia sana tukiwa baadaye. Nilikuwa napendelea sana kwamba tungelikuwa wote kwenye hichi kikao cha sasa hivi. Hata nakumbuka niliambia Makiadi na wengine kwamba wamueleze, wapatishe ujumbe pale kwa studio, wamueleze asiondoke, ama pengine kama atatoka hakikisha kwamba amerudi kwa kikao hichi. Because I think if you recall the times that we used to debate when we were with him in the panel, it used to be great because at least I used to have someone who would compliment and I would compliment him. Kwa weaknesses hapa na pale tunasaidiana. And out of the ones that we've had here so far, he proved to have at least some head kwenye shoulder yake. And I would have loved to have him here in this session. But nevertheless, that happened.
So you're feeling lonely, Black Pole? You feeling lonely?
Not really lonely. I'm a peaceful guy. And huwa hata ukiona pale na chat na watu pale kwenye ninio, niko katikati ya watu Azimio, but you never see me having pita na watu. So niko na hiyo tu roho ya upendo na kila mtu. So moving forward moving forward, I had David D speaking today, and one thing that I noted was that most of the points he said resonated with what Azimio is planning also to do. So that's a plus. That's a plus because he mentioned about the social part of the economy being upgraded, health being among them, whereby you were talking about Baba Care, we were talking about how the NHIF costs will be lowered. So when you're talking about how you would increase productivity na uwezo wale wa kule chini, similarly we are doing the same. When you're talking about availing cheaper credit facilities, he mentioned the same. So I think our ideas, just to judge us by our ideas, they are great. So moving forward, I hope we can move again. I keep singing this same song. We can move away from this politics of kupigana vichwa fulani alifanya hivi na hivi, twende into the agendas. Maybe we should discuss that. I mean, that's my view. Maybe in our next sessions we need to engage kwenye agendas. What is the agenda that AZIMIO is bringing? Does it resonate well with the Kenyans? What is the KKA agenda bringing? Is it resonating well with the Kenyans? And then eventually we can come up with, we can decide whoever side we decide to back. That's my view. Asanteni.
You are not yet decided on who you want to back. Sisi we are decided on who we have to back. But hii ni kipindi cha lala salama, bado nataka to decide who ya baki.
Naongea
kwa wale wanaotuangalia na wale ambao hawajaamua.
Themba Black ni wetu, acha kumfukuza bwana.
Timothy, dakika zako hizo.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, let me say that the nomination of Martha Karua as the running mate changed the political terrain in this country. So much so that so many people were sent to the drawing boards. And that choice has made it very difficult for the opposing party to be able to craft, a formidable team that can face, the Raila Odinga team. Be it as it may, you could see, some of the things that you could see very clearly is that the Kenya Kwanza team was really pushing it hard for Kalonzo to be appointed, to be nominated as the running mate, because then they will have known that that could have been a done deal. But now that Martha Karua was brought on board, the comparison was like, day and night, very clearly so, in the sense of the baggages that each team has. One of the speakers here said that every team has baggage, but even as much as they have this baggage, there is one that, the team, the Ruto Rigadi team, seems to be having, higher baggage and bad baggage for that matter, that even you can see when they get into, forums where a deputy president should be speaking, he is gagged by his other members. And this tells you that things are not fair and square. When you compare Rigadi and Martha, I mean, the approach is totally different. And I tend to believe that Ruto did not pick Rigadi out of his own initiative. I nearly feel that that is someone who was planted in that yard to destroy votes for. In fact, if Ruto ran as Ruto, he will have made a formidable, team without Rigadi, because now Rigadi, the moment he opens his mouth, there are so many votes that I don't know where they go. But all that said and done, I think on the TV debate, I think it will be a crime scene. It will be a crime scene in the sense that Ruto himself set the standard so high that if he comes for that TV interview, he will be made to, swallow his own medicine, because, he was very categorical. He was both qualitative and quantitative. Yeah. in some of the promises that he gave. Yeah, you know, at least if you say we will build stadiums, at least you leave it there. It could have been easier to defend. But you say he was very categorical in Cameroon, in, you know, this place, in the other place. It is very difficult to you know, to defend something which has not been done. And then you know, the issue of like the IEBC register. Believe you me, the audit of that IEBC register is undergoing, and it is being done by KPMG. Now to come out very fast and try to cry foul that there is something that is happening, yet the audit is ongoing, and actually to pick the words that he used to the EU members, that that the EU should investigate the mysterious ways some people want to use to rig elections. I tell you, it is fairly noting, it is not sitting well with the Kenya Kwanza team. And that tells you Ruto knows something that probably some of us don't know, that probably was employed in 2017. So he's probably thinking that is what is going to be employed against him, you know, come 8th August 2022. And you see, when he's talking about the public officials chest stamping, while these public officials were just stamping in 2017, there was no issue. But now that they are just stamping now, it's a very big issue. Just to, you know, also say, you know, it's very cold in opposition, and there are people who cannot survive in opposition. So when you see all this hulabaloo going on, it tells you, you know, people are really fearing to be in the opposition, but I can tell you that is where Ruto is headed. And my fellow Kenyans, all the money that is used in a campaign, or all the money given during campaigns must be recovered after the campaigns. And where is it recovered from? It is recovered from taxpayers' money. And when it is recovered from taxpayers' money, what happens? Tunasema maisha imekuwa ngumu. So I will tell my fellow Kenyans that all we need to do is, you know, to vote objectively. Hii pesa tunapewa wakati ya mikutano na mambo ingine, hiyo pesa ni pesa yako. Ukipewa kula, lakini jua gharama ya maisha itakuwa juu sana baada ya huu uchaguzi. The other thing I need to say, in as much as yes, we are saying Sakajan it doesn't have what, this or the other, I will want to say, by the way, that Sakaja was 2 years behind me in campus, and he graduated. So I will want to stop it there. And yes, thanks for the 2 or 3 minutes that I've taken.
Timothy Sakaja was 2 years behind you. Did you go back to confirm that he has graduated?
Yes, he graduated. Yes, Sakaja graduated. We were doing with him the same course, actuarial science in Chiromo campus, and Sakaja graduated.
Where is the picture? Where is the picture of him graduating?
Say again?
Where is the picture of him graduating?
Well, you know, you don't have to prove everything, Temba. You don't have to prove everything. But Sakaja, I can confirm, Sakaja, we were with him in campus, in Chiromo campus to be precise, the School of Mathematics. Now it is called the School of, it's the School of Mathematics, the actuarial science.
Have you talked to his classmates to confirm that?
He graduated, that I can confirm. And he's an alumni of University of Nairobi.
Timothy, you are not there.
I was there. I knew Sakaja personally.
No,
Demba, somebody who is 2 years behind you right now, even if you ask me, people were 2 years behind me in campus, I cannot tell you who was there and who was not there. I do, unless I have a document, hard document to prove that. I cannot vouch for anybody.
No,
okay.
I mean sometimes Timothy has said.
I didn't want to open this debate because
Yeah,
it
it's
was
okay. Let's let it rest.
But one thing I can say is, University of Nairobi, especially the Chiromo campus and precisely the School of Mathematics, is a very small community. And some of those people you could find, because of the materials then were few in terms of, the course actuarial science, we used to borrow materials from each other. I confirm that Sakaja Johnson graduated from the University of Nairobi. Leave alone these things you are seeing in the social media. Those are fabricated.
Timothy.
Yes.
We tuko wakati wa siasa. So whether he graduated or not, palipo na moshi, pana moto. So hiyo ni yake. Sisi
Okay,
sasa.
Timothy, may I ask you something? Something? If someone is behind you 2 years, even if you have a class of 30, we know situations happen that some people fail some exams and they have to go back to do them. You did not confirm whether he actually received even his certificate. You are saying you know him, you are borrowing him materials, and you have no evidence that. I mean, you did not see him with a paper.
Julia, hold on, Julia. Timothy, hold on, Mr. Hold on. Now listen, all of us. Okay, hold on. Hii hapa ni siasa. It is IEBC to confirm whether the certificate provided to them qualifies Sakaja to vie or not. Hapa ni siasa tunachapa. So it is
Julia.
Yeah.
Right is right and wrong is wrong. Yeah. Sakaja graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science.
Timothy, hata wewe unajua you are not the one to confirm. It's UON that will confirm. And it is,
but Themba is also good to say, it is also good to confirm. The day we tell you are not Kenyan, it is good to confirm that I know you, yes, you were born here, we grew up with you here, and at least we went
but Miguna confirmed that he's a Kenyan and you still told him to go, so wacha zako.
That's why we have
your word will not help me.
Let me just say this. Timothy is right. I know Sakaja was UON, but the big issue is what Julia said, and that's what is in record. Sakaja failed a few classes, so I don't think he graduated because of that.
But
can I also say something?
No, it's okay. Hold on, guys.
Can I also say something?
Lady and gentlemen, listen.
First year and second year.
Hold on.
Second year.
Calm down, gentlemen. Listen, gentlemen. Ni wakati wa siasa, okay? Sisi hapa tuna discuss the politics of it. The person who is going to discuss and look at the legality of it ni IEBC wakati inafanya clearance. So whatever documents Sakaja will give to IEBC legally, they are the ones who are going to look at, is this authentic, is it kama ni gushi, it's up to them. Sisi hapa ni siasa. Na palipo na moshi, pana moto. So if it is something that has found itself,
why are you qualifying your statement? Why are you making a statement and qualifying it?
I'm qualifying it. Relax, me say hata wewe mute bana.
Even Babu Owino can confirm that Sakaja Johnson graduated. I can tell you that.
It's okay. That's why I'm saying it is up to IEBC. Sisi hapa tunaongea kwa sababu there has been questions. So hizo questions sisi kama kuna mtu mimi na wewe we cannot confirm. Kwa sasa imeulizwa maswali. Hata Malala alisema aligraduate kutoka USIU. Inakaa hiyo nini yenyu? Waititu aligraduate kutoka Punjab. Sijui nani aligraduate sijui kutoka wapi.
Ati Punjab.
Now, I want to finish with
the politics of it is, casting aspersions. Even when we are very sure that, Julia is of this orientation, in politics, people, we have to cast aspersions to make you lose a few votes here and there. So absolutely. I understand.
Politics bana, hii ni siasa. So kama uko na papers ziwe tayari. Unajua Obama hata kulitokea na birth certificate yake ati amezaliwa somewhere in Kogelo. So this is politics. na ikatoka mpaka hata kukakuwa na interview mpaka mtu akasema ndio alizaliwa hapa Kogelo, na wakakuja mpaka na birth certificate. So siasa, by the time you start defending, is to disorganize you. So if it is kama nyinyi mlimwona mkigraduate, hiyo ni yenyu. Now,
but do you want Timothy to believe you that he didn't graduate? Because that's what is happening here. You are qualifying it, you're disqualifying him. We should also take him at his word.
Mimi usitetea hawa watu. Hata Jumwa alisoma statement hapo peke yake. Ukituambia kona masters, and how can you tell Kingi ati unless you sanitize yourself with the community? Sasa hiyo ni lugha gani? Unatuambia uko na masters na unasoma vitu zingine as it makes sense. People can see.
Makiadi, me what I'm trying to say to Timothy, there are people who came even from my own graduation. Na hawakuwa kwa hiyo kitabu. I mean, they showed up because they wanted their friends to see they're there, and they were not in the list. There are people who stayed in college for 4 years, na hawaku graduate. There are people we knew without our own classmates. Mnasoma na yeye, anakuja kwa lecture hall, mnafanya mitihani, mnagundua kumbe haku graduate. So Timothy, let's wait and see what happens.
Timothy Sakaja attended UN, but he didn't meet the requirements of the Senate to enable him to graduate. Personally, I can confirm this. Sasa ndio ninasema hii story, wachaneni nayo.
Tuache Themba.
Wachaneni na hii story. Tuachane na story. We are not discussing Sakaja's graduation or not here. Now, I want to finish by what Martin Luther King said, which I think is, if you guys are fans of Martin Luther King Jr., MLK, you must have come across his speech on I've been to the mountaintop. And this is what he says. Well, I don't know what will happen. I've not read all of it, but it's a beautiful speech. If you wanna read it, it will encourage you. Maybe someday Kenya will be there sometime. Well, I don't know what, and I quote, I don't know what will happen now. We have got some difficult days ahead, but it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop and I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place, but I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will, and He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. Now that's the part I wanted. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. We are getting to the promised land. End of quotes. We are getting there, Mr. We are getting to the promised land that Martin Luther King saw on the mountain top. Now, tunapomalizia kama kawaida, at least Timothy ametujoin leo. We like to close with us being together as Kenyans. And before that, we have taken it upon ourselves to take us through symbols of national unity. And there are several symbols of national unity. One of them is the Constitution. Another one is the national anthem. So Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee Constitution. Anapo tusomea Constitution, kindly continue to subscribe to Mutembei TV and also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show, as I'd already put it earlier. So Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee Constitution, and then we close with the national anthem.
Okay, Article 67, National Land Commission. Number 1, there is established the National Land Commission. The functions of the Land Commission are to manage public land on behalf of the national and county governments. B, to recommend a national land policy to national government, to advise the national government on a comprehensive program for the registration of title in land throughout Kenya, to conduct research related to land and to use natural resources and make recommendations to appropriate authorities, to initiate investigation on its own initiative or on a complaint into present or historical land injustices and recommend appropriate redress, to encourage the application of traditional dispute resolution mechanism in land conflicts, to assess tax on land and premiums on immovable property in any area designated by law, and to monitor and have oversight responsibilities over land planning throughout the country. 3. The National Land Commission may perform any other function prescribed by the national legislation.
Thank you so much. And Makiadi kindly wish DA a happy birthday. She says it's her birthday today, so I don't want to be the first one. I don't want to take it.
Nimeona ameleta makambo mingi. So
Yeah.
tutaangalia maneno yake.
Yeah, I don't want to be the first one. You know, I respect order. Yufi Notieno, tumekuona hapo. Langat Kipkorir, tumekuona. Langat Kipkorir huyo anakuwa tunakupenda sande kwa kuja hapa. Black amerudi huko chini, anatafuta Yufi Motieno. Helen Mama Martha Kalonzos unstoppable. Okay, thank you. So tuombe alafu Makiadi ubaki ukiimbia DA happy birthday kwa Kilingala. Alafu Abuya pia ameshindwa kulala kwa sababu anaangalia, naona macho yake straight na inampima mise pale, anaangalia mise asije aka nini, lakini amefurahi leo, amekaa huko juu karibu na Julia. Jana mise alikuwa karibu na Julia, haikumfurahisha sana Abuya. Sasa tutaomba na tutaanza na leo Timothy, kwa kawaida tunakariri wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili. Sasa kama leo umekuja, tutakuruhusu uone vile tunavyofanya. Siku nyingine ukija pia wewe uone vile tunavyofunga station yetu. So Abuya utatuanzia, alafu Julia, kisha Stone PK.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Stone PK umemute.
Sorry about that. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini kila siku, tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana. Amina, nitatafuta wimbo wa taifa wa Afrika Mashariki ya Kati.
Afrika Mashariki.
Yeah, ndio tuweze pia kuimba. Makiadi, hivi wimbo upi utampatia dedication huyu anaitwa DA, manake ni birthday yake, anasema kwamba ni birthday. Nasikia kina dada wakishafika umri wa miaka 25 kwenda juu, sasa haiwi tena nimetan, inakuwa sasa tu ni birthday yangu. Sasa hawasemi miaka ngapi. Haya, mpe wimbo Makiadi. Anasema anataka Papa Lolo, sijui ndio nini.
Wajua Papa Lolo amekuja kuchelewa. Kwa hivyo jana alisema kwamba anaupenda wimbo ambao unajulikana kama Mario. Mario ni wimbo wa Franco Lombolonzo Makiadi. Nitamsomea tu mistari kidogo hapo kwa sababu nilisema jana tukienda sana italeta mambo mingi ya copyright. So wimbo wenyewe unasema, iko mistari miwili hapo, inasema lelo makambo lobi makambo na lembie, lelo bitumba lobi koswana na baye. Yani lelo makambo ni leo maneno, today problems, lobi makambo tomorrow problems. Lelo makambo lobi makambo na lembie, na lembi inamaanisha kwamba nimechoka. Lelo bitumba lobi koswana na baye, today fighting, tomorrow quarreling. I hate it, na baye sipendi. Alafu inaendelea kusema na boy kobebisa nzoto na manzaka na lembie, I do not want you destroying my body with your nails anymore. Usinipige makucha mimi. Alafu inasema Mario nalembie yani Mario nimechoka. Mario nimechoka.
Alafu anaanza Mario. Anaanza
Bas.
kuongea. Kama sisi Mario. Yaani sasa wewe umechosha
Nasema
Makiadi.
Mario Luka atamwasi yo moko obali. Yani Mario, look for one man to marry. Mario no sala kulinga
Yani Makiadi, is that the way to sing for someone during her birthday?
Unajua ameleta makambo mizalimi, ameleta maneno mengi wakati makambo minge wakati wa mwisho. Sasa tunajaribu kuikata. But I think it's one of our favorite songs. So dear, happy birthday to you.
She's happy. Amesema
yeah, I hope you blow many more candles.
Yeah, hata amependa sana, lakini sasa dia amechukua all airtime kutoka kwa Sara. Sara sasa atakuja hapa kiblaze. Yufimo Tieno, si birthday yako, hakuna dedication kwako. Wewe kuwa na birthday lakini isiwe kesho. Wacha tu.
Yufimo Tieno anataka papalolo.
Haya,
sawa, tutafutia kesho.
Tutafutia papalolo kesho. Isiwe issue. Richard, kesho cheza za La Sportif. Yaani sasa kila mtu anakuja na request ya
Dema tutasema namna hii. Ukiona hiyo namba inapita hapo chini, weka ka sadaka yako hapo, ndio tuendelee kufanya hii kazi vizuri. Ndio usikie wimbo vizuri. Weka sadaka yako hapo na utume na kutoa.
Okay. Thank you.
What happened? You kicked them out?
Nani huyo ananitoa? Mise bana, mise wivu ni ya nini? Makambo zalini ya nini?
Za ligi nene.
Si mimi unajua ni Abuya.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate, and always it's nice to meet up here. Stone PK, Timothy, Mise, Julia, Makiadi, and Robert Abuya. See you again tomorrow. Sana wakati kama wale. And by the way, as I told you, next week from Sunday, I will not be here until Friday, maybe depending on whatever I'm going to do for that 1 week. So
contingency plans.
Hopefully we will have someone coming in. Makiadi, wewe utakuwa unakuja mapema ndio uachwe hapa ukae na ukuja mapema. Bernard akienda akuache ukae mpaka mwisho.
Tutapanga hiyo maneno. Naona hata Stony PK yuko area, so tutapanga.
Yeah. At least ukae ndio tusiache nini, lakini kesho I'll be here tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Sasa kuanzia hapo tuonane Friday next week or Saturday or thereabout. So thank you so much. All beautiful. See you again. God bless you.
Julia, good night.
Good night.